internet and everybody, welcome into Teched Out, where we're gonna do some deck techs for our patrons. And if you're a patron, you can get one of these done. Just got to make sure you're in the right patron tier. And guess what? If they want deck techs, they can actually pay to get their own over on Ko-fi. It's over there, Reggie. Over on Ko-fi, $25, or you can just get 5 subs and we will do a deck tech. I think we have...
Oh, I forgot that was an option too.
Yes, gifting. You guys can just give 5 subs and we will tech your deck. You might have to wait. You will be probably put later in the queue unless... maybe if you do a 10 bomb, we'll consider jumping up a little bit.
Yeah, but we have a couple spots left for today, but that's how this always goes.
Yes, we got spots, and this is gonna be fun. Are you ready to start teching the deck?
Yeah. Right. We have I'm very pleased with the decks today. We're starting strong. This may be my personal favorite of the ones submitted for today.
Can you please change it to grid so I don't die?
Yeah, I thought I changed all these to grid. All right, so this is a CoolStuffInc duelist deck submitted by that is I believe it's Targ
Inc / Chris.
Yes. Targ Chris. So Killian, white and a black for 2/2 with lifelink and menace, but the thing that most people focus on is that spells you cast that target a creature cost 2 less to cast. That's a lot of things. Any spell that targets a creature, 2 less. Cool. Ooh.
An anonymous gifter? So
all right, so we will randomly we'll just pick a random deck that exists in the world, and we will do a tech on it.
Yeah, what the heck? Anonymous gift stuff. If you want, you can't be anonymous if you want the deck tag. How are we supposed to give you the deck tag? Right. Now anyone in chat could just be like,
"That was me."
Well, yeah.
Just kidding. That was me. I did it. But we have the alert set up, but I feel like we have to give at least one Awooga.
Oh, that's true. The alerts are up there, but yeah, we have to Awooga.
Awooga.
I noticed when I'm not here, you do them a little differently. You have a different inflection in your Awoogas.
Oh yeah. See, because I'm usually like I'm matching. I go to match somebody that's like doing the thing because it's a harder thing to do. But then when I'm left to lead it, I'm like, oh, I don't think I quite remember exactly how it goes.
So it is think of like the old cartoons where they see a pretty lady. That's exactly where I think of.
Yep, that's what I feel like I've been doing.
Not quite.
Well, speaking of not quite, this is a slightly different take on this deck. See that segue? That was good.
This is a secret commander deck.
This is a secret commander deck. So we're still focused on this reducing spells by 2, but our main priority is to get out one of my favorite recent cards, Giggling Skitterspike. This card is so cool. So it's just a 1/1 indestructible, but whenever it attacks or blocks or becomes the target of a spell, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. And you can monstrous it, but that's, there are definitely more convenient ways to make its power large, like this entire deck.
I do refuse to. You're right, Porpoise. I refuse to believe this isn't a reference to Toy Story. It is very similar.
It's just the thing.
Yeah. They added a cage, but it's just the thing.
Yeah, but yeah, this card is very fun. It does everything. So we are focused here in this deck from Targ on casting a bunch of spells that target it, and then just blasting our opponents out. Our goal for today is to make this a little bit more consistent with this plan of suiting up Skitterspike and using its ability to win the game.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing, this is a secret commander deck and done pretty well here. There's tutors. You just can't play secret commander without tutors. It is necessary to the strategy, or else you will just end up not playing the Secret Commander, and that's no fun. So we got Profane Tutor, Demonic Tutor, the Lively Dirge, and Enlightened Tutor. Good, awesome, like really, really cool.
Yes. As there are at least 2 more hidden up here in the creatures. We have Recruiter of the Guard, which can grab a creature with toughness 2 or less, and this is a 1/1. And we have Dimir House Guard, which transmutes, which is you pay the cost, discard it, and search for something with the same mana value. So that is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tutors.
Which, yeah, that is a good amount. No, it's funny. I didn't look at your notes for the tutor thing. I just thought it was important to bring up myself. So it's just like, yeah, you just absolutely need this in the deck.
Yes. Yeah, there are 6 tutors here. I ran the numbers, and that means, not counting mulligans, you have a 61% chance of finding the Skitter Spike or a card that can fetch it within the first 5 turns. So I just looked at the odds for 12 cards. That is, I can understand why consistency is a little bit of a struggle. It was hard. I didn't feel like doing all of the math on like assuming that we also take our 1 free mulligan and maybe 1 more. But yeah, it's a little tricky to be more consistent than this because of what the creature is and the colors that we're in. Like, you know, you could have a Vampiric Tutor. You could start playing some of the 3 mana tutors like Grim Tutor or a different one.
There's no other ones. That's
Rhystic Tutor.
Don't play. What a it is hysterical that Rhystic Study is so broken, because the Rhystic cycle is ass-tastic. It is so bad. Especially Rhystic Tutor. Was it they have to pay 2 to stop you? That's it.
It's funny because there was I don't know if it's still being played, but players were using it in CEDH because the 2 mana is so brutal.
It's a lot of mana in a game where every single one counts.
Yeah, and it means that 1 person has to choose to do it. Because unlike Rhystic Study, where it's like, oh, you played the spell, you're the one to pay. It's somebody has to pay 2 mana or I get to search.
Oh, Rhystic Study would be way cooler if everybody had a choice to pay. You could be such...
You're like, a dick. You got open mana. I don't know. I'm tapping out for the spell. I can't pay.
I have to play my Gary this turn. Right. I mean, there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah.
You'll just have to counter it if you want.
Yeah. The other ones... Beseech the Mirror would be pretty good here. Beseech, because this can put it directly on, or it can cast it right away. That's what it is. You search for a card, and then if its cost is 4 or less, you can play it if you bargained. And this is a very enchantment-heavy deck. So maybe we just cast one of our like cantrip auras, and then we sacrifice that to pay for the bargain cost. That's that 1 more like solid tutor for the deck, as opposed to having to play the 3 mana ones.
Yeah, I mean, this just puts it on the battlefield, which
right?
Is so strong. Like that is such a big difference from all the other tutors that add mana to the cost. This is the exact cost, except it goes straight from your deck to the battlefield. So strong.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so that leads us into the way that this deck is working mainly is enchantments. You could be targeting Skitter Spike with like instants or sorceries, and that would still work to trigger the ability and to get the reduction from Killian. But we like the enchantment angle because it is also putting a permanent buff onto Skitter Spike to increase the amount of damage that it's dealing each time. So it could be like something as simple as like Ethereal Armor. We have ways to protect it using like Kai's Ghost Form. We have big old buffs like Idolized, which it's not a non-bow, but I do wish that this had like more of a permanent boost, because Skitter Spike does trigger when it attacks, so you can just stack the trigger to have Idolize resolve first, and then blast everybody for a bunch. But it doesn't. You don't get that extra power boost when you're just targeting with stuff.
Yeah, you have to go to combat.
Yeah, but the boost you get out of this is so big anyway. Like it's definitely worth it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Mm-hmm. Now we have some other stuff that's I like. You have chains of custody and sheltered by ghosts, which is removal that is reduced. So like sheltered by ghost still gives you a power boost for Skitter Spike, still gives you the target for Skitter Spike's ability, gets the reduction from Killian, and removes a thing. That's everything that you're looking for.
Yeah. There was one. So something that's not. So they got like a lot of the pumps here. All that glitters isn't here. I noticed. Oh,
it's just the it's the full
the art.
one.
It's that I literally was looking for the art, and I'm like, where is this? It's on this deck.
Yeah, this is that's another good pump. Now we also have a bunch of ways like to prevent it from taking damage or prevent it from dying, which is interesting because the card is already indestructible. So I assume some of these might end up being used like Timely Ward. This is just targeting Killian to make sure you are keeping your cost reduction on the board. I'm not so hot on these. I'm totally fine if they kill Killian. Like if they want to spend a spell, to remove Killian, which is not my win con, go for it. Like it's worth it to replay him again. He only costs 2. There's that. These spells, Unquestioned Authority and Holy Mantle, make a little bit more sense to me. Mantle boosts and Unquestioned Authority draws, and they both give protection from creatures, which means that you can also have an unblockable Skitter Spike.
Yeah, I do like those ones specifically. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like you said, Timely Ward, the repetitiveness of Indestructible with our Secret Commander just doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, and like I just don't care about putting this on Killian.
Yeah.
I do want to point.
So while we're in enchantments here, I think your enchantment count should be up. I think you should probably aim for a 30. Then you can pick more cards that are more synergistic and focused. They work. All of your ethereal armors and your all that glitters start getting better and better the more you put in. So like getting that count up, the more you get to target, the more you get to reduce. I would up the count of enchantments for this deck and start cutting like creatures and other stuff that isn't this. Like I had a couple of. Just like you don't even like the one that was killing me that wasn't in this deck is the MDFC.
Glasswing Grace.
Yeah, Glasswing Grace. It's only it gives your thing +2/+2 flying.
Can you type?
Yeah, Glasswing. Yeah.
Ta-da.
Yeah. So it's a tap land on the backside that makes both of our colors. Gives lifelink.
Lifelink is huge.
And flying. And this is just free to play in our deck. You play one tap land. This would also take your land count up to 38, which not a bad thing to do in a deck like this, where we want to spend a lot of mana to do a lot of things. So this is the like perfect kind of card to add to this deck.
Yes, because in case you missed it, Skitter Spike does deal damage. Its trigger deals damage, so giving this lifelink, even getting the trigger once, is a big old chunk of life.
Yeah, like like up in the creatures there is where I'd start cutting. Also, I wanted to speak about removal. I don't know if you had any thoughts on removal for this deck.
I do, but I want to go over everything that I liked about it first.
Okay, stick to the likes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pariah is really cute.
It's so cute
because the Skitter Spike is indestructible. So if you're redirecting all of the damage you would take to the indestructible creature, that's just free. Because we also, especially for cutting creatures, we already had a low creature count and not a lot to protect us from getting hit. So this just says, try me.
Try me.
Right? Like it doesn't do anything. So I love seeing that here. My favorite include in this deck, besides Skitter Spike, is Tempest Technique.
Oh.
So you're getting the ethereal armor boost. It's reduced by 2 by Killian. And the storm means that you're making multiple copies of this spell, and then those spells have to target. So it doesn't matter that you did not cast those things, because Skitter Spike just says becomes the target of a spell. So each instance of the Stormed Tempest technique triggers Skitter Spike again. This is so good.
When I was looking at this deck, I literally thought, I'm like, is this why they wanted to build it? Because I'm like, this is ideal. This is what the deck wants to do. Killian
That's
is
the dream.
Like, if I was gonna pick a commander to do it with, I would pick Killian because he reduces the cost of it, so we can cast way more spells in the turn. It feels like they saw Tempest, they saw Skitter Spike, and like, okay, this is what I want to do.
Yes. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I also in the enchantments here, I also really like Ghostly Prison. Like I said, I think we should go lower on creatures even in this deck. So Ghostly Prison is a perfect way to protect ourselves in a deck like this, where we're not controlling the board until our Secret Commander is out, and even then, going wide is just going to defeat us.
Yeah.
So Ghostly Prison is the perfect answer to that.
Okay. I think those were the biggest things that I wanted to point out for this. I also, you get the veggie point for the deck on putting a card in that will make a lot of people go, what is that? Samite Blessing is just an enchant, an aura for 1 that gives it the ability to prevent all damage to any creature from anyone's source. I don't know that this deck needs it, but I don't care, because it made me happy that I was like, what is this card?
It's funny. At least it's funny.
Okay, so let's get into it, because we want to make this deck a little bit more consistent in what it does, and I think you are headed in a good direction.
Okay, so but one of my first thoughts with our removal here is that things like Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exile don't get any reduction. They're really good. They're really solid spells, and you can just throw them in if you want.
Yes,
but we can do things that we can put in things that have 2 purposes. One, they can target multiple things. So when we are targeting multiple things, our Secret Commander is indestructible, meaning that we can use a removal spell. What is the Undaunted one that targets 2 creatures? I had it on my list, but
I don't remember.
I can't. Yeah, for some reason it is. My mind is losing what this is. I had it on my. I should have just looked. Undaunt.
Curtain's Call?
Curtain's Call. So Curtain's Call, you get to reduce all the way down to 2 mana. It can kill 2 things, or you can kill the biggest threat in the field, target your Skitter Spike, and get an extra trigger. So any of these things that can target extra creatures now become a way to trigger our guy and still get removal. And I also, if we're just going to play removal, like if you just want efficient removal, I don't like Path or Swords because it exiles. Put in anything that destroys. Like it is less strong in a generic sense, but better for the deck.
Yeah. What I a removal that I thought was really cute. I have this listed under a different section, but it's because it does double duty.
Oh yeah, this one? Is this the one you showed me?
No, the thing I showed you, I don't recommend for this deck. It was just a weird thing that I found while I was doing it.
But I would recommend it. We should recommend it.
So Wretched Confluence does not see play. It's the confluence is what you see blue and you see red.
Blue. I think that's it.
Yeah,
mostly.
This is great for this, because as long as you choose one, because you choose 3 modes and you can choose like them in any combination, as long as one of them is target creature gets -2/-2, then this costs 3 mana, and it could just be 3 mana, instant speed, draw 2, and -2 a creature.
Yes. Our commander in this deck as well. Our commander consistently pumps itself to a dumb number. This is another great way to target. Again, we're taking something that acts as removal and card draw and just turns it into something even better. Like when you can take your card that had a single duty and make it do double and triple duty, your deck will not only be stronger, it will be more consistent.
Yeah, that's it. As far as removal on my end, I just had like a couple quality of life upgrades. Like Vindicate could be Anguish and Making, or Legions to Ashes, both which exile. is a little
You
bit
could
better
also
than that.
you can also use Utter End here because
Yep.
because you're just getting the 2 reduction on killing. I
Mhm.
think you can reliably in this deck play things that are much worse because killing costs 2 mana. You're
Yeah.
gonna have them out all the time. It's not gonna be an issue. So you can just reliably be like, I know this will cost less, and it will not cost you.
Mhm.
Another piece of removal I
Yeah.
had Asterian's Thirst.
Mm.
Mm. So this is exile removal, so we can't target our commander, but yeah, we can target our commander because the other part puts +1/+1 counters, buffing his power, and now you the first what?
It doesn't target and it can only put on a commander creature.
Oh, what? Never mind. I'm bad. I you know what I did? I secret commandered it.
You're like, oh yeah, the
The
commander, Skitter
commander,
Spike.
yeah, the commander Skitter Spike.
Yeah, I still don't hate this here because 2 mana for exile is good, and making a very large menace lifelink Killian is
Yes,
good.
it still has a good function for the deck. It just doesn't get the trigger.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I can't
Commander
wait.
players not reading their cards.
I'm out.
Uh, um, another good point on like, I think you just upgrade everything to be good with Killian because you also, if you're including stuff like Timely Ward, which I still would probably cut, but you have a lot of ways to just for 1 mana protect your things. So you don't have to put them all onto Skitter Spike. You can just be like, Killian, something on it. Cool. Now I have like a layer of protection. I'm pretty confident this is going to stick around for a while. Speaking of, though, I think you need more ways to protect. Because, like, what does this deck do against, like, Farewell or, like, Targeted Exile? Like, you have Kaya's, but a lot of this protection is just like, maybe you get a little ward, or protection from creatures is not going to help you from that. This has some protection from removal because of the indestructible and because of some of these spells, but I think you should prepare for those instances where somebody has the answer because they are not uncommon to come in your average game. Some ones that I suggest are phasing cards. Galadriel's Dismissal is just an excellent card all the time, forever. Because it's got multiple uses. For 1 mana, you can save your Skitter Spike and everything that's attached to it, because that is how phasing works. If you have like any of your auras that are attached to the target also phase out. So somebody goes, great, blow up all of the enchantments. You're like, no, I'll just phase out Skitter Spike and save them all. This can also be a way to save yourself. Somebody's alpha striking, and we were already talking about being a little weak to somebody going wide. You just kick it, phase all of their creatures out. The card is really good, and phasing in particular is good for this deck.
Another good phasing card for this deck, Robe of Stars, which is an equipment that we can put onto our creature, and then we have to pay.
They take 2 mana.
Yeah, 2 mana to phase out. So what you can do is you can just plan and hold it out for the rest of the game. Now your Skitter Spike is pretty much safe forever.
Yeah,
and it's just you did nothing, and you get to, like you said, phasing out saves all those enchantments, and it will save the Robostars as well. So if they try and kill the Robostars, you just pay to phase it out. You're safe.
Yeah,
it is an incredibly frustrating card to play against at times because it's so like, what can I do? They have 4 mana up, and I have I can't do anything.
Yeah. You could also run Talon Gates of Madara in the deck as one more way to have access to like phasing. It's not terribly efficient for it, but it's also a land. Like,
the only
card is really good.
The only problem with Clever Concealment, Rob, is that we're just not a big creature deck. We have 16 creatures, and we want less. I think I've been suggesting this whole time that we want less. So
yeah, they're saying anyway that like they don't think this is a deck for Clever Concealment.
Yeah.
But
you know what, Rob? Don't say put a card in and then
Commander player's not reading the chat.
I to be fair, I was like, oh, he's suggesting Clever. I didn't realize he was gonna go Clever Concealment. No, not in this deck. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, the statement that start that's just, oh, Clever Concealment. I play that a lot, but I wouldn't put it here. No. What was it? I saw you have Lauren's Escape here. This is okay, but I think you automatically upgrade this to Blacksmith's Talent. Or maybe you play both. But this for sure, like, you replace it. Blacksmith's skill, there we go. It targets a permanent, so it can also protect like auras that you want to keep around. And it buffs the Skitter Spike because it's an artifact creature.
Yeah.
So I would definitely upgrade that. I think those were the big ones for me on like protecting your stuff.
Yeah, and also you can rebuff the Wicked. Actually, just to rebuff the Wicked into Blacksmiths, because we don't want a counterspell. We wanted something that targets our creature.
Yep.
So like if we can just change it to anything that targets our creature, that's 10 times better for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, this was one of my first cuts as well.
Yeah. I'm looking at your cuts. They're like the same as the cards I was thinking.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's continue down that path. What other cuts to make? To me, I'd cut Trailblazer's Boots. There's gotta be a spell, like either an enchantment or something else that does this thing. And even if it doesn't, I don't care about making Skitter Spike, like making it unblockable is not priority to me. I just need it swinging.
That is exactly what I was going to say. It doesn't matter because we don't need our secret commander to get through.
Yeah.
It does the damage when it attacks.
Yeah.
Like, so there's no need for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to say good deck building, because a lot of players who would put Swift Boots would also just go Lightning Greaves in this deck. But you didn't make the noob mistake, because I when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, why isn't there Lightning Greaves? And then I thought for 1 second, like, oh, you can't target if it's got Lightning Greaves. So it's actually very important that you don't have Lightning Greaves in this deck. So thumbs up for good deck building.
Thumbs up for good deck building. Honestly, I think you could also cut Swift Boots. I'm not concerned about haste. Because we're triggering Skitter Spike with a bunch of other things, and I at least would want to be playing the Skitter Spike and a thing on it in the same turn. So I think the only way that I get messed up is if they have instant speed exile, and Swiftfoot Boots does not protect you from that. Because they just do it in response. I would cut all boots. Plus, look at the pictures. There's only 2 boots here. 2 boots. That is not enough for the Skitter Spike.
Yeah, he's got like 6 legs.
Right.
Yeah. So good point. Hexproof is nice. Hexproof is nice, but we just want it on a spell that targets our commander.
Right.
Like like our commander does want hexproof, but we want spells that do that.
Yes.
Yeah, Read the Bones is bad.
Read the Bones is bad. This is a bad. I mean, I think we've had literally discussion before. It is a fine card, but if it does the job, there are cards that are much more efficient or powerful or both than this card. It's not like, oh, your deck's bad because you have a Read the Bones in it, but there just are better. There are better options than this.
Yeah, it's not bad because the effect is bad at the mana. It's bad because there are 50, 60 better options to be drawing cards in black.
Yes.
So this is just way down the list. It's like Night's Whisper is the main go-to. Just well, who needs the scry? Let's pay 1 less mana. We can go Sign in Blood. Maybe we can burn out our opponents with that one. That's what you want to be doing with that.
Class, you have to, it's a requirement. If you bring up Sign in Blood, you have to be like, but you could hit your opponent with it. That's
yeah, it is very funny to me. Like Sign in Blood, Sign in Blood, because of things like redirect spells, because they exist, it's just worse now. It's because they can actually take your draw. And especially, what's the red one called? Deflecting Swat. Deflecting Swat is a real card you can expect to see, so you don't want to be in a situation where that can happen.
Right. Run Sign in Blood only bracket 2 and lower.
Then you can't be Deflecting Swat.
I do think, though, the presence of this card may be a sign of something greater. I think this deck suffers from card draw. I think, or I think this deck needs more card draw.
Mm-hmm.
We have almost every way that we can tutor Skitter Spike, and our odds of getting it are still a little rough. But if we can draw 5 cards on top of the 5 from turns 1 through 5, the odds of finding this or a tutor jump to 75%.
It's a lot higher.
Is a lot higher. So this might just be here because they were like, I'm just not finding it. I need to draw more cards. So I think you're on. I think you replace this with another card draw effect and you add more. I struggled to find, because like ideally the card draw is attached to an aura or something else that Killian can reduce. That's why I was really happy with the Wretched Confluence inclusion that I did. But the other 2 that I found that I think you definitely would be running here are Pentarch Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Just nice and simple. You already have a lot of this kind of effect. Gives protection from a color and draws a card and costs 1 with Killian out. Just make sure that you don't give it protection from white, because then you can't target it with any of your auras. Protection from black, probably okay, because there's barely anything you're targeting in black. The other one is Rune of Sustenance. Right? Yes, Rune of Sustenance. Again, reduced to 1 mana because of Killian, draws a card when it enters, and gives us that very, very juicy lifelink.
I love Rune of Sustenance.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely just include more generic draw cards. I think the deck works out better that way. Yeah. Well, while you're thinking, Joe, I've got 2 other
go ahead.
Inclusions that I think would be great here that don't really fit into a category. I just like, these are good. How about a Winds of Wrath? Nice and simple. Destroy all creatures that aren't enchanted. They can't be regenerated. You probably should be running like more board wipes anyway, since your Skitter Spike, once it's out, like as long as it's destroy, this will stay alive. But Winds of Wrath does not even care. You're certainly having this enchanted. You probably the only creatures you care about at all are Skitter Spike and Killian, and it will be very easy to put an enchantment on them, and you destroy everything else. Cool.
So I can't think of other examples, but there's a decent number of these white cards like Defiant Strike that specifically don't do much, but they say draw a card. So this is 1 mana, trigger your commander, or re-put a new thing in your hand. And when you don't have your commander in the field, you just can target Killian or probably Killian, your real commander.
Yeah. Keep going. I had a thought right now, but
and then so these things, and there's a new one from Final Fantasy, I believe, or Dragons of Tarkir have one. 2 mana, target your creature, they get +3/+0, draw a card. That pumps our commander's power, does a little bit of a thing. It's only going to cost 1 because of our commander, and we refill our hand.
Yeah.
So it's a way to cycle through our deck to get it much, much better.
Yeah, I like cantrips here. Here's my thought. I don't know what cards exist.
I don't know if there is anything good here, but...
Oh, yeah. Anoint. Anoint would work. Change of Heart would work. So here, I think it looks like those are the cheapest.
Want to make shitty 1/1 soldiers?
No, we don't want that.
I know.
Okay, so if it were me, I would be running at least one of these, if not both, because they target. I know this one doesn't say it, but it's because it's old formatting. But yeah.
To any
creature. Yeah. So Change of Heart. Target creature cannot attack this turn. It's an instant. So you target your Skitter Spike. You pay the buyback, but the buyback is an additional cost, so it is reduced by Killian. So for every 2 mana that you spend, you cast Change of Heart and return it to your hand and trigger Skitter Spike. So you can just go trigger, win. That's I would do this.
Yeah, no problem, Geek Man. Don't mind helping out with your deck at all. This isn't your deck, but
Yeah.
a different deck that I helped with.
Yeah. This was my other. This was my other include for the deck. Just like generically good card for it. Unfinished Business. Return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return up to 2 aura or enchantment cards from graveyard to the battlefield. Its card is just very strong, and I'm surprised more people don't run it.
To be fair, it just came out like 2 days ago.
It's a reprint.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did not know that. I don't know this card very well, so this is an interesting one. This brand new card that no one's playing. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it is. It is still Eldraine, so 03.
Yeah, so it's not. Oh, it's not. It is new-ish, but it's not brand new like I thought.
Right. I think you're probably not bringing back Giggling Skitterspike. I think it's a weird world where this ends up in your graveyard, but it just like for 5 mana that is so much.
But also, but to be fair, one of the ways this is going to die is a Toxic Deluge.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is a regular ass card you're going to see all the time, so it's not unreasonable for it to end up in your graveyard.
True.
Because like there are just that's probably the main card that's going to do it, but there's a few others that's just going to put it in your graveyard sometimes.
That does make me happy because it means somebody had to pay like 10 or something for a Toxic Deluge
and they still felt good.
Yeah.
That's how good Toxic Deluge is.
What other thoughts do you have? I think
we covered what I had in my notes here.
Yeah. As you look through some of my other cuts here. So I said boots. I would cut Nyx Lotus. This card is just bad.
I mean,
here's a difference. I was like, oh hey, Read the Bones. Like it does the job. It's fine. If you have it in your deck, don't worry too much about it. Nyx Lotus is a bad card.
Agreed. I am 100% with you. I don't like Nyx Lotus at all. The fact that it enters tapped is just it's the bane of its existence. This card is a playable card if it doesn't enter tapped. Probably still not that great, but it entering tap is like no, dead on arrival. So sad.
Yeah.
This deck is also just a little note. You're just not playing MDFCs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you should just be playing Hagra Mauling and
Fel the
Profane are just removal spells that destroy, can target your thing and are reduced by killing. And they do everything you want. Mm-hmm. You can probably slot in at least 5 or 6 MDFCs in this deck.
This is like one of the best decks for them because like the downside is here's an inefficient removal spell, but it's you just staple to a land, so that's good. Now it's just an on-rate removal spell.
Yeah, and Aghanim's Awakening also on the off chance they end up in the your Skitterspike ends up in the graveyard. Mm-hmm. It's just another way to return it to the battlefield.
Yeah, I would, and you can also run the white ones. Both of those are good because the one Witch Enchanter you can target Skitterspike. But it's not. Never mind. You wouldn't do that. That's stupid. But the other one is 3 damage to an attacking or blocking creature. Great.
Get in. 3 damage to a creature. Oh wait, he's indestructible, idiot. Brr, take 10 to the face.
Yeah, and then Witch Enchanter is just a good card. I
want to say one last note here. But Veg might have another note too. But so one last note for me is this deck works because Skittering Spike is a very good card. It is. If you get it going, your opponents don't live long. So it literally takes like 2 or 3 turns of this on the battlefield, you win. Like this is a strategy that though you have to jump through hoops to find it, search it out, put it onto the battlefield, and then start casting all of your enchantments. Fine. Because when you do it, you will just win. This is a winning strategy.
Yeah.
I remember I thought this card was good, and then Veggie killed us with it in like 1 turn. And I was like, okay, that card's actually real good. Okay, so if you just are doing it, you're doing it.
Right. I think this also...
Yeah, we mentioned the aura mark earlier in this, but yes, you're 100% right. It gives lifelink, and our commander deals damage. Yeah. Secret commander. I keep calling it our commander.
You see, Joe, that's why we do them in sections so that we don't just put the... we don't add a card randomly. We're like, but we haven't looked at the deck yet. Yeah, this game is definitely out. The one with where Schultz played Mimeoplasm, the new one, and then absorbed a skitter spike and then used it to kill me in response to, like, had somebody target it so they could kill me on the stack.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the perfect Mimeoplasm card.
Mm-hmm.
It's the perfect Mimeoplasm card. I mean, Mimeoplasm works with a lot of stuff, but that's like one of the best things I can think of to
Yeah.
put for to get the abilities of.
Okay. So we've taken a good look at this, made some suggestions to add and remove. As far as consistency, which was our main goal here, I think the important parts are add more card draw. Like I said, if you're able to draw 5 cards within your first 5 turns, like 5 additional cards within your first 5 turns, you increase your odds of finding the skitter spike or a tutor for it from 60% to 75%. And that is not even taking into account a free mulligan. So I think that's very important. And if you wanted to, you could include some more tutors, with Beseech the Mirror being the good one that you could do here. Ooh! Rob the Princess, thank you so much! Awooga! Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the gift subs.
Yeah. That means it's a deck tech, right?
Yeah, I mean, if Rob is looking for a deck tech.
Yeah. So yeah, if you have something that you want teched, then you know where to go.
Yeah, and you get it. Yeah,
post it in the decked out Discord, or that's the best place to go.
Yeah, make just at decked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at the decked out profile.
Yeah. And we got plenty. We've got 3 more, so plenty of time for you to figure out what you would like to be teched.
This next one I like a lot.
The next deck.
The next deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the idea. I mean, it's Shadowheart, baby. Everybody's favorite sassy goth mommy from Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I've never played it.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good game. You really should play it. Like,
it's a game that's not Magic the Gathering. I haven't played it,
but it has a vague relation to it. At least the vague relation might be enough. Yeah, but Shadowheart is. Let's start with starting with our commander here. A 3/4 that you pay 1 of the black, sacrifice another creature, draw X cards, where X is that creature's power. You can choose a background. And which background did we choose, Veggie?
For this one, this deck was submitted by our patron Dead.
Oh, yes.
Who we've played many a spell table game with. They went with Agent of the Iron Throne. Commander creatures you own have whenever an artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. And they were pretty straightforward with it. They said, this is just the one I had. There, I think, are better backgrounds to go with Shadowheart, but I don't care. This is the one that I had. And I'm with them. The background I don't think matters too much.
I thought 5 was 5. Now, Nurgle's making me question: was 5 gifted subs not a deck tech? Was I just wrong about that? Did my mind make something up? It's possible.
You were so confident with it. I was like, oh, I must have forgotten.
I mean, it is possible that I created. It is possible I have a mismemory. I believe
maybe we're confusing it with the adding a card to builds.
Maybe that's what I am doing. Yes, I think I have conflated 2 ideas here. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because deck techs are more, aren't they? I don't remember how much is the deck tech, Girl, on Ko-fi?
It's 25, I think.
I need more sticky notes.
If a gift is, I think a gift is 5.
Yeah, it is at $25, but we do get less from that.
Yeah.
But
okay. But here, that's so it's not a thing. However, we have made a mistake, and that means that if you have one that you want us to attack after this, we can do it.
Don't watch. Stop watching. Stop making fun of us, Nerd Girl. We're squirming in our seats here.
Okay, so Dead's Shadowheart deck.
5 gift subs is more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is more. Well, yes. Yeah.
Okay, So, yeah, Dead has submitted this Shadowheart and Agent of the Iron Throne. And you do get a little bit of value out of this because you are often sacrificing a creature. But they said they are. It's pretty obvious what the deck's trying to do. We are sacrificing creatures that have a good ratio of power to mana that you've invested, and they are looking for more cheap creatures with high power. Possibly another payoff to be able to turn this into a win. And then, just any other good synergies. So let's take a look at the deck.
Yeah. I mean, you can already see right away. Let's look at like something like Phyrexian Dreadnought. This is the exact kind of thing they want for the deck.
This is like the perfect card.
Yeah, I mean, it comes out, it's going to kill itself, but it does not matter because you're just going to sacrifice it with that trigger on the stack and draw 12 cards.
It turns out design mistakes make for powerful cards.
I mean, yeah, this card is broken in like
multiple formats,
multiple decks, and in just anything. You can just do so many different things with it.
Because it's literal. It's just a mistake. Like, this is a design mistake.
Yes.
So yeah, for those of you who do not quite know, so you play the Dreadnought, and there is a brief moment where it is in play because its ability is a trigger that it is asking you, hey, sacrifice creatures, or this gets sacrificed. Normally the template is, as this comes into play, sacrifice a number of creatures, and if you don't, it goes straight to the bin. That's like Mox Diamond, or it's part of the casting cost.
Yeah, where as an additional cost to
right.
cast, do this. But no, this thing's just like, how about we do it at the weirdest time possible so we're broken?
Yes. But yeah, here you can just go, great, 1 mana, and then in response to trigger, sacrifice it to to Shadowheart and draw 12 cards.
I think this it's why is this here? I love this card.
Because it's a 3/2 for 2 mana.
It's so funny. It also is really like it's also the idea of this over sexualized ogre who's just like, why did they make her breasts so big? This ogre is just like very, very boobed.
What was it? Yeah, what was the art prompt for this? Wait, like, I want to know, did they go into this? Like, was this from Wizards? They're like, hey, look, so we got a request. Or did Dan Frazier go, you know what this card could use?
And the worst part is, it's one of those two. Either Dan Frazier made it an executive decision, which is more likely because this is an old Magic card where they had a lot less art direction, or Wizards said, we want this orc lady, ogre lady, but we want to make sure she's got absolute calcium cannons.
Nice rollover from the previous stream. All right, so yeah, our 1, 2, and 3 drops are all like very, very large power creatures for not much mana, and usually there's some sort of drawback that we just don't care about because the creature does not stay on the battlefield for long. Yeah, Soldier Gorger, you have to sacrifice creatures, but you never get there. Relic Golem does not do anything, but you don't care. Some of the cuter like inclusions here. Evoke is really nice. Similar to Phyrexian Dreadnought, these do end up on the battlefield for a short moment. You pay the evoke cost, Shriekmaw enters. You then can respond to the sacrifice by activating Shadowheart and get a little extra value out of it. So for 4 mana total, the 2 for evoke and the 2 for Shadowheart, you have destroyed a creature and drawn 3 cards. That's pretty good. I also really like the Scourge Familiar here. I think I missed this on my first time through because I have it on my to add list. Because what the deck ends up with a ton of cards in hand. You will draw out way more cards than you're able to play. So being able to convert spare cards into mana is really important for this.
Yes, it is one of the best win cons in the deck. It's actually, it's why you should probably add an Expel or two in here as well, which we will get to, because it's a nice win con for this. Like, actually, when you have Exsanguinate, but probably want another one or two if you want to be consistent.
I think there's no. That's it. Before we leave creatures, I'm just going to point out the other thing. So we do have to figure out, how does this win the game? You're drawing a lot of cards, but how do you win the game? The answer is pretty directly. You use Psychosis Crawler or Shieldred to mostly Psychosis Crawler, or I think Starscream is Starscream is the other one. That just straight up goes, did you draw? Hit your opponents. Shieldred is just nice because it allows you a lot more times that you're gaining life off of it.
Bolster your life total.
Yes. Or you're then using Scourge Familiar for a giant Exsanguinate to win. And I'm definitely with you, like having another one of these kind of spells.
Yeah, I mean, just Torment of Hellfire is the easy go-to. There is other ones that do similar things, but that's the easy one. I also want to say, playing this card, you have to have cojones, as they would say. This is a dangerous card to play. This is a lot of life, because every creature you destroy is a damage to you. Some boards have 40 plus creatures on them.
This is my veggie point for this deck. I had never seen this card before.
Neither have I. I was just like, why would you play Damnation? But it's like, this is way cooler.
Yeah.
And even though it has a lot of risks to it, the upside is there.
Yeah.
You're doing the thing that we say all the time, whether here or on the podcast, where we are turning board wipes into one-sided, which is way, way, way more powerful.
Yes. This is also back in the day when they're like, oh, just put a line from Paradise Lost as the flavor text.
Better than the Bible.
Right. All right. If we go down to instance, we see a couple of these effects. Malakir Rebirth, Supernatural Stamina, Undying Malice, that bring a creature back when they die, which is very cute, because it's one extra mana to turn your Soul Gorger into another 8 card draw.
Yeah. There is, so it is sad that these won't really how does Phyrexian Dreadnought work? It doesn't work, right?
Totally works.
What's his wording?
When it's
it's just gonna come into play and we're gonna have to do it again, but we won't be able to sacrifice because our commander's tapped.
We can you can use it for another sacrifice outlet if you've got it.
Okay. That was my thought.
Yeah.
A commander does have to tap to do it.
Right. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to Shadowheart in the same turn without some extra work.
Yes, which is the card I have on my suggested list.
You mentioned at the beginning of the stream, you were like, Veggie has put some LOLs in his in his notes for today. I don't know how you don't play. Oh my god.
Can't type. Veggie can't type. Making things full screen when he doesn't want it.
When your online name is dead, and how do you not play Not Dead After All? It's also, it just also is one of the more efficient versions of this effect. But that's I think you have to play that, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely have to play it.
Yeah,
100%.
Because you get a joke every time you do it. You're like, well, actually, I am dead after all.
Yeah, and also you just want to cut all these twos to put as many ones. You're probably missing another one here. Just cut the twos, make them cost 1 mana.
Yeah.
Just be more mana efficient. There's plenty of these that exist at this point. I can't think of them, but they're there. Find them.
Yeah. Undying, I think, is literally just one.
Undying is one. Yep.
And there's like one more. But yeah. Okay. Artifact.
You already did Not Dead After All.
Right.
That's already enough.
Yeah. We have some just really efficient ways to boost power. Although this one's a little funky because we have this non-bows with a bunch of things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Yeah, it non-bows because let's say you use the Not Dead After All effect. You have to make a choice. You either can return it to the battlefield and then Eater of Virtue does not get any bonus, or Eater of Virtue exiles it and your effect doesn't work. But it is still an easy way to give +2.
Yeah.
Some things that care about are stuff dying, like Ghost Lantern and Skull Clamp.
The most interesting card here, I think, is Hand of Vecna. At the beginning of combat on your turn, equipped creature or a creature you control named Vecna, we're not worried about that, gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. I love that you can pay 1 life for each card in your hand. So
Yeah,
we're going to draw like
die.
30 to just kill ourselves with it. But it has equip too, so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, this is also a win condition, because that's a very large boost, and you can just start swinging at people.
Yeah, in this deck, yeah, let's keep going because there's another. This deck does have these effects. You have no maximum hand size. We have this. We have Thought Vessel, I believe, is right here. Yes. God, there's so many arts for every card now.
Yeah.
It is so hard for me to find cards. Like, I know what Thought Vessel looks like. I don't know what Final Fantasy Thought Vessel looks like. And like every set gets a new art for it. So
I would be playing every version of this effect that I could, because there aren't many that you can get in black. The one that is missing here is Decanter of Endless Water.
I mean, if you want literally everyone, it's missing Spellbook as well.
Yeah. I think you run a Spellbook.
That's fair.
Deck,
I mean,
yeah, I think it runs the amount of card draw you get. I'm okay with spending a card for that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's pretty much, that's what the deck do be doing. So I guess the first thing is what they want is big creatures, and they did miss a few. And one is on your notes that was on my notes right away too, which was the what is it?
Hunted Horror.
Hunted Horror. Which you have to be very careful when you pronounce.
Yeah,
Hunted
don't say
Horror.
it the way that Nerd Girl says it.
Hunted Horror.
I just when she says it, I like, she doesn't say it this way, but I always picture Frank Reynolds from Always Sunny.
I mean, I thought for sure we were gonna get your Frank Reynolds impression.
Hunted Horror.
Good. I'm glad we got that for everybody here. Hunted Horror.
Yeah, this is one of the best ratios of mana to attack.
So, anyways, I started blasting.
Yeah. Also, Rob, we got your submission, so we'll add that to today's lineup.
So I think if we are going to do gift subs, it should be 10 gift subs to be a little more equivalent to the Ko-fi. Because even though they're spending the same amount, us making the same amount, so it benefits them to go to Ko-fi. They'll save money and we get more money. So yeah. So that is 10 gift subs or head over to Ko-fi, $30.
Yeah, and we will forget that by the next time that we do one of these streams.
No, we won't. I promise. I already forgot what we're talking about.
Yeah. Did you have any other specifically like just large creatures?
Oh yeah, that was the main thing I was looking at.
I have a big list of them as well, but we'll start with yours.
Rotting Regisaur.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, 3 mana, 7 power. What's its downside? Oh, on your upkeep you have to discard. He's not making it there. And even if he does, we draw so many cards, it does not matter. Was Rob the mystery gifter?
No, we don't know who the mystery gifter was. Although if there's anyone that we know that would be a mystery gifter, then maybe they're the one asking, was Rob the mystery gifter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder who it could be.
Yeah. What else? What else you got?
We have Hunted Bone Brute.
Yep, that's the more recent one from Karlov. 3 mana for a 6 power, right?
Yep, 3 mana for 6 power.
Yep.
Little bone brute, you know. What else? I was a big fan of. I had Necrogoyf on here. For the times when we don't, I like it. I especially like it because for the times that we don't have our thing, we have to discard a lot of cards. Our graveyard fills up real fast, and we can discard this to cast it for a cheaper cost. when we don't have our hand things, which is going to be some percentage of the time.
Mhm.
And this counts creatures in all graveyards. Our deck is mostly creatures. This is huge, fast, and we're going to cast it for 3 when we discard it.
Yeah. I see the suggestion for Yargle, and it is a pretty solid, like one of the better ratios of mana investment to cost. But this deck in particular wants to focus more on lower cost creatures that get you that benefit, because you still have to spend 2 to sacrifice to Shadowheart. And once you're paying 5 mana, like think about the ratio as compared to like Haunted Horror. 2 for 7, or do I want to pay 3 more mana for just 2 more power? I don't think I run Yargle here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Calaxion.
Yeah, that is the new one.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is just a vanilla creature that is begging to be thrown in this deck. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, super budget.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is
Mhm.
35-cent uncommon that just has 7 power. Because it's nothing but but it's 7/2.
Mhm.
It doesn't even have a downside. It's just a
Right, it's just a 7/2.
I guess the downside is it sucks, but is that really that big of a downside? Desecration Elemental?
Oh yeah, 4 mana for an 8.
Yeah, this was like one of the last ones I put on my list because I was like looking for something big and busty. Yeah, it's not. we talk big and busty. I would describe this thing as busty.
Sure. I don't like this here.
Is it too much?
I think the main problem is that ability is not one that we can reliably get around, because as soon as it's on the board, well, I guess if immediately, because we have priority, you can activate it. I would only play this if I could sacrifice it immediately, because then your opponents do not have a window where this is on the board and they can play a spell.
Yeah.
Because you get priority first, and if you activate Shadowheart, then your opponents will never force you to sacrifice a creature. Yeah. But I think for me, I'm just not
too much.
No, I'm just not worried about anything that costs 4 or more for this. Here are a couple that I liked, because Dead was also looking for a little bit of extra value in what you can do here. Rock Curse Rakshasa is 2 for 5 power, great rate, and it has an ability that you can use from the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. This card's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
because the giving a bunch of creatures decayed does a bunch. It dissuades your opponents from attacking. It allows you to hit them because decayed creatures can't block. It's so that to me is really ideal here. Forsaken Miner is still a decent rate, where if we look at the rest of the deck, we're happy with 2 power for 1, and it brings itself back from the graveyard for crimes. There aren't a ton of them in the deck, but like you just doesn't know.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But just any times that you're naturally like just going to get that is free real estate.
It's free real estate.
Free real estate.
You have to whisper it.
For what?
You can't just say free real estate. Do you not know this reference?
I don't think so.
It's like from the Tim and Eric's Awesome Show.
Oh, no, I don't.
I don't watch that show either, but I know the meme. He just whispers, because it's free real estate. I don't know what is going on. He says it very like sexily. It is very funny. It's very dumb. I can't believe you don't know that. I will have to. Well, before the stream ends, I will show Veggie free real estate.
Yeah, Rob, nice. Forsaken Miner, Drake's magic card. There's actually an even better. Hold on. There's an even better one. I don't think it'll let me put it in here because it's a white card. It's can I
also
click here to search? Yeah. Right, this is the name of the card. Here we go. This is ether geode miner, so it's literally a miner. Yes, so that's a joke that lives in my head. What I had like one or two other cute ones. I put this one on here because it's both a good rate and it means I get to talk about the card. We're gonna add this little card that has its own rules in the comprehensive rulebook.
Ooh.
This is Circling Vultures. It's 1 mana for 3 power, so that's even better than any of our 1-drops that aren't named Phyrexian Dreadnought. During your upkeep, remove the top creature card in your graveyard or bury Circling Vultures. We don't care. But this last line, if Circling Vultures is in your hand, you may discard it. Play this ability as an instant. I don't know what purpose they ever had for I don't know what was the design thought here. You just they're like, hey, you can discard it. And you're like, okay. But the way that this is worded, this is a special action. There are not many special actions total in Magic the Gathering. This is one of the few that just is its own special action. Usually it is at least a category of thing. Like Morph. Flipping a creature face up is a special action, but not lots of creatures have it. Foretelling a spell is a special action, but a bunch of things have it. This is cited in the comprehensive rules because they have to be like, here are the special actions: Morph, Foretell, Circling Vultures. So yeah.
How?
Cosmic. You'd think that there was a rewrite where it is 0 discard this card, but it's not. It's not an activated ability. It's a special action that you just may discard this card. That is the current. That's yeah.
I also saw a couple people saying Shakedown Heavy in chat. I don't remember what that one's rate is.
3 mana for 6/4. I like it.
Yeah, solid rate. Shakedown Heavy. Thank you guys for the suggestion. We appreciate it. Yeah. I don't think I had that one on my list.
Let's see. Somebody, I think Rob might have mentioned. I have this on my list as well. Grim Wanderer. This is also one of the best rates you can get. 2 mana for 5. The downside is you can only cast it if a creature died, and it does have flash. So I think that's pretty reliable that you'll be able to get this on the board.
I mean, we're killing creatures all the time.
Yeah.
It's totally reasonable to get this out on the board with little to no effort. I think these ones I didn't see. I think I put 6 as the number I was looking for.
Yeah.
Because when I did my Scryfall search earlier, so I'm realizing I missed all these 5.
Oh, see, not to get off on another tangent here, but Scryfall, it's just like it's such a good tool. So the search that I used for this, I did this at mana value 3, 2, and 1. I just did show me every creature, but sort them by power. So I would be like, okay, must be a creature, mana value 3, sort by power. All right, separate search. Mana value 2, sort by power.
And if you're good with this.
Yeah.
So I'll just pull it up here. But there is a whole thing of a crazy searches you can do. And if you use those, you can actually use them all on our sponsor Moxfield right here. Because we look at every deck through moxfield.com. And so for example, let's just do thing. This stands for Oracle. So we want cards in the Oracle, they say discard. Boom. Every single card in our deck colors.
Yes.
That is oracled and says discard is now showing up here. And it's using Scryfall, but Moxfield is able to do that.
Yeah.
Moxfield is an incredible deck building website. We literally could not do this without them because there's just nothing quite like it that has all of the versatility and ability. When's the last time you built a deck without Moxfield?
I think the only one I can think of in recent memory was I wanted to see how different a deck I would make if I was just looking at cards that I left on my floor versus what I would build in Moxfield. And I was just like, oh, I just don't care to play this.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly it. Moxfield has incredible amount of tools that make deck building easier. Just like I think this is the best thing. This is probably the literal best thing. Do you want to count all the damn pips in your deck? The answer is no, you do not want to count. So when you're a multicolor deck, like back here, you could see, oh wow, this deck's actually really a white deck. And that is a stat you're not going to get without counting.
Yeah.
Who the hell wants to do that? Moxfield.com, absolutely amazing. Make sure you're using Moxfield.com. Check out all of our decks on Moxfield.com.
Yeah, also we have like this account is the Decked Out Team account is where you will find the decks that we talk about in short form videos. So if I do a deck build and then talk about it, Joe does a deck build and talks about it, then those lists will be on this account. And if you want to see any of the lists from the show, it's just Decked Out Show.
Yep.
Okay. I don't think I had any other... Oh, okay. This is the last creature I found for this. Oh my god. There we go. Lupine Prototype.
Oh god, what a card.
It's again, a really good rate for this. 5 power for 2. Creature can attack or block unless player has no cards in hand. We don't care.
Jesus, I swear to God, you're suggesting Shakedown Heavy after we've already mentioned Shakedown Heavy. Pay attention. Harel Soretha, welcome in the chat. What about Warring Triad's interesting, but we have to turn it on with our graveyard?
Yeah, I feel like Shakedown Heavy would be good here.
Shakedown Heavy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Okay, let's see. What else do we have? What are your other thoughts on this deck?
Well, I was looking at yours here, and like one of the cards that isn't in here that I just don't get how it's not in here is another card draw spell. Not this deck needs more card draw, but Disciple of Bolas just does the same thing our commander does. And having repeat effects of what our commander is trying to do is super worth it. There can't be that many disciples, right? Where is he? Disciple Boss, yeah. He enters, sacrifice a creature, you gain X life, and draw X cards for X is his power.
Yeah. This actually is slightly better because Shadowheart does not gain you life.
Yeah, so you get a better effect. And like, you can't always rely on your commander staying on the battlefield. So you want effects that just do the same type of thing.
Yeah.
Another card is on your list here that does a similar type of thing is Doomweaver.
Doomweaver.
Which, when your creatures are dying, if they're paired with this, they're going to draw cards equal to their power. It's the same kind of thing. We are finding ways to replicate our commander without having our commander in the games where it dies 2 or 3 times, or just any situation where you can't keep it on the battlefield.
Yeah, because if you look at this deck without the commander, it is a pile of very bad creatures. So if you're not able to do the Shadowheart thing, then I think the deck struggles a lot.
I mean, Cosmic, if I see they're not in here, it's just like not a card that like you're gonna see on these deck tech suggestions very often, because it's just like, if our advice, if you are playing a monocolored deck, Jet Medallion always, and Banchu's Monument a lot of the time. Like, it's just Jet Medallion is like an easy, like, if you're playing mono black, your deck is 98% to play it. One out of every 50 decks might not want it, but that's rare.
Yeah.
That's why it's just like, we could tell you that every single monocolored deck we get, but
yeah. And in much the same way that we certainly don't tell you to run the MDFCs in every deck.
No, I will tell you to run the MDFCs in every deck, because people don't get. People know how good the medallions are. I think people to this day, we are on like 4 or 5 years of MDFCs existing. They just don't understand how good they are, and I will talk about them until the day that every deck has 5.
Okay. Yeah, so definitely more of these effects that are converting our high powered creatures into card draw. I had some other cute things because one of the other challenges that Dead had for us was payoffs. Because we know we can draw a bunch of cards, and right now the payoffs are we've got Psychosis Crawler, we've got Starscream, and then we've got maybe draw a bunch of cards and Exsanguinate.
Wow. I'm glad Veggie can read what was in the deck, as he suggests Hand of Vecna.
Yeah.
Which is in the deck already.
The what I have, because I mentioned before, probably should be running everything that breaks hand size limit. I already think that you should be doing that, but we can also just start putting in cards that help to convert that into damage. We have the Hand of Vecna already in the deck, but I like Kagemaru here. Power and toughness equal to the number of cards in your hand, and you can sacrifice it to board wipe. That seems pretty solid here.
Yep.
I think this is very cute. It's maybe too cute.
Oh, it's definitely. I want to be clear. This is way too cute. But this is the kind of card I would include in this deck, because I lived in the days where Pack Rat was a goddamn menace in Standard. Mono Black Devotion was the deck to beat, and sometimes they played Pack Rat on turn 2. You didn't have an answer, and you lost. You just lost, and that was some of the most miserable. I say that, but Standard's so much worse now, in my opinion. But like, those games sucked butts, where they just, the Mono Black Mirror, Pack Rat, go. Oh, you don't have anything? I win. Game over. GG.
I think this card actually is good in this deck, because you always have an abundance of cards in your hand, so you always have something to discard to make another Pack Rat, and it makes a very large creature, because you're just constantly making more and more Pack Rats, and so for the rate of 3 mana, you eventually get something that you can also grind up into more cards.
Jesus. I will come back to you after this deck tech, because I would love to argue with you about MDFCs.
That I think it gives you a very different type of win condition, because this deck certainly is not going wide, but Pack Rat allows you to do it.
Yeah, I didn't have Pack Rat. I did have the weird I had
Kagemaru.
Yeah, I had Kagemaru. I was looking for things that also got buffed by power based on it.
This is I think a card that really does a lot in this deck. Alter the Wretched. So again, it's a sacrifice a creature, draw cards equal to power. You also mill, but who cares? But then later on, first front side. So yeah, it's another thing that does what our commander does, and it's repeatable because you can pay 3 to return it from your graveyard to your hand. But the flip side, so you craft with 1 or more creatures. Those can be creatures in your graveyard, and probably should be. The backside, power and toughness are equal to the total power of the exiled cards used to craft it. And it gets the keyword abilities of the things that it's absorbed. So look at some of the cards that we have here. Indestructible. Like what we have: trample,
Flash.
trample, flying, trample. Yeah, so you can make a massive creature that probably
you missed one.
just starts
Menace.
Yeah.
Ooh, Intimidate.
Right? Yeah. Ascendant Emikar even has flying.
So that in our deck? I didn't even realize that is one I missed. What's that doing up there?
What classic old card
is cool. It was more of a. This deck seems kind of efficient, pretty good. What the hell is this doing here?
I definitely interpreted this as like, this is a fun deck. Like this strategy is solid, but you have to play a lot of bad cards to, like, they could just be playing efficient cards and sacrificing those. They very definitely went the angle of, I'm playing actively bad cards in this deck because the power is higher. So I was like, yes, this is cool old card. Go with it. But yeah, I think this allows you to build a creature that just starts killing players. So that to me is another big payoff.
I mean, that's amazing. I mean, exactly what the deck wants. It goes with Disciple. It's like I said, Disciple of Boss belongs here. This is even better. This is better than Disciple of Boss in this deck.
Yeah. This, by the way, for those of you who think that I'm actually affecting the prices of cards in the secondary market, which I think I've only done once, but now all of my shorts are like, don't talk about this card, you'll blow up the price. This is a card that I have not talked about, but I've been ending up using this in more and more and more deck builds. I think it's just very good. So there you go. Get in now. What else have you got? I've got more, but
let's see. We've covered a lot of what I had on my. Oh yeah, I thought that because like we get to WinCon with this, I just thought I I don't think it's as good.
Oh,
we're gonna have so many cards in hand. I just thought it was so funny that we could literally go back through our whole deck with the Fairies Puzzle Box.
You actually probably could kill like the table in one turn. Because you just need, like, let's assume players are at like 30.
Yeah.
Then 15 cards in hand is very reasonable for this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't think this is like the ideal card for this deck, but I think this is the kind of fun thing I want to do. Just like you said, we're playing all these silly creatures. Like, this is just a fun way to be like, I'll put these 20 on the bottom. Mm-hmm. Give me a new 20, or is it at the bottom? Was this?
Yeah, you put it on the bottom.
Yeah. That's even funny. At the beginning of your draw step, that player puts. This deck can actually get to the point where you put your hand on the bottom and then draw back.
You arrange your entire deck.
Wait, how many cards? Like, how does it? Is it in any order? Or do you arrange
any order? Yeah.
So if you have like 50 and there's 10 cards in your deck, you get to just draw. What a stupid little fun thing to do. But I didn't think this was a great card for the deck. I just think I would put it in because it's very fun.
Yeah. Gundam, you suggested Hatred. I don't like Hatred here because that is a lot of extra mana to spend. Sure, you get a boatload of extra cards, but we don't aside from Scourge Familiar, we actually don't convert off of those extra cards terribly well. In like I don't think I'd play it here because 5 mana is a lot to spend on top of the 2 mana for Shadowheart's ability and likely the mana that we spent for the creature because we usually aren't keeping those on the board for long. Kind of in the same vein of Kagamaru and Alter the Wretched, I have Sutured Ghoul. This used to be part of a one-shot combo in kitchen table Magic. So it's exile any number of creature cards from your graveyard, power equal to the total number of exile cards, toughness equal to total toughness. So it just also makes you very large creature that can kill people. And you can also sacrifice it for more cards.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's really. I wish we could play some sort of fun black variation on Labman in this deck. Like, I don't know what it would be, but I wish there was something like a cool Labman. It doesn't even have to win the game. I don't care what it is. It's something fun.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the combo with this is. I think it.
Fling. You're thinking of Fling.
I think it was a Hermit Druid deck because it was 60 card Magic. So I think the aim was play Hermit Druid, activate, mill your whole deck out, then sacrifice. You do like Narcomoeba, sacrifice those to Dread Return to reanimate Sutured Ghoul, and you have a dragon's something. It's from Scourge. There was a cycle of auras that would bring themselves back from the graveyard attached to a creature whenever if the creature was mana value 6 or more. It's dragon something.
Fart.
Dragon's Fart. It's Dragon's Fart. So you would cast Dread Return by sacrificing your Hermit Druid and 2 Narcomoeba, reanimate Sutured Ghoul, exile a bunch of creatures so that its power was 20. And then Dragon Wings is the blue one. Dragon Wings is the blue one. Yeah, I don't remember what the red one is. But it gave haste.
I do. Dragon Fart.
Dragon Fart gives haste. And so then you just would swing with your Suture Ghoul and kill them. That was, I'm pretty sure, was the kitchen table, like,
Come on, tell me that's
combo
not a
deck.
funny visual. Like, the guy's like, how do I go fast?
Yeah. Yeah. And if it's a Dragon Fart,
Yeah, that's power.
right?
A little fire with it.
Yeah.
I think we're almost done here. Do you got any little last suggestions? Because I think...
My little last suggestion, I don't think you should play this because I think it is not in the spirit of the deck, but I do want to point out that the card exists.
Oh, no, yeah, this card's mean.
That is my actual note here is this is just Mind Slicer mean. When it dies, each player discards their hand.
I hate
Don't play this here, but it is very good.
This is one of those cards that I am an advocate for no one to play in Commander because it sits in this very strange spot of like this card is not that good, but also where it is good, lower as you get a little lower in power, no one wants to play against that.
That's interesting. That a good bit of that statement I feel is true. What it does in lower power games is not fun. But I would not say that it is that is where it's more powerful. I think this is a very high power, like, viable card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
like
fair.
would you play a spell for 4 mana that says everybody discards their hand? Like, do you think that spell would be strong in high power Magic?
What is it? You said 4 mana?
4 mana.
And we're talking Commander, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it's a very strong spell. 4 mana, everybody discards their hand is really good. And the decks that can play this, that's what it is.
Okay. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. It always just it's so mean. It sucks in low power. Don't play it in 3 or less.
Yeah. Or just honestly, don't play it at all unless your play group is cool with it or you're like in CEDH or something. The card is very strong, but what it does to games is often not fun. But
yeah, we are on Dead's deck. That's but we are finishing it up right now. But yeah, this is overall. I love the fun strategy. I like that you what you did. My favorite thing, you embrace the silliness that the commander can do, which is like, yeah, let's put in all these really, really not good creatures just to make it a little bit better and more fun. So.
Yes. Good. And our challenge for this was to find more creatures, especially at 1, 2, and 1 and 2 mana that have high power to sacrifice. Definitely did that, and maybe some more payoffs to turn into wins. I think Pack Rat is a really fun choice. We also found Alter the Wretched, maybe adding another Expel or 2. When you have your Scourge Familiar combo, I think that should get you there.
Yeah, just like one. I think just do Torment of Hailfire. It's a little boring, but like the rest of the deck's not boring. So it's fine to throw in a little boring at the end. Just be efficient and win at that point, right?
Yeah. Okay, on to the next one. And yes, Henselster.
Targ was our first.
Targ was the first one. Okay.
Oh.
We now have, submitted by Red, the Master Transcendent. This is a cool card. So it's 1, a black, a green, and a blue. When it enters, target player gets 2 rad counters. So for those of you unfamiliar, rad counters are a thing that go on a player. And at your first main phase, you mill cards equal to the number of rad counters you have, and then for every non-land that you hit, you lose a life and remove a rad counter.
Rad counter.
Yeah.
I think you have to do this every time you do rad counter.
So it's ongoing mill that over time like cures itself. But it helps to set up for the second ability, which is tap, put target creature in a graveyard that was milled this turn onto the battlefield under your control. it's a green mutant with base power and toughness 3/3. So you can reanimate anything that has been milled that turn as the 3/3.
Yeah. This deck, we're going to, the way this is currently built, we're going to mostly mill ourselves. So he comes down, we target ourselves, and then we're going to start milling our stuff into our graveyard and bringing back our own stuff as 3/3 mutants.
Yes. Now, Red has said that this has a couple main. I don't have it in my notes because the formatting was it was unhappy with Google Docs, but the main win cons are milling yourself out and then using Jace or Laboratory Maniac to just win the game, or you can mill your opponents out with just raw mill or combo like Ruin Crab and Head Shredder. So you play a land, Head Shredder, or you play a land, Ruin Crab mills you 3, right? Which that's the one that can mill you. No. Hedron Crab. There we go. Yes. You play a land, Hedron Crab mills you 3, and as long as you hit a land within those 3 cards, Head Shredder puts it back onto the battlefield, triggering Hedron Crab again. And then you use also Ruin Crab. I don't know. You could, this deck can also mill your opponents out. And then the third win con is sometimes you do just reanimate the right creatures to be able to hit your opponents with. I think that is a much weaker win con since you're always bringing them back as 3/3s, but we'll see that there are a couple ways to reanimate creatures straight up as opposed to this ability.
Yeah, Veggie, why don't you tell us the ruling on this? Because you're a very smart rules person. Why don't you tell us the rulings on a card that specifically says its power and toughness is different, but wait, it came back as a 3/3. How does that work?
Yeah, it comes back as a 3/3. It comes back as a 3/3. That's it. That's the whole ruling.
It's so boring, though. You're supposed to have something fun to throw in there.
Yeah, it's you can. That's it. That's it. It doesn't work any fancy funky way. It is just sad. Okay. So let's go over some of how this deck is built and figure out. What was the I should have also found the thing.
What thing?
I forget what our goal was for this one.
Veggie of wagons and Joe of cherries? Hello, filthy soul type player. Layers are fun. Layers are not fun.
Layers are fun.
Disagree. I think everybody disagrees with you. Except for Cosmic.
How do I find the pins on mobile?
What are you trying to look for?
Our everything document. Oh, wait. Oh, get that out of there. That's important information. It's not really, but
I mean, it's mostly just links.
Yeah. Where are you? There.
No, girl. Dear Lord, clip that. Don't clip that. No, actually, don't. We'll literally delete it. You losers. Love you guys.
Okay. Okay. We are trying to keep creature heavy and just open to general suggestions, maybe to get it to win a little bit faster, but this is like definitely bracket 3. They don't feel like it hangs at bracket 4. I would agree. So tune it up. Easy.
Yep. All right, Veggie. So, let's finish. What does this deck do?
What does this deck do? Okay, well, for the most part, you want to set up a bunch of mill. Whether this is very good at milling itself, but it also has small amounts of mill because you want it to happen you want to be milling everybody, so you have a good selection of creatures that you can bring back since the master can hit any graveyard. So, like, Ruin Crab is really nice. We also just have milk stapled to a lot of other generic things. Like Bramble Familiar is a mana dork, but then it can return itself and mill you 7 cards.
Ooh, Tyler gave us a cheer. Let's.
Um, we also have like Dredge. We have some ways to capitalize off of cards in our graveyard, like Muldrotha, like Six, like Rawl.
Rawl. What a name.
Right?
The ghoul.
Oh,
You okay there?
yeah.
You're
I'm peeling.
You're
I think
peeling. Yeah, Veggie's peeling.
I had a little too much sun.
Mesmeric Orb is in there.
Oh, Mesmeric Orb is in here.
Yes.
So this kind of deck has gotten some really good upgrades recently. One of them, which
Frog Mommy
Frog Mommy Man is so good. Because mill decks before had to kind of put together a combo to get a realistic win. You needed like Bruvac and mill half or something.
Yeah. Jace's Cacophony or whatever.
Right. But this is now both a good early game card because you can get a little bit of mill on everybody for a rate better than Millstone, or it's a win con because the exhaust will usually just kill everybody since you're milling equal cards in their graveyard, so you only have to do half the mill half the deck. And now it has just gotten the Water Crystal, which is so good. You're adding 4 to each instance of mill. I do want to point out, this was something that a lot of people were confused about when this card was spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
Its interaction with rad counters. The mill from rad counters is 1 instance.
Yeah.
It is not like each rad mills you 1. It is mill equal to the number of rad that you have. So it does still amplify it, but not to an absurd amount.
Yeah. Know what it does amplify to an absurd amount? Mesmeric Orb, which is rare.
Yep. This, on the other hand, is a trigger per permanent that untaps. So you add 4 to each permanent that untapped.
This is gonna kill people.
Yes.
Yeah, like that combo of cards is just like you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because players are not gonna be like, well, I know what's coming because I've planned for this perfectly because I play against Mill all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Though, what's funny is if Fred just plays this deck all the time, his friends will be like,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I know this is coming. I can't run right into Water Crystal Orb combo.
Yeah. And I'll bring up some other maybe even more powerful combinations with Water Crystal in a moment, but here let's do our general once over. So we have it's just a lot of cards that are able to mill us or mill opponents. Grist is cute here because if you mill it and bring it back with Master Transcendent, the wording of this does not make it a creature. It just gives it a creature type, mutant, and gives it a power and toughness. But you cannot do that to a planeswalker.
Yes.
So that line just is irrelevant and does nothing. However, in the graveyard, this is a creature card because of its first ability. So you can target it, bring it back, and it is then on the battlefield regular Grist planeswalker. Cool. Love that.
It also mills. It just plus.
It also mills. It's great. Okay, yeah, like I said, lots of stuff that mills you, lots of dredge, and ways to capitalize off of it. We have some basic ramp, but also more dredge, more mill. I like the Formless Genesis here to just give you a constant source of large creatures. Mm-hmm. Squirming Emergence is a very efficient way to be able to reanimate some of your bigger creatures to get value. And Unearth, also a really efficient way to reanimate a bunch of the creatures that you have in the deck. Instance, removal, encounters. Great.
Yeah.
Sting, the Glinting Dagger is one of the cuter includes here because you equip it to the Master. and then you can activate that ability on each player's turn. So you can, if you have something like Mesmeric Orb out that's milling each player on their turn, you get to go, great, reanimate something from my graveyard on my turn, hit something from your grave, hit something you're free. And so it makes that very strong. Enchantment wise, again, more mill stuff, some reanimate stuff. Intruder Alarm is sets off alarms for me. We're aiming for this deck to be bracket 3. This is probably bracket 3. I just, as a reformed abuser of Intruder Alarm, I don't think I would be playing this in bracket 3.
So I will say I specifically, you are on a card that I also put a lot of focus on when I saw it, and I looked through the deck. I think this is a black bracket 3 Intruder Alarm. Like, this deck is not abusing it in a way that is broken. It is strong, and it will do a lot of good things because you get to get back every single creature that was milled in a set of like whatever. If 10 creatures were milled, all of those are on your side as 3/3s. Incredibly powerful, but that's really the ceiling of what it's doing in this deck. Maybe some mana generation. I mean, the card's busted.
It is really strong, but I agree. I was not able to find there are no like infinite 2-card combos, but you do have to take into account that it also works with cards that are milling you on ETB. So if you
at a sack
return this enters, untaps your master, and mills you 3 more cards to then find something else from. But then also not a lot of cards that are milling you on ETB. So it's at that point I'm like, then why play it? Because the other problem is this is a symmetrical effect, and if you are not abusing it, then somebody else will.
Yeah, I wonder how many decks on average abuse this well. Like, just because I'd be curious, like if you go to an average table, would you have an issue having this in your deck?
To me, let's assume that everybody uses it fairly. Let's assume that nobody is able to like infinite combo win off of it. Does our deck really benefit a ton from this?
But it's so cool. Yeah, because you get all the creatures that were milled, every single one of them, every time. That's pretty cool.
I mean, we're also like not a terribly high creature count. It's
but it's so cool.
I don't know. I think what this does for me, like being in a deck, is not worth it to run it here.
See, it's funny. I don't like Intruder Alarm, and I won't put it in most decks. I'd probably put it in this deck because I like the interaction. I think it's cute and silly enough that it's worth it, and I don't mind my opponents abusing it once in a while. It's like I'm actually kind of fine with that. Like, but that's kind of a play style thing where I just like whatever, go wild. If you want to have fun with my cards, that's fine by me here.
That's fair. I think if you keep this, then you'll definitely like the combo suggestions that I have for it. But
yeah,
let's see. I think that pretty much brings us through the deck. I think this Spelunking, as far as I can tell, the only reason this is here is to use with Head Shredder, and that's still like mediocre. Fine.
Yeah.
I couldn't find any other like solid reason to run it, but maybe I don't think I'm missing anything. I don't think it's worth it for this.
Yeah, but I think Spelunking is a very specific card that you have to have a good reason to play, and this deck doesn't have it.
Where do you want to start?
Ooh, let's
start with some positives.
Yeah, let's start with some positives on the deck. I mean, this deck is, what was I gonna say? Got no positive. Sorry.
This commander is very cool, and there are a lot of there's a wide variety of ways to mill yourself and to mill your opponents pretty consistently. I was happy with that. I think a lot of you get to play a lot of the cool mill cards, and I think people are really underestimating how powerful it's gotten. especially with like Water Crystal, River Monument, Head Shredder, all of these cards coming out recently. And yeah, I think a lot of these choices are well thought out.
I will say, this is a very fair Lab Man,
Mm-hmm.
Jace Will Their Mysteries.
Yes.
Even in my, and like, I don't hate the cards. I think they're completely fair.
Mhm.
But in my experience, I've played against so many different versions of them. I always hate them. And like that's bias, like completely. That is not an objective fact. I have not found the deck where somebody kills me with Jace's memories and that, or Jace Wield of Mysteries, and I'm super like, yeah, it was super fun. Like I still have fun, but it's just like I don't know. Something about the milling yourself out win doesn't do it for me. It just misses the mark. And like
I understand that.
But at least if you're doing it with Labman, if there's a Thoracle in here, I'd be like, oh, I don't know what I would. I just be bored.
And note that there specifically is not one.
Yeah, that is true. This is built without Thoracle, and that is an intentional choice, which
Yes.
I like.
All right.
Ghoul Caller's Bell. I kind of love it.
It's because it's mill everybody one,
It's
right?
mill everybody wants.
That's very good, honestly.
I like that in this deck a lot, actually.
Yeah, because you just need a creature hit, and that is while normally the one would not be significant if you're trying to mill your opponents out. Milling a total of 4 cards across 4 decks gives you a decent chance to hit a creature.
Brr, 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 brr.
And then there's that.
Yeah, we got him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wombo combo Water Crystal into Ghoul Caller's Bell. We broke Commander, baby. Right? It's over. Nobody's gonna want to play with you anymore.
Well, I guess that's a good transition there. Speaking of wombo combo, we broke Commander. Nobody's gonna want to play with you anymore. Here are the 2 cards that you could add to this if you're trying to get max value out of the Water Crystal and make people not want to play with you anymore. Let's start with Grindstone. That's a $3 card. Oh yeah, I guess it got reprinted. So target player mills 2 cards. If 2 cards that share a color were milled this way, repeat this process. By itself, pretty fair. Pretty bad. But it's been broken. It's been broken with other cards. We're going to talk about how it interacts with Water Crystal.
Yeah.
Water Crystal is a replacement effect. So when you activate this ability, it instead says target player mills 6 cards. If 2 cards that share a color were milled this way, repeat the process. You suddenly have a much better chance of milling. You've tripled your chances of the range that you're milling. So in a monocolored deck, done. That's the whole deck. They're gone. They'd have to get incredibly lucky to not mill out their deck when this happens.
Is this man sharpening his gun sword?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, I was just like, wait, what is going on in that? All right, yeah,
obviously
sharpening his gun sword.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this also reliably mills out a 2-color deck. But yeah, that combo is very strong, and so it depends. Because I think if you're like okay with Intruder Alarm, if you're okay with the Mesmeric Orb setup with this, then this is reasonable. The other one that it has this kind of interaction with is Sphinx's Tutelage.
Sphinx's Toots. Oh, Sphinx Toots.
Whenever you draw a card, target opponent puts the top 2 cards of the library into graveyard. If they're both non-land cards that share a color, repeat this process. This is not the current wording of this. They have updated this to be similar to Grindstone, where it's target opponent mills 2 cards. If 2 of them share a color, repeat this process. Yeah. So again, you've expanded this to 6 cards. You're likely to mill. You were definitely milling out a monocolor deck. You're likely to mill out a 2-color deck.
Another solid, like this is in the combo constant mill card is Altar of
the Brood.
Yeah, Altar of the Brood is just a solid way to keep everybody milling over and over and over again. Whenever a permanent enters the battlefield, they mill a card, and this is powered up by Water Crystal. Not the most important part to this card, but this is this is a way to consistently see people milling over and over and over again, so that you will make sure you're getting your activation to get back some sick, awesome creature.
Oh, Saffron, I'll put out a video about that card and water crystal today. That's cute. I put out a video on that on the Decked Out channel as soon as it was spoiled, so that's fine.
Brr, 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 brr.
Alter the Brood also just interacts really strongly with some other cards in this, like Head Shredder. Because if you mill a land, or no, this what am I thinking of? There's something else that it goes really well with. I forget, but yeah, the card's very good. To me, there's the old classic for milling everybody on their turn. Dreamborn Muse, which we didn't see in here.
Yep, also card I had on my list.
Each player's upkeep, they mill equals to the number of cards in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, simple, awesome. I mean, something that's
and is a creature to bring back.
This deck can actually what's the card? I can't think of it. This deck can play Seedborn Muse just for the commander value alone. I mean, you want to. I would maybe build around it a little more if I was going to put it in. But you just have the excuse that untapping it every single turn is a good enough reason.
Yes.
As long as you have consistent mill, which your deck does. That's what we're building here.
Now, because for some people, we've discussed this on. Has this come out yet? We discussed Seaborn Muse on the podcast.
Which episode did we discuss it in?
Because all the Game Changer ones have come out.
Oh, the Game Changers.
Yes, we discussed it in Game Changers.
Okay.
But the card is really powerful, and a lot of people will be like, "Oh, all right, well, Seaborn Muse. If you wanted a cuter replacement for it, how about Merc Fiend Liege?"
Yes, a lot less powerful.
Because it's boosting your creatures in your colors, green and blue, and untap all green and blue creatures you control during each other player's untap step.
Yeah. Does this have anything to do with color?
It makes them green.
Okay, well, that is actually relevant to the card. It does make them specifically green, which means they're all actually going to untap no matter what, and they will get at least the +1.
So yeah, even the stuff you're bringing back from your opponent's decks will untap with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot here to do with this deck, and I was so happy looking this one up.
I was curious as to why none of the mill half of your deck cards were in this. They are strangely absent. None of them are here. I guess you could count River Monument, but the ones that I am thinking of are like
Jace's Cacophony.
Maddening Cacophony.
I just know Jace is on the card.
Yeah, there's no Traumatize. I mean, like, honestly, I think the card is a little power corrupt at this point because it also only targets one player. But there are a couple other that are like, an opponent mills half, or there's like the one with Casualty, so you can hit 2 players. There's maybe one more that I'm not thinking of, but none of them are here.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Maybe they just don't like those cards, which is a fair reason enough. But they are powerful in this deck, and it is doing the milling plan, which is one of our win plans. Like, it's one of our win conditions.
Yeah. Cosmic, I do think that Breach the Multiverse would be good here, and it is in fact on my ad list.
Yeah, I mean, Breach the Multiverse also on my list. I mean, the card's incredible. Breach the Multiverse is, I don't know if it's underrated, but it's certainly a card that I don't think people play enough. I
agree that it is underplayed.
Underplayed. That's probably the term I'm looking for. I think it's just an underplayed card. The card is amazing. You can, honestly, if you have a black build, you can just throw it in and it will be good.
Yeah, it is just generically strong.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I was just had an issue. I was just building Kuja, and I had it on my original build. I'm like, it doesn't work on my deck. It's like, it's so generically good, but it's like, there's no synergy actually with my deck here.
And it's like, well, at that point, you don't have to, you either don't worry about it. You're just like, well, the card is just good, so I can play it. Or you go, oh, yeah, cut it because card is, I'm only playing it because the card is good.
Yeah, and not because it fits with the deck. Yeah, which is what I did. Oh, it's funny. It's not as powerful as something like Balls to Citadel, but that's what I did with Balls to Citadel in the deck, too. I had it in my first draft of the list, and I went, I'm only playing this because it's good, not because it works with the deck necessarily. So,
but I guess I would have slightly more argument for Balls to Citadel because it allows you to cast a bunch of spells in a turn. Yeah. But anyway, this deck, yeah, what other things did you have to add to it? I still have a good chunk of stuff.
Okay, well, let's start with uh
Or how
Taylor.
about this? Let's do all of our mill stuff first, because we've focused on cards to add for mill.
Okay, well, let's start with something that does a little bit of mill
Mhm.
and is a cool little interaction. Tyvar Jubilant Brawler.
Yep. Also on my lists.
So Tyvar Jubilant Brawler is absolutely awesome. I mean, he lets you activate abilities of creatures. That's all he had haste.
Oh, hey.
Which our commander doesn't have haste, so we can act like he does have haste.
Right.
He can also untap our commander, and his -2 is to mill cards and then put something with mana value 2 less in the battlefield. Sure, that's cool, valuable, but we can put anything back on the battlefield because of our commander. This card does everything we want. Every single line of text on it is relevant to our deck.
It also curves out really well because you can play Tyvar on 3, the Master on 4, activate Tyvar to mill on that turn, and the Master is then able to activate. It's
and even if you don't, like, there's also situations where you just, like, maybe you play him as Merrick Orb, and then you just pass with stuff up. Like, also just a reasonable curve. It's a 2-3-4. Like, that can just happen. Like, absolutely sick card. A card that I just like, Milliken. I mean, it's just a mana dork.
Is that really not in here?
I didn't see it. No, it's just a mana dork that makes 1 generic mana and mills you for 1. Perfect. It just adds extra synergy and is a mana dork. Great. Like, I like it. Like, I like Ornithopter Paradise here. I like Milliken more. It's like not often that I'm going to say I want Milliken over Ornithopter Paradise, but if I can only have one, I'm taking Milliken for the synergy, even though it's colorless mana as opposed to color.
I'm debating in my head right now.
If you could only have one?
Yeah, because our commander is 3 colored pips. If you look at a lot of, we do have a lot of pip intensive, like we have a handful of 1-drops, 2 color pips, 2 color pips, 2 color pips, pips. That's tough.
Great mana base here. I want to just say, great mana base. Built it really 2 thumbs up from me.
Oh, that's interesting. I would have thought that you would have you would have had some issue with.
Oh, I think you should have less basics, but I'm also I'm a basic snob, so I tend not to hate on like that's not a lot of basics. That's 8 basics. That's not a lot.
I would say that you are a basic snob.
Oh yeah. I am definitely a snob when it comes to basics. I'm like I would play maybe 6 here, but that's just me because I am very much like, why do I need basics at all?
Yeah.
Screw them.
Yeah, actually, I do like the Warring Triad here better than Milliken.
Yes.
It's 1 more mana, but like
play both.
Everything else that is like it makes colored mana and it becomes a very relevant creature
down the line
very very quickly in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Warring Triad is it's it's an 8 mana 3/3 that isn't a creature until you have a what is it, 8 cards in your graveyard.
Yeah,
and it's a mana dork that mills you 1 just like Milliken, except it makes colored mana.
Yeah,
I would play both. The Warring Triad is awesome. I love that card.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking the card off my list, Rob.
Sure. Here's what here's some that I have. I think this. I brought this card up multiple times. This is another one that's on my list of, man, I end up putting this in everything. Barrow is really good. It mills damage. It mills equal to the damage that you deal to a player. It's buffed by more types being in graveyards. And it just is a good attacker. It is a good blocker. The Death Touch and Lifelink is nice. So, and for all of that for 3 mana. I think this card is really good and should be in basically every deck that cares about like a couple of those things.
Yeah, let's see. Genova, Ancient Calamity. Let's pull that one up.
Yeah, this was I think my first include in the deck just because cool and new.
Yeah, I mean, our commander here, if we go up here just before we read this. Oh yeah. He's a mutant. And what does he bring? Oh, mutants.
Yeah, when he brings things back, he turns them into mutants.
Yes. So at the beginning of the comic, we could put plus some counters and make things into mutants, but that's not important because whenever a mutant dies during our turn, we get to draw cards equal to its power.
Mm-hmm.
A super big draw engine, and we can, funnily, bring her back as a mutant. And she will, right? It's not another. So she makes herself a mutant in that case. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Draw for her dying.
Yeah. Also, Rob, that Joe probably actually thought that's what the card does because they don't read the cards.
What did I say? What did I say?
I didn't even catch it. You said
Joe,
mana 3/3.
Just...
That's a bad mana rock.
I said 8 mana. And sometimes you reverse that. You never done that? 3 mana, 8/8 mana rock.
I don't know that I will ever play a deck again that cares about mill that does not include this card.
You love this.
This card is just cool as hell. It's that bottom line. Whenever one or more creature cards put in your graveyard from your library, put one of them onto the battlefield. It's just like supercharged version of our commander, and our commander can cheat it out.
I mean, this also has the good advantage, like you said, it's a supercharged version of our commander. It is repeating what our commander is doing, so our commander isn't sticking on the battlefield. Mm-hmm. This is an alternate way to go. We advocate this for every single deck. Your commander will just die some games, mm-hmm. and it sucks, and you'll have to find something else to do.
Yeah,
perfect. And this thing's like, what if I do it better?
Right. And unlike the Shadowheart deck, having things that do the same thing, you're probably not using both of them at the same time. Mm-hmm. This, you can use it at the same time as your commander, because this says, oh, did you mill 5 cards? Get one creature from them back. The master essentially is, oh, did you mill 5 cards? You can get one of those creatures back. But with both of them on the board, you can get 2.
Yeah. Tato Farmer?
Tato Farmer? Yeah.
Yeah, I love me. Everyone loves a good Tato Farmer. First thing, what a name for a Magic card. Tato Farmer. I mean, he just, landfall. You get 2 rad counters, so you're just upping your rad count, which we already started with. We can put a land from our graveyard that was milled there. Perfect. Now we have a way to get lands back on top of getting back our creatures.
Yeah. What's Tato, Precious? I was actually in general surprised by how few of the cards from this precon made it into this deck. Because a lot of them are just really good for it.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a deck. What?
Mm-hmm.
Boil 'em? I didn't realize we could cut the L off. We'll boil 'em.
Yeah.
Boil 'em.
Yeah.
Where I come from, boiling 'em's a little different.
I'm surprised you read that in the chat. It's a thing to read.
Wait, what do you mean? I read chat all the time. What are you talking about?
It's just like the message earlier that you only half read.
No, I never half read any. Rob, you comments are too long. Mindcrank does so much work. I can't remember what Mindcrank does off the top of my head.
When a player loses life, they mill that many cards, right?
Yeah, it's probably a solid.
It's a mill staple.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, seems good. It just goes with the other card. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, loses life, they mill that many cards.
Yeah, goes with our Altar of the Broods, mm-hmm. our Mesmeric Orbs. It's just the super staples you should put playing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Should be in here.
What about cuter stuff? Okay, so I was looking at this. It was like, for me, I'm like, yes, I would cut Intruder Alarm, and I think that's, everybody's gonna have a different opinion on that. But I think the value of being able to untap the Master is good. And we already saw that we're playing some similar effects like Sting. I love this card. I love this card.
I thought about this card, and I'm just like, the one untap with a whole slot in this deck.
I generally don't know if the untaps period are worth it, but I think I would rather have this because it untaps everything. So we've got a few mana rocks, but we have a lot of things that are relevant to tap. The Monument,
what else untaps?
Matsalantli.
Seaboard Muse.
Yeah. I think because I think the only reason that I think Seedborn and Intruder Alarm are better, more powerful options.
Mhm.
But if you are against putting in these more generically powerful cards, then I think like stuff like Mark Fiend Liege and the Unstoppable Plan are
We're
good
already in
options.
3. Give us a Seedborn Muse, baby. Throw it in there. I like Seedborn Muse a lot. It is a very powerful, annoying card at times. But God, I like that card.
It's just very good. It lets you play much more of the game, and I do appreciate that.
You love playing other people's turns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you outcasting them is like all you want to do?
Mm-hmm. It does it I think these cards are generically good enough that I would play them anyway. But a lot of the land millers or like cards that care about milling and lands are not here as well. Like Lumra, the new Summon Titan, Blossoming Tortoise.
Oh, the new Summon Titan should definitely be here. That
Yeah.
card's great. I mean, that card is just it's what it enters Mills 5 or
Yeah, and it's 5 mana for 7/7 for Reach and Trample. First chapter is Mill 5. Second chapter, return all lands tapped. And third chapter, give plus X and trample, where X is number of lands you control.
It's a stupid big pump.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna have so many lands in our graveyard because we're just gonna incidentally mill over them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like Taval, also stuff like that.
That was on my list.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't mentioned it yet, but yeah, Taval is another card I would put in here. He brings back lands when we're milling, which perfect. That's what we're doing.
You could just take the original precon of this and the Taval precon and jam them together. A lot of those cards are just really good for this. Do you have any other big includes?
I think we got most of mine here.
Because we can move to what we might cut.
Yeah, no, we got my the ones I wanted.
All right. Do you have some big cuts?
Yeah. Why are we on this? I wasn't really too sure about this. Leyline of Immersion, like makes your it makes a commander or any legendary for that matter tap for 5 mana. It just seems to not fit the deck. It just kind of feels way out of place.
Yeah. I couldn't quite find what the purpose of this was other than to give you another intruder, like a more direct intruder alarm combo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could not, like, you can also put it together with Sting, but we don't have a lot of instant speed stuff that we're casting, so that's not great.
A change I would make to the deck, which is it goes along with what cuts here.
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna play Mana Rocks, and I'm gonna play way more Mana Dorks. Like I'm gonna play all the 1 mana Dorks
just to have a higher chance of hitting off of.
Yeah, we want a higher chance of hitting off of our commander and just making the deck. I would also put more things like Beast Whisperer in here as I up my creature count and make that my kind of card draw. And like I would just make this a bit more creature centric of a deck because we're already on 35 creatures. We might as well be committed to it and just like we don't need Arcane Signet. I mean, you can keep Soul Ring because it's stupid, but I would cut Soul Ring for a Mana Dork, and like those things, those 2 cards can just go right out of the deck. And it seems like
I think that's a fair statement, but I am surprised that you'd even bring it up in this case where it is just 2. There are only 2 rocks, and they are the commander rocks.
Yeah, but I would also cut Farseek and I would also cut Nature's Lore. You could make the arguments to keep them. There is arguments to be had. I would change Farseek to 3 visits if you have it. But if you were gonna keep these, but I'm in on creature count. Like I like getting it like as high as possible. Like that's how I am with these decks, and I think that they just get more and more powerful the more you do it. And then you can play things like when creatures die, you draw cards as well because your creature count's so high that they just have power. Like Midnight Reaper, like they just get better in your deck, and like that's how I want to go with these decks. I feel it adds a lot to them.
Yeah.
But yes, I
think it's a nitpick at that point.
Nah, maybe a bit of a nitpick. I've been known to do that once or twice.
Here are some for me. Devour of Memory is in theme. I think it's just really weak. when one or more cards are put in your graveyard from play, it's +1/+1 until end of turn and can't be blocked. So it's only getting +1 even if you mill 10. It's only getting a temporary +1 for each instance of mill. And then you can pay 3 to mill a single card. I think it's just really really weak for what it does, even though it's thematic. I would definitely cut this. I don't know what the Magus of the Bazaar is here for. I think this is a cool card, but I don't know what it does for us.
Yeah, it doesn't mill.
Like, it doesn't mill. Yeah.
What was the other one? Is it this guy? I can't remember what this guy does. Oh yeah, I mean, this guy's whatever. He's a 2-mana 8/8, but that's just not what we're looking for, right? Like, I don't know. I'm very, very low. I mean, the mana, the activation's too much to be consistently doing, and I'm just, I don't know. Even if this was 2-mana 8/8, I'm just not high on fighting for, like, this is vanilla creature with bad activation. I don't want that. It's just not a card I want to be playing in my deck. It's just,
if there was a way to get more value out of this, then I could see running it. But we don't have a way in our deck to really give evasion. We don't have a way to profit off of a really high power and toughness. And we don't even have a ton of high value cards to discard.
funny. So
yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Continue your sentence.
That's it. That's
Okay,
it. I was
okay.
like, even the most expensive stuff are things that we added.
Yeah. So, do we want some sort of ley line of the void effect? No, we actively don't want that effect.
Yes.
One, we have 2 win cons, milling out our opponents and milling out ourselves.
Mhm.
So we're not always going to have to mill them out. And if they are on a shuffle card, 2 things. One, the shuffle cards we can get and then mill them out after by activating our commander when they're milled over.
Yeah, as long as it's not a replacement effect.
As long as it's not a replacement. I'm talking about the Eldrazi, which are the
Yeah.
ones you're going to see most often.
Yes, those are triggers.
Those are triggers. You're going to activate your commander, put the Eldrazi in. First thing, that's absurdly powerful already. It has Annihilator like bajillion. But we have another win count, and we actively do not want our opponent's stuff going to exile. We want it where we can get it, because that is what the master does.
Yes. What else? My other cuts here.
This card's just a bit weak.
Yeah, I think it being Eternal Witness is just better.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it doesn't quite. It just isn't good enough, right? It's just like it doesn't beat out Eternal Witness, and we don't care about the enchantment creature type. And also getting that into our graveyard's tough because it dies and goes to exile. So it's just like a lot of reasons not to want to play this one. I could see an argument also for playing instead of Eternal, if you don't want Eternal Witness,
Timeless.
Timeless Witness, yeah, because when it goes to your graveyard, you can then flash it back eventually or eternalize whatever it has.
Yeah. We already talked about this. Court of Cunning. It does do a thing we want, and the ceiling on it is pretty good for us. Being able to mill everybody 10 cards at our upkeep is strong. I just don't know that we can. I don't love paying 3 mana, becoming the Monarch, and passing. But I also don't know that this is what I want to play later in the game, because we don't have great ways to prevent getting hit. Like, we do have a bunch of creatures, but they aren't particularly scary. I don't know that we have great tools to prevent losing Monarch.
That's fair. I mean, I think I would keep this in it just because it fits. It's on theme. It's more just like where you want to go with this deck. This is one that if you didn't put it in, I wouldn't have thought to suggest it. But it's in here, and I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's also a card I could easily cut. Yeah, I don't know that I'm like in a rush to get it out. There's I'd rather cut like some of the weaker stuff, like what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, the card is fine, but also yes, you're not. It's rare that you hold on to the Monarchy to get the mill 10, which is the max value. So you're milling people 2. Is that worth it? Maybe if in your deck you feel is worth it to mill 2 on the upkeep, then yeah, it's a decent card. And Monarch is fun. Monarch is a fun mechanic to add to any game of Commander. So I'm an advocate for any Monarch card just because they add a different aspect to Commander that changes the game.
That's fair.
Anything else, Veggie? Or are we ready to go on to the last deck, or the second to last deck? Because
I think we're ready to go.
yeah. Again, this is I like the idea of this deck. I think my favorite part about this deck is the idea of the combination of we either win by milling ourselves or our opponents. You usually do one or the other, and I like that this deck just embraces and goes with both. It's like you can do either one, win that way.
Yeah. All right. This one we might need a little help on. This deck submitted by Jesus is a Bane Lord of Darkness deck. But Jesus has been doing a series of decks inspired by members of Decked Out. We saw last week, I went over the Joe Cherry's deck.
I sadly was not here for my own deck.
And this is the Nerd Girl deck. So we are looking at this deck through that lens. Do we feel like this deck embodies the Nerd Girl like play style and cards she likes? So let's take a look at the commander first. So Bane Lord of Darkness is 4 mana in Esper. As long as your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, Bane is indestructible. And whenever another non-token creature you control dies, target opponent may have you draw a card. If they don't, you can put a creature with equal or lesser toughness from your hand onto the battlefield. Their angle here is to meld 2 classic Nerd Girl archetypes. Orzhov Aristocrats and Butts Matter. And the commander, actually, it's built in here because you can grind your creatures into whenever a creature control dies, you either get value by drawing or value by a free creature from your hand on the battlefield.
Yes.
And it cares about toughness. So if you have creatures with larger toughness dying, then you can get a bigger free creature. I think the commander is a really good choice.
I agree.
I don't know that there is a better commander for it. I will give the single nitpick that this commander does have an ability that cares about you having a low life total. And as far as commander players I have encountered, Nerd Girl is one of the is maybe the player that cares the most about preserving life total out of any commander player that I've met. And maybe you all should be doing that more often because she wins games because of it. But I don't. I think the rest of the card is such a good fit that you'd be hard pressed to find something better.
Yes. Yeah, I was actually going to say this deck doesn't have enough Final Fantasy IX cards for my liking.
Yeah.
You need I think you need as many Final Fantasy IX cards as you can fit in this list. I didn't have time to look for them because I was this was the last deck and I was like a little rushed toward the end. But yeah, throw in the Final Fantasy IX.
It is tricky though because a lot of the 9 cards are not in these colors. I'm trying to. I can't think of any off the top of my head that are. Yeah. Okay. Well, let us take a look. This is specifically built to be bracket 2. So this is, I think, just general suggestions. And I think a fun look to see if we feel like this fits as the Nerd Girl inspired deck. We see a lot of really classic.
So okay. Yeah, I want your opinion on one thing because we're about to jump in. This is a classic Orzhov Aristocrats deck.
Yes.
We have kind of an issue here for a bracket 2 deck.
Okay.
And also, is it very Nerd Girl? I don't know. Gravecrawler. What the heck just happened?
I don't know.
Gravecrawler Warren Soul Trader. Technically not a 2-card combo because you do need this to make it a win.
Mm-hmm.
But this is 2-card like infinite cast. It's like borderline something you wouldn't want in a in a 2. Like it feels like something I would absolutely avoid in a 2. And also, I don't is how big is Nerd Girl on combos? I never think of her as much of a big combo player.
Here is the thing. It is not a Nerd Girl. It's not a Nerd Girl thing if this deck was built for this combo to exist. It is a Nerd Girl deck if you hand it to her and don't tell her that the combo exists. Because one thing that I have seen that she enjoys is discovering a combo. Like if the deck is, because I don't think this deck is supposed to do that combo. I think the combo just exists in the deck. Granted, I think if you want it to be bracket 2, you do have to remove it. But it is definitely a Nerd Girl thing for her to go, oh, I got this, and this does this. I'm like,
see,
yeah.
I think it was put in intentionally because this card doesn't fit very well in this deck otherwise.
I think it does fit very well in this
Well, we
deck.
don't have a lot of zombies. It's just not hard. We have like barely any ways to cast it is the issue.
Yes, but that's not the only reason that it's in the deck.
Then why is it in the deck?
It's because Gravecrawler is very definitely a Nerd Girl card.
Okay. I guess that's a fair assessment. It feels so bad in this deck. Nerd Girl likes cards that are synergistic with her deck, doesn't she?
See, it is one of my favorite cards.
I mean, that's a fair enough
Yes,
reason.
I think even if it is just if there were no zombies in the deck, then you cut it. But there are a handful, and then at that point it just is, oh, I get some free value out of being able to recast this again.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most Nerd Girl to include a Gravecrawler that doesn't do broken things.
The fair crawler.
Yeah. Yes, so I think you cut Warren's Soul Trader. So that combo doesn't exist in your bracket 2 deck. And yeah.
There's also, you should probably cut this combo down here because this one is intentional as well. We have the classic Micaeus Triskelion. This is a 2-card combo. This actually takes this. It's none in bracket 2, right?
Correct.
So yeah, this is just bracket 3 immediately with this. So you have to cut Triskelion. I think this is more of the Nerd Girl card. I mean, obviously, because this is nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just cut Triskelion. Micaeus is a super value, awesome card.
See, that's funny because with a little extra knowledge, I think you keep Triskelion and you replace Micaeus. Yeah. See, I beat the message by a second. So you keep Triskelion. This is a Nerd Girl card. You replace Micaeus with Mephedros Vampire.
What the hell is that? Let's see. Joe knows nothing. I don't know all your cards. I just joined the show. I'm just a little baby.
Yeah,
baby.
The Micaeus Triskelion is definitely not bracket 2, but this combo is bracket 2. Mephedros Vampire. So your Triskelion, whenever it deals damage to a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So it cannot win the game. However, it does shoot down every creature on the board.
When each creature you control is a vampire in addition to its other creature types, and whenever this creature deals damage to a creature, oh my, what a bleh,
Yeah.
bleh, bleh. Oh, I hate it so much.
So here's why this combo is a Nerd Girl thing. Here are the original printings of, well, so I guess I won't count. I won't count the.
That's the OG, baby.
Yeah, that is the OG. But these 2 cards were standard legal at the same time.
Okay.
Mirrodin and Fifth Dawn. And so.
Hey, young Neil. Welcome to the stream. Good. I'm glad you could catch us today.
Yeah. This is a deck that little Nerd Girl played. Nerd Girl played. So I do think these stay. Micaeus mechanically is a pretty Nerd Girl card, but I think you cut it to keep it in bracket 2, and then allow this combo to exist in the deck instead. What else do we see here?
I mean, very Nerd Girl loves the Spirited Companion.
Mm-hmm.
It is incredibly cute. And you also have what Nerd Girl. I know you're a dog person or a cat person. What Helpful Hunter? Are you a fan?
D- yes, I that's easy because this is a perfect card because it is cute dog, but if it was no art, 2 mana, 1/1 draw card, that would be a Nerf Gold card.
Oh, well, no, it should be in here though. That is not a 1/1, but fits near Swall of Omens. It has art. It has art from Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
It has a big butt, and it draws a card when it enters.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the perfect card for the deck.
Yeah, I think that is on that is one of my first ones on includes. But yeah, Wall of Omens is also a very Nerd Girl card, and I think fits the deck very well.
Thanks for stopping in, Cosmic Kami. We appreciate you. Liesa MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what does Liesa read? Whenever an unknown token creature you eyes, return that card to your hand. Oh, I don't like this. Only because it goes against our commander.
Does it?
It's competing with it. No one's gonna ever. So they don't even.
How?
Oh, am I? Hold on. Nope. Sorry, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I missed.
After you read the card, then it was.
I misunderstood. I misunderstood. Bye. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of Nerd Gold classics in here. Like just little creatures that gain value, draining your opponent out by doing so. Yeah, we get some double death triggers, things that care about sacrifice, bringing things back for value. Some interesting ones that I guess since she's in the chat, may have to weigh in a little bit here. But stuff like Ledger Shredder is a good card that gains you some sort of like advantage over time. But as far as Commander goes, I don't think she typically cares for cards where you really have to track a lot of game actions all the time. She's just there to have a good time and drain you out and destroy your life. But this, she has to pay attention to every player's spells all the time. I think there was one other card that I was like, I don't know if this is the kind of card that she really enjoys, and I forget what it was, but it was another one like this where it's just like you have to be just monitoring everything that's going on at the table at all times. Mm-hmm. It does get big. I like, it's certainly a good card, but this might be one of the ones that gets cut more often. Yeah.
This deck is we're still talking about what we like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This feels super Nerd Girl. I feel like Sir Conrad.
Oh yeah.
He just has that vibe. He has a Nerd Girl vibe, you know. Final Fantasies you from? Oh, boy, she doesn't care. That's not one of the three she likes.
Yeah. I think the clone includes are very cute here because on the card they are a toughness of 0, so Bane can put them into play no matter what died.
Yes.
I just like that. That's cool. We have reanimate, board wipe,
the classics.
We have
the 1 mana instant interaction that.
Oh, these are like include number 1 in Nerd Girl deck because one guarantee is that every game you will get totally blown out by a single white mana on Nerd Girl's board.
I don't know how she always draws it, but she always draws Sword to Plowshares and Path to Exile. Mm-hmm. It's quite incredible. I cheat. I assume so, because how else would you always have it in your goddamn hand?
Yes, this is very very necessary.
That's good deck building.
Yeah.
Nurgle, what's your opinion on negate? I see other counter spells here that. What about specifically negate in your commander deck?
So I mean, I've seen her make good use of counter spells.
No, I don't hate counter spells. It's specifically negate. Like I'm only the thought of
Mhm.
specific negate.
Yeah, it's
Fine with it. Fair, yeah.
We have this is all it's all ramp and an Etherflix reservoir. And then Bastion of Remembrance, very, very nerd girl.
Mm-hmm.
Reanimate. Reclamation is some value. Black Market Connections is a good card. Yeah. And then we have 34 lands, which is honestly probably more than Nerd Girl would put in her deck.
but it should be more.
But that's that I think is an accurate land count for a deck inspired by her. I think this theme is really well executed, like the marriage of butts and value. And I think a lot of these choices are very good. I am
Etherflux is for Soul Trader, but will probably come out. Yeah, I would take it out.
Yeah, because if it's this is like payoff for combo, like that doesn't seem Nerd Girl. She's just going to continue to do the value thing and slowly drain you out. That is the main win con. Yeah.
So one thing we were seeing as we're heading over that is lacking in this deck is sack outlets. We're low on them.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
So the first thing we want to cut this. We only have one in the creatures here and then none down here, right? I didn't miss something. I didn't think so. Our commander is begging for us to sacrifice our creatures, begging. So we want tons of sack outlets. You want Viscera Seer. I mean, just it doesn't. The cards. I don't have to list sack outlets for you, but just things that say sacrifice a creature. : boom. That's all you need, and the deck will function that much better. You have one here in Woe Strider, which great. We want Woe Strider in this deck, but we need more to make sure we can function and get our value when we want it, and we're not waiting for our opponents to kill our creatures.
And then the other thing that I don't have to list cards for it, but for a Nerd Girl deck, this is not enough removal. Not at all. Like, sure, we have the Nerd Girl classics, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targeted removal spells. Double it.
Double it. Yeah, Nerd Girl, if you were building a commander deck right now, how much removal would you include? What is the total? I'm very curious what she says.
But
120.
Yeah. I also would replace this delay. This is like this is like a tempo counter. And her playstyle is usually like, okay, just grind it out. So this spell is going to get cast.
Nerd Girl says she's okay with the amount of removal with counter spells. Which is, I mean, it is 11 instants right there. Plus you have Supreme Verdict as interaction.
I'm not saying that the counters themselves are bad. I'm saying that I don't think the delay is good for the Nerd Girl playstyle.
No.
I think you replace this with a different counter.
I meant the count. She seems like she's happy with the count of 11. I also am not a delay fan. I think delay is much better.
Oh, I like delay.
I don't like delay.
I like delay. But I think as far as how this deck would play, it doesn't do what you want. Yeah, but then why answer it twice? Just answer it the first time.
Yeah, I agree with Nerd Girl.
Yeah.
Delay's lame. Get out of here.
I like delay when it does what I want. Okay. We said, yeah, you got the more sack outlets and more removal. I think both of those. Um, I would want here. Um, you, I mean, I found a couple cards that would be good. That are both of those things.
There, wow, what world do we live in that we're talking about blue reprieve? That's so funny. Oh, that is, I've never heard that.
Isn't there like a blue mana tithe?
That's so, I love that you call it blue reprieve. Yes, it is remand, and it bounces the spell back to their hand, and you draw a card. Yeah, no, you're fine. So Neil White is a funnier thing to if someone has played Magic for a long time, is that remand is the card that came first.
Yeah.
But as a newer player, you wouldn't see remand. Why would you? It's not around. And reprieve is the newer and more perfect card. I've just never heard it called blue, blue delay or blue reprieve. That's so good. I love that.
All right. Oh yeah, this was my thought here. We can get both things that we want with a couple cards. What about where Ruthless Lawbringer? Because this is both really good for the deck and very good for Nerd Girl theme. It is draft uncommon, and then does the things that we want. Sacrifice another creature, and its removal. It's also good to bring back because then it gets the trigger again.
Yes.
It's got a low toughness, so it is easy to return with Bane.
I actually wanted to throw in a card for a Nerd Girl combo she could find because I don't think she would know this. I would throw in Revlark. That's part of a 3-card combo that Nerd Girl would have fun discovering. But I think
it's on my list. Yeah,
it's just like it's the perfect like it's a value card that gets you. So let's just type it in so people know it.
Yeah, because like
I can never spell this card. How do you spell this stupid card? It's spelled really weird.
Revei, and that should get you there.
Revlark. Yeah, it's a super value card.
Yeah.
Get you back 2 creature power 2 or less, which can be something that costs a poop load like a Triskelion. And it has I'm not even going to tell anyone the combo, so Nerd Girl can discover it later if she ever plays this.
But that's the ideal way to have a combo in this deck, is where the pieces of the combo are good on their own and are like you can just play this normally for really good value. And then, hey, if the combo also exists there, great.
But it's even funner because Nerd Girl doesn't even know the combo. It's so cool. It's so cool. I think this deck also should lean a little bit more into its aristocrat side. And I think we just need a few more Zulaport Cutthroat effects. Just a couple more. Throwing a Sephiroth is a perfect one here. I mean, I don't know. I know Nerd Girl's not a 7 fan, but
we have a lot of these though, right? We have Elisol Core, Cruel Celebrant, Zulaport Cutthroat. There is the Bastion of Remembrance down there. There is Sir Conrad.
Okay, it's more than I thought, but yeah, maybe I just didn't count right. But yes, I still feel like we could use a couple more. It's such a good. It is like the aristocrat effect that you want.
Yeah, I mean, like also Sephiroth's just a really good card. Like,
yeah, I mean, Sephiroth should just be here. Yeah,
yeah.
It's just I mean, that card's ridiculous. What a card! What a card design. Yeah, I'm fine with combos if the deck's not made to do them. I don't mind if they just happen.
Yeah, that's why the Revlark is perfect, because it is just it is still a really good card here, just to be played normally.
Yeah,
and just so happens to also have combo potential. Oh yeah. Again, Braid seems really good here. Not the mean braids, the only slightly mean braids.
I don't think this is braided. I don't think his card's mean at all, because they just can give you the card and lose 2 life if it's actually mean to them.
Yeah,
and 2 life's usually not too bad unless you're real low. Then it's mean.
But yeah, it gives you repeated sacrifice that always gains you value.
Yep. And we need more Sackalots anyway, but this isn't like
Mm-hmm.
this isn't ideal because we can only do one a turn, but still better than things. Also, there was a card here I was really questioning. Is this a Nerd Girl card?
Chasm Skulker?
Yeah.
Uh,
I like it doesn't read like a Nerd Girl card to me or feel, but it is a creature that makes other creatures, which hasn't a
yeah. I was gonna say it's a sea creature. I think it is just like
sea creatures.
this
Sure,
usually
sure.
this usually ends up more in my decks because of the first part, but this is totally a Nurgle card. Like, in fact, this if it was the same card but like white or black, then I think we would be like, oh yeah, this is totally a Nurgle card.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. It is a sea
Also,
creature.
it's art from 10.
Is that one of the Nerd Girl ones? 10. It's 9, 10, and something else. I can't remember. I can't remember which one's Nerd Girl likes.
Mm-hmm.
What is this card? This is just Lauren.
It's Lauren, but it's art from 9.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
9, 10 tactics. 9, 10, 11 tactics.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Yeah. I had. Yeah, to round out the sacrifice for value. And Rite of Oblivion, I think, is also like a good card for this. It is 2 instances of very good removal, and you get a sacrifice on top of it.
This card screams Nerd Girl.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it is removal and is just going to also flashback to be removal again. I mean, plus a sack outlet?
Yeah.
Come on. If it had Final Fantasy, it would be the perfect card.
Let's see. This is I think a really good Forsaken Mire deck.
I mean, if we're throwing in Sephiroth, we might as well throw in the combo.
Right. But even if we don't have Sephiroth here, so the Forsaken Miner, again, when you commit a crime, you can pay 1 and return it from graveyard to the battlefield. This targets an opponent.
Oh,
which is a crime.
What? Which is a crime. God, crime is such a dumb name for a mechanic. Oh,
so yeah, you will constantly get value out of committing crime, because it's just like, oh, did the miner die? Immediately commit a crime.
Yeah. Nerd Girl is always committing crime, like always.
Mm-hmm.
What, tax evasion? mostly tax evasion.
Yeah. Some cards that I thought like also might fit the deck well, and I think maybe the only reason you don't see her play these very often is because because they just don't show up on decked out often at all, are some of the free spells. I'm not talking commander free spells, but the flares are really good here. Flare of whatever the black one is. Malice seems pretty excellent. Sacrifice a non-token black creature to make everybody sacrifice a creature. Cool. The white one, I don't think I'd care to have it here. It protects all your stuff, but most of the things here were okay with dying. And the blue one, I don't think we quite have enough blue creatures to sacrifice. I mean, like we have this and this. Strix.
A card that I think is very Nerd Girl appropriate is Grief.
I also have this on my list.
I mean, it's so appropriate. It gives you a Thoughtseize effect, which we know Nerd Girl loves a good Thoughtseize effect. The creature dies automatically when it enters the battlefield, so it triggers your commander. Then it's perfect. And you get to play Thoughtseize in commander.
And the pitch, we don't mind it so much because our commander likes to draw us cards.
I mean, yeah. I mean, your commander is going to just become a card draw engine as the game progresses. If people aren't aware of that,
right?
It is a choice. It stops being a choice about halfway into the game when your graveyard is so good that giving you a card is or giving you a random card is much better than giving you some silly strong thing from your graveyard.
Well, it gives you from your hand. Yeah, but I think it becomes it becomes only draw after the first couple creatures you put onto the board, and then the table's like, oh right, that's how the deck works. You're always going to get something really good. We should probably just give you a card draw each time.
I mean,
which is still really good.
Which we have, and then we have Liliana's. This card's so good. That card draw engine.
Yeah, yeah. I had Grief and Solitude as cards that would be good here.
I have to say, I have never put a Grim Horror Specs in the deck and not a Midnight Reaper with it. I've never built a deck where I wanted one without the other. The two are just best friends. They hang out together. They love each other. The one life loss doesn't matter. We're playing.
Actually, it does. Because our commander cares about our life total being lower.
Oh, it's better.
It's better.
It's better in our deck. I was gonna say it doesn't matter because we off put it with things like Zulaport Cutthroat. But yeah. Midnight Reaper will kill you so fast.
It'll kill you so fast, except your deck has Sarah Ascendant and multiple things that are gaining you that life back.
The thing is about Aristocrats decks, okay, so even before we go into all this life gain, I have a Hensi deck that plays this card, and I never have an issue. It barely plays life gain. It is just an incredible card. 1 life per card when it's fine. It is a good rate to go, and it is good.
Yeah. I think if I had if I had 30 creatures die, then either I was gonna lose that game anyway, or I have won that game.
Yeah. I'm 30 creatures die. I'm down to 10 life. Let's just say you were at max life.
Right.
Okay, now my hand is full, and I'm fine with the fact of whatever just happened. And in a 30 creature on the board deck, guess what? You're also you might have to discard. Oh no, more creatures in the graveyard.
The advantage of having a Midnight Reaper in this kind of deck is you also have sacrifice outlets. So if somebody plays a board wipe and you're like, oh, that'll kill me, then you just sacrifice your Midnight Reaper first.
Yeah, I think I am on. I think you'd be hard pressed to find me a deck where you want Grim Horror Specs, but you do not want Midnight Reaper. Not in this 40 life format. This is we just have too much life as a resource for me to do that. Plus, it's better than this. It draws off of itself. Midnight Reaper draws off itself. This does not. It is which is a good upside to have. Let's see, did I have anything else? I think we got most of what I was.
I like Valkyrie's Call in this deck. Whenever a non-token non-angel you control dies, return to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on, and it gets flying as an angel.
I don't know if you noticed, but you've just added another 3-card combo that can be discovered by Nerd Girl. Shh, don't tell her; she'll find out later.
But yeah, this is just very good. And also seems like there are also a lot of decks that Nurgle is like, oh, I like to just make a bunch of creatures and then they attack in the air and kill you. I'm like, all right, cool. And then you turn all of them into that.
Yeah, I mean, this deck, I think we've done a good job at hiding combos in this deck. In a deck that doesn't need the combo to win, and it's not necessarily designed to combo. But within the walls of this deck is a secret labyrinth. And if you can traverse the labyrinth, you win.
Yeah.
You just win.
Yeah. Because I will say some, on the occasions that it has happened where Nerd Girl has discovered a combo or just a powerful interaction in the deck, that it was that either I'm like, I know that it was built to do this, but I didn't say anything. Or it just wasn't built to do this. The deck happened to have these cards in it. That also is very happy Nerd Girl face.
It always starts like this. Oh. And that is how every Nerd Girl found a combo starts.
Yeah.
It doesn't always make the video, but when she discovers combo, it is, Oh.
Oh, it will always make the video.
Oh, the O always
Yeah,
does? Okay,
if there's that moment. Yeah.
I do enjoy the O moments of like, oh crap.
Uh-huh.
Look what I found. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The look what I found moments are so fun. They're fun for everyone, I think. Even as Nerd Girl's like, guys, I think I win.
Yeah, we're like, what?
What? You win? How did you win? Wait, what?
It's like I accounted for having 5 more turn rotations where I get drained for 3 and I still lose, but I thought I had much more time than this.
I can agree with that. I don't like having infinite combos in my deck at all, and I avoid them. But when a deck accidentally gets one, I like it. My Maelstrom Wanderer did that by accident. I mean I put in Hullbreaker Horror, but I'm like, oh, this can't combo because I don't have any of the Split Rex. Turns out Savala's a dumb card.
Yeah.
So you can just like, oh, okay, I can actually win. Yeah. Like finding a 20 in your pocket. Exactly. It's less exciting the second or third time you do it, but still fun. I really like that one was oh yeah, combo with veggies cards. What was that?
Yeah, that was the super short game with community decks where we filmed 2 games because we oopsed that one.
What was the card?
Storm Cauldron.
Oh, Storm Cauldron. Whee! I love that game. Sometimes you just come. My favorite. I think my favorite combos are the ones accidentally enabled by Vorinclex Monstrous Raider. Like like every persist card is just infinite combo now because of Vorinclex. You just oops, I win. Murderous Redcap's lethal. Sorry. Yeah. Vorinclex is funny. I like Vorinclex a lot as the card because he is really good for you, and he ends up doing stupid things for your opponents, and usually opponents aren't playing like a ton of counter strategies that it's oppressive to.
Yeah,
I love Vorinclex.
Let's see, I'm just going over the last few things I could think of to optimize this for Nerd Girl playability. As far as the mana base goes, this looks pretty good.
Oh wait, this card has way too many words on it. Nerd Girl can't be like, I know it does a simple effect, but that's a lot of words.
Yeah. And like if she chose to, she'd just be like, oh, I understand this card, I can play this card. But usually it's, I ain't reading all that. It's not a skill issue. It's not skill. It's a I don't care to do this.
Yeah, what the this is a block of
I'll play the other thing that wins me the game instead.
Yeah, too many words.
Right.
Most of the other cards are, look at that. That's the Nerd Girl amount of words.
Yeah. That's the old, well, I took 2 seconds. I understand how this card works, and Veggie can't stop it.
Tarek, thank you for the sub. Awooga. Awooga. 34 lands is low, but this is the Nerd Girl deck. She loves the low land count. So we can't argue with the boss lady.
Yeah. It's correct for Nerd Girl. It's not correct.
Yeah. 34 is a low land count.
You don't argue with Jesus on it. I've lost that. I've lost that long ago.
That you fought with Jesus on this already?
Every day of my life.
You're allowed to like 34. I respect your incorrect opinion. 32 is so low. Oh, what is this on my shirt? It is a Buffalo Bills logo, but it is a cursed logo from a YouTube channel called That's Good Sports that makes a cursed logo for every team every year, and this was this year's cursed logo of the Buffalo Bills. So yes, it does kind of look like a slug.
Okay, I think that is everything that I had for this deck.
We have to agree to disagree because you're not reasonable. Yeah, being on the mic is great because there's nothing Jesus can do.
That's what I thought. Anything else you have for this?
No, I don't have anything else. Oh, more Storm Cauldron. We could throw Storm Cauldron in this deck, and then Nurgle can figure out a combo with it.
there's another deck after this, and I guess I maybe I just didn't pull it up.
Yeah, you must. Yeah, we have Randy's.
Did I not duplicate this?
It's the Yarlock list.
Yeah, I thought I set all these up, but maybe I just missed doing because I did the prep for it, but I didn't. I guess I just didn't put it on the account. Okay, give me a second.
Mm-hmm. You have 1 second. Ugh.
I was smart this time. I clicked into this window before I pulled up the spreadsheet.
Yeah, veggie. 32 lands. That's like CEDH.
This one.
Yeah, no, we just need to copy it. Whoop.
Ta-da!
Ew. Veggie's fighting me. Veggie's fighting me. I'm not just bad with. There we go. Yes.
All right. Our second to last deck for the day, since we did have a submission from Rob the Princess as well to go over after this.
Remember, if you want to do a submission, Ko-fi, baby.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's right there. You can head over to Ko-fi. It's right down below the link. If you want to type it in, it's also over there.
Yeah.
If you really like typing in links.
Right. And if you want to look cute while you do it, then you can go to our sponsor above us, GGTs, and get 10% using our code decked out.
GGT?
Yeah, it's the thing that was on the ad wheel above us.
Oh, the t-shirts.
Yeah.
GGTs. Yes, yeah. You can. GGT is awesome t-shirts. I wish I was wearing one. I wear them quite often, but then today I am not. But they have really, really cute Magic the Gathering t-shirts that say things like the pollinators are dying, but I'm top decking like a MF.
It's very funny, like like nihilistic.
It is like, very nihilistic. Like the world's on fire, but so is my hand. It is very fun stuff. I like top deck. I do like the GGTs. They're very, very cute.
All right. So our final planned deck tech for the day is Yurlok of Scorch Thrash. I do love a good weird little guy. And this is from Damon or Randy.
Randy.
So Yurlok of Scorch Thrash. We're in Jund, 4/4 Vigilance, but it makes you lose life when mana leaves your pool. When unspent mana leaves your pool, which is such a weird effect. Like, it's just like, why would a game punish you for not having used your mana? Why would that happen?
That would be bad game design.
Yeah. I feel like eventually they would just take that out.
It's really funny because it's not really bad game design overall. It's just, but it's just ended up not being not working.
It's not relevant.
Not relevant or something to care or track.
Right.
Yeah. It's funny because it would be relevant in today's day and age where there are things that make so much big mana, like your Nykthos. Like it's actually relevant. It's like, oh man, okay, so if I'm gonna activate Nykthos, I have to make sure I really get rid of this mana, or else I'll be taking a lot of damage. But it's just, yeah, you're right. It was not relevant at the time, so they just get rid of this rule.
Yeah, thanks, Jesus. Glad you were here when your deck tech happened. Okay. So, and then also Yurlok has the ability to force players to add mana to their mana pool. So, Randy said this is their first attempt at a bracket 2 deck. And the general plan is to kind of spiky group hug people to make the game go faster, and then kind of use that because we're going to be accelerating all players, but then punishing people for not being able to use all the mana that you're giving them. We're looking to find cards that help accentuate that plan and things that can help gain life off your opponent's pain. So let's take a look at the deck.
Yep.
And we do not have a lot of creatures here. We have some more classic group hug stuff like Belby.
Yep.
We have made for group slug Zerta Druid. Valgavoth is pretty nice here. The card is just good. But this is going, like, we're hopefully making each player lose some life on their turn. So this is going to constantly be getting triggers. And then we have Bloodthirsty Conqueror, which can be a very powerful card since it is one half of an infinite combo. But the second half is not in this deck.
Yes.
This is purely here for the thing that they said they were looking for, which is how to gain life off of opponents losing life.
Yes. So there is more of this effect. And if you want this effect, and you specified you kind of do, you should just play as many of these as possible. Which, how many are there?
I think there's only like 2.
Is there only 2?
There's a lot of the other way around where you gain life, you make opponent lose life. But there's really only Bloodthirsty Conqueror and the other one, Exquisite Blood.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe my head is just twisted and looking the other, like, because the other one has so many.
Yeah, I actually really struggled to find ways to convert opponents' life loss into life gain for you, especially in these colors. But let's see, what else have we got?
I mean, it feels like they love this card and they want it in the deck because it's not really good. I mean, Zyra's a bad card, right?
Yeah, it's such a good this is such a bad card. It's just a reprint from a super old Magic design where which was still bad at the time. But what other home does this have? What other home does this have than Jund Weird Group Hug? So I'm here for it. We do see a Hypnotic Spectre and an Abyssal Spectre, which seems a little out of line of what the rest of the deck is doing. However, I see the line here. If we are knocking cards out of our opponent's hands and then handing them mana, they don't have anything to do with it, forcing them to take the damage. Okay, cool. Looking at our sorceries, our instants, we have some weaker tutors. We have a way to convert our big mana into a win with these.
Yep.
And then another big X spell, because we will be making a lot of mana, which you'll see in a moment. Our instants are helping us to stop what we're causing. So darkness and fog, we're like, okay, we know we're giving you a lot of resources. You're probably putting a bunch of creatures on the board. If you send them my way, no, thank you.
Yeah. If you're also going to play darkness and fog, no, I'll get back to it. Never mind. It's Ned, so I'll just get back to it.
Same with Heroic Intervention, like just helping to mitigate the damage of the extra stuff we're giving. I am not going to talk about Word of Command yet because this card is incredibly weird, and
it is the dumbest art ever. Why is it a pair of very tiny squinting eyeballs? I've talked about this card a lot with friends. It's so weird. It's like
super minimal, and I don't see how it fits what the card does or the name of the card or anything.
It doesn't. I vaguely remember that this was a rushed art that he forgot to do. So he just like threw it together really quickly. It's like, yep, this is Word of Command. There you go.
Yeah.
Revin, welcome in.
All right, artifacts. This is a funky collection of artifacts here.
Oh yeah, funky. This is a totally no. We see this in every deck, Veggie.
Yeah.
Can I tell you why you shouldn't play this card? There's only one reason.
There are multiple reasons, but
No.
you're gonna say the main one, yeah.
The main reason is you have to keep your goddamn graveyard in order. You cannot switch the order of your cards in your graveyard. And neither can your opponents because they could gain control of this. So in the situation where this is even in the deck, nobody can switch the order of their graveyard for the whole entire game. Do not play this card for that reason.
Yeah, it's because I also don't know what this does for your deck.
Yeah.
Like, what do we gain by putting cards from our graveyard on the bottom of the library? I don't think anything.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of cards that lean into what we're doing here. We see another deck using Stinging Glinting Dagger because then we can use the Your Lock ability on each player's turn, which is good because, you know, maybe a player will have one instant that they can play, but they're not going to have three. You know, their players are not going to be able to consistently use a 3 extra mana like in end step. So this is great. Mana Web, also really cool old card that plays into what we're doing. They either have to spend all their mana at once, or like it taps them out if they don't.
What is Gibbering Descent? It's not in here. Painful Quandary is in this deck.
That's the Madness one, right?
Yeah, I can't remember what it does. I think this deck has easy cuts of Liliana's Crest and Megrim, just because we're heading down talking about the deck. We do not have a discard theme. We have a very minor one, but these are easy cuts, like even in a group slug deck.
Yes. Because we just don't have ways. Because I think maybe the thought is if we're feeding card draw as well, but I don't think we have a lot of stuff doing that either. Let me see. The last things that I want to point out here, Horizon Stone is nice because then we can also bank our unspent mana from Your Lock without taking any damage ourselves.
Yes, this is a replacement effect.
Yes.
Yeah. Very, very important that it's a replacement effect.
We have some more group hug stuff. Eladamir's Vineyard, Mana Flare to double everybody's mana. Overabundance is like the ideal thing here because you're taking damage from tapping your lands and it is forcing you to double your mana. So like that's just what this deck wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mana Flare doubling, right? Yeah, perfect, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, we want to double the mana, but actually, just because we're here on Mana Flare, and I have brought it up, there's a green version of this card.
Yep.
What is that called?
Heartbeat of Spring.
Heartbeat of Spring. It's the same card.
Yes.
I mean, if you're playing one, play the other.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
It just you want to double everyone's mana. You absolutely want to do that. You're also missing. I guess we're almost done here. Let's finish this, and then we can get into.
Yes. The other thing that I think is fun here is Helix Pinnacle.
Yes.
We're putting this in as a way to win because we are generating a lot of mana from all these doublers and from Your Lock, and we have somewhere to put it as a way to win. And I think that's that's so bracket too.
Yeah. No, this I like this as a win con too. I thought the same thing when I saw it. I'm like, perfect. Yeah, we need a way to win the game. Why not? If the damage isn't working, why not Helix Pinnacle?
Love it. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have anything else here to point out us before we start adjusting.
Also, this is really funny but this was really funny to me. You clearly just are somebody with a nice mana base collection at home. It's just very funny because this does not look like a bracket 2 mana base. Like it is, and it is fine. It just doesn't look like it. Like it's very funny.
It's like I got some spare duels. Might as well put them into this deck because usually it's just the person that has them is putting them in their higher power decks. But this mana base is totally fine.
Oh yeah, completely fair. It just doesn't look like it. It's funny.
Yeah, to me, I liked the inclusions of random Hammerheim and Urborg.
Yeah,
because they just are the random old land that does thing. Okay.
We're going to MagicCon Vegas. We leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole team's going to be there.
Okay, so you go ahead and start because you had a couple things that you were starting to get into.
Okay, yes. So let's see. Some some of the group slug stuff. You're
Yes.
missing some very, very key to this deck cards.
Citadel of Pain is what you're typing.
Yes. Citadel
Second.
of Pain, which is very perfect for this deck. At the end of each player's turn, Citadel of Pain deals X damage to the player, where X is the number of untapped lands they control. So let's put them in this incredibly awkward situation. Often, if they didn't have an instant, they could just tap their lands and then just say, "Fine, Citadel of Pain does nothing." But
if they float that mana, they also take damage.
yes, they float that mana, they also take damage. So there is no good out for this. So in order to hold up something, they have to take damage on their end step, and they can be put in even more awkward situations because, like, what if they have a counter spell and you've got like mana flare in and they're double or now they're in this like weird awkward situation. Where it's like I gotta take even more damage to hold this up. Oh yeah, Citadel Pain is just like the perfect little card that this deck was just.
Yeah, that's like I've messed around with your luck a couple times. And that's been like a #1 include for it.
Yeah, there's another. What is the? Is it Wars? Did I not write it down? Wars Toll?
Yeah.
Wars Toll. Yeah, Wars Toll, another perfect one for this deck. Yeah. Whenever an opponent taps a land for mana, they tap all lands that player controls. So they either float the mana or they just become tapped. That is their choices. They don't have any other choices. So they are put in this incredibly awkward situation where it's like, oh, well, I have card draw. Like, for example, I don't even know what I'm going to have. Yeah, I'll just float all my mana and then maybe they can't use it. It is so perfect for this deck. And it has another line of text, which if a creature an opponent controls attacks, all creatures that opponent control attack if able.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it does one of the things that they want of this deck. Accelerates the game. There is no holding back. It is all or nothing. You either hold everything back or you're attacking with everything.
Okay. More stuff. I can jump into some of mine.
Oh, jump into one of yours.
I'll stick into the theme of like, okay, some group slug things that I think really accentuate what this deck is trying to do.
Oh, there's Wars Toll. I found it.
Barb Flare Gremlin. This is another mana doubler. And it doesn't hurt you as much if you don't want it to. Because this is only active if Barb Flare Gremlin is tapped. And it doubles the mana, but also makes the player take a damage whenever they tap a land. Cool. Yeah. It's just we want as many of these effects as possible, and this one even gives us a little more control over it, so excellent. Let's see, you got those. Oh, this if the game plan is already to make things super fast and accelerate people into the late game, then I like this to me is the quintessential card.
This is the wildest card in Baldur's Gate Limited. Holy crap, was it wild. Like, it's just like your game was like 30 minutes every time when this was in play. It's so ridiculous.
It's great.
Hey, Squee.
The downside to it is it does give your opponents a little more control over the mana that they're making, but they're still taking damage from it. So I think I'm okay with it.
Oh, absolutely. This card is perfect for this deck.
Yeah.
Any more group slug that you had?
Yes.
Keep on the group slug.
So I probably am not going to recommend putting it into the deck, but I saw that there's a little bit of like this Underworld Dreams and another card that like was maybe, what was it? Something else that might have cared about our opponents getting more cards. You could run some more of those stuff like Razorkin Needlehead, but I think you just generally, I think you honestly cut that line out of this deck. Oh, yeah. I've talked a good bit about this card. If you're doing a group hug deck or a group slug deck with Rakdos colors, Lord of Pain is a really fun and good card. Stopping your opponents from gaining life is relevant. The body is good for the cost. You have a 5/5 with some evasion. But whenever player casts their first spell each turn, you blast somebody else in the face for the amount, for equal to the mana value of the spell. And if you're going to be giving everybody a ton of mana, they're going to be casting big spells, and they want to because they get a benefit out of it. One of their opponents is going to get hit for a bunch of damage. This card is a lot of fun and very bracket 2.
Yeah, I mean, this card is also strong. It really does do the thing very well. Yeah, I guess where I wanted to go, because my next suggestion was you want to accelerate the game. I have a lot of cards here that ramp all of us together so that we can all have a ton of lands. Let's start with Collective Voyage, which is green and any player can pay mana into it. Let's pull it. Collective Voyage. Sorcery. Starting with you, each player may pay any amount of mana. And then each player searches their library for X basic land cards, where X is the total amount of mana put into this, put them onto the battlefield. Tapped, then shuffle your library. This is what we want to do. We want to accelerate the game to an extreme extent, so everyone has a ton of mana, and then we're going to get them to mana burn themselves with all of our other stuff.
Yeah. I think this works real well for the deck. What has your experience been with these Join Forces cards? Because I almost never get players to work with me on these.
That is also my experience, but I think that so there is another version of this card that is just X green and does the same thing. And instead of bringing that up here, I chose this one because it does have more upside. Even if you can't get the people to work with it, I think you would still play X green. Every player searches for that many basics. I think that is playable in our deck. And because the floor of this is playable, but I agree with you. It is very hard to get people to join forces with you. I think that is why this design has not been returned to. I think they have realized that, nobody does this, sadly. And because it's just the way it works. The card design is cool. It just doesn't work in practice.
Yes. I hope they come back to it in a way that encourages people enough to do the thing.
I think what you have to do here is create what might be a new mechanic that is similar to Join Forces, where there is an incentive. If you pay in, you get something. I think that's what you have to do. You have to give them an incentive because they already get whatever is coming here.
Or I'd want to see instead of it going down the line, it's everybody pays in at the same time. They choose an amount of mana and reveal at the same time, and whoever paid in the most gets a bigger thing.
Yeah, for example, let's just say this one you could just double the amount. Not that that's a lot of land.
Right. The player that paid the most mana gets twice that many lands or something.
Yeah. That's all cool. I like that kind of design. It's taking Join Forces and just making it. There just needs to be incentive to pay, and nobody has that incentive usually.
Oh,
what?
I was gonna go. I'm gonna get a coffee real quick, but I can't do that because I blew it up.
But it's right there. Let's go set it up right now.
You gotta clean it out and put good water in it or whatever.
I don't drink coffee. I don't know shit.
Also, that'll take longer than me just running over and putting a cup in. Okay.
Yes, that's very true. I had some more. Avatar of Growth.
That's the new one, right?
New-ish?
New-ish.
Yeah, it's not
this thing.
Yeah, it's not super new. But yeah, it costs 1 less for each opponent you have. You're going to have 3 opponents. This costs 3 mana. Everyone goes to get 2 basics. Same kind of concept. We just want to ramp our opponents with us. That is the whole idea of this deck, is we're going to make big mana. They're going to make big mana.
Yes.
But theirs is going to hurt them.
Yes. And this card is just, this card is great for this. Because the rate for it is really good for you. And same with Collective Voyage, the more that you can ramp their lands, the better. Like, that is the most ideal, since a lot of your doublers affect lands. A lot of your things like Citadel of Pain and War's Toll care about specifically tapping lands. So that's the best possible.
So I have a card I really like that no one's gonna take, but I don't care.
Same. Yep. Nobody ever does it.
No one's ever gonna take it. But Temple Discovery, you get any land, and then anyone gets search land, and you get extra lands based on that. No one ever takes it.
Nope.
Doesn't matter. I did play one game, a 7-player game, which I hate that many players, but everyone took it. It was wild, quite wild. I didn't technically win the game, but I won the game. Like I ended up losing to the last player and some shenanigans, but like I basically won. But yeah, no one ever takes it, but it's cool. Yeah, Mike. Yes, your playgroup always says yes. They are incorrect. You shouldn't always say yes. I think you should say yes more often than the average person does.
Yes,
but
I think the average person says no like almost always.
Yeah, which is too much. I think no is the right answer 60% of the time, probably, and people say it probably 90% of the time.
Yeah,
and then
especially if you're the last player.
I like this card as well. Because we have options. We can make everyone our friend, and they all go get a land and put it onto the battlefield. Or we can, in this case,
it is removal.
It is removal when you need to be. Yeah, like it is versatile in that way. So this is just a nice card. It's just, the problem with all these cards is people can choose to not find, but that just puts them behind in the game. So like even though they can choose just to fail a find on something like a Pier's Whim. Okay, you're behind a land. Is that really where you want to be? No. The answer is just almost always no.
Yeah. All right. I have a couple that are different here. Let's see. Where should I start with this? You did say that you wanted this to be bracket 2. Cut these mocks.
Oh. Yeah, fast mana.
Cut both of these. They don't do a ton for your deck anyway because they're only giving you a single mana extra. You don't have a ton of artifacts to turn on Mox Opal. And like so much of your other stuff is aggressively giving you mana. You both don't need these, and fast mana, while not banned in bracket 2, is generally not what you're looking for.
Gotta make friends.
Is Opal on the? It's not a game changer.
No, it's not. Neither is Mox Amber.
Yeah,
I still wouldn't play them.
Yeah, these I think are very not bracket 2 cards.
In general, yeah.
Easy cuts.
Honestly, there's probably arguments for Mox Opal to definitely be fast mana and just be a game changer. Like, I'm not saying it needs to 100%, but it's like, that makes sense to me. It's like how they keep putting it in Modern and then Modern bust it.
Yeah, I think there is my cut here. I wasn't sure what the... What am I... Where? Yeah, there it is. Bootlegger Stash. I'm not sure what this is here for.
The only idea I can think of is we're trying to avoid our own mana burn. So we can kind of build up our treasures to use them all in the turn. But I don't like Bootlegger Stash very much. I'm pretty low on it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because like... I guess it helps us to dodge Citadel of Pain as well. It does not... the War's Toll we don't care about.
Yeah, also... that actually... Good point in the chat from our new chatter. Yeah, Divining Top's not a super 2. And also, it's not that good in this deck. It's a card I just wouldn't play into.
Yeah,
I think it is when you're pushing into higher power levels, it gets better and better. And this deck doesn't even synergize with it, so it's just like, yeah, easy cut, get it out of here, like wash your hands of it. It's a card that is also annoying to play. God, it's annoying to play. Hold on. Let me just. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. It's decision paralysis.
I wanna point out something that came to my mind. I think City of Fire is great in this deck because there are a lot of things that are dealing bits of damage, like Mana Barbs, like Citadel of Pain. You don't have a lot of creatures to convoke with, so maybe you just swap this out for Fiery Emancipation.
Yes.
Which is the same effect for 6 mana, but without convoke. However, I don't believe that this has any effect on this. I don't think that your lock is the source of damage for this effect.
It also doesn't matter. It's not damage.
Lose that much life. Yep.
Yeah, so it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. But I still think this goes in the deck, but you probably swap it out for Fire Emancipation.
Yeah. This guy here. Are we junding? Yes, we're junding.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think it is time. Let's talk about Word of Command.
I know what's very funny about this deck, to me, is I have a friend back in Buffalo who loves Yurlock and has a Yurlock deck. And also has gone out of his way to purchase a Word of Command because he loves Word of Command. So it's like, is my friend at home? Because like this legit feels like their kind of thing.
All right, so let's go over this because this is one of the more confusing cards because they had to figure out how to word it to function in current day Magic. I'm pretty sure it's never been reprinted outside of the original and Magic 30. Yeah, okay, so Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, and they were done with it.
It is really funny. They only had to put this wording, like they fixed it like online, but they only had to do this now with the stupid Magic 30 set, which everyone hates because it's dumb.
Yeah, so try and follow this, everyone. Look at target opponent's hand and choose a card from it. You control that player until Word of Command finishes resolving. The player plays that card if able. While doing so, the player can activate mana abilities only if they're from lands that player controls, and only if mana they produce is spent to activate other mana abilities of lands that player controls, or to play that card. If the chosen card is cast as a spell, you control the player while that spell is resolving.
So, to jump in really quick, the whole point of this card is just to make an opponent cast a card. That is the only idea of this card.
Yes, that was the design idea.
Yeah, the idea, the Word of Command was, okay, you look at their hand, they have to play this card, they have to spend mana on this card. It doesn't work. That doesn't work in Magic. That's not a functional thing that works within the rules. So they have to word it in this absurd way that you are in control of the player. You have gained control of the player. And they have to make sure you can't do anything else. Like, so there are 7 lines of text here. This is telling you, you can't do anything unless you are making mana. You can only make mana to pay for this card. Finally, it does have a function in the deck. If they have a Nykthos. Because you're like, that's how I generate the mana. And then they have extra mana in the mana pool afterwards.
I don't think it works.
No, you have to be exact.
So this raises a lot of questions that on how this functions, but I think it's at best unclear. But the wording is the player can activate mana abilities only if they're from only from their own lands, and to play that card, the mana is spent to play that card.
I think you can. I mean, this is we're getting into this. We have to call a judge.
We're getting into an interaction that only happens with specifically this card that is not well defined by the rules.
I do think, based on how I'm reading it, but this could just be wrong because people don't think about this, but the ultimate thing about Magic the Gathering is the rules are arbitrary, so they just have to pick if it works or doesn't, and they could have just chosen either way. So like even reading this card,
I think that is doing a little bit of disservice.
Okay.
There is
when a ruling on something isn't already determined by the rules. They have to make an arbitrary choice, is what I mean. Which is where we are at with this card. Is because this is doing something nothing else does, all they can do is make an arbitrary choice of which one it is. Like, that's what I mean. Yeah, you are right. The rules of Magic, for 99% of cards, more than that, define what the cards will do, and you don't have to make a decision. But at some points, they will just break the rules, and you have to just make an arbitrary decision at that point.
More specifically, what I mean is it's not just an arbitrary decision. They're just like, well, I guess, Frank, you decide for today. Does this work or not work? There is a lot of thought that's put into, like, okay, what precedent is there here? What situations is this similar to? You know, do we have another thing that is worded in a similar way? What comparisons do we have? So it's like the decisions are backed up in whatever precedent they have. But there are sometimes things like this will come up where it's like there isn't a lot to go off of, but the decisions will be based in whatever they can find that has been established within the rules.
Yeah. I'm not so. Yeah. Okay. By making an arbitrary choice, it was not intended to be like they just don't even think, they just pick. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand. Are we trying to find this ruling?
I doubt that it has been made, but
because if you're activating a Nykthos to make 10 mana and you're spending 5 mana on a spell, that seems right. It seems like it would work. I mean, it's very specific to like Gaia's Cradle, Nykthos.
Because like
I guess it's specific to any card that makes multiple 2 mana, right?
Yeah.
That's when it becomes relevant.
Right. Because it's just saying you spent that mana, but to me, that is all the mana.
Yeah, to me, it's just one piece of it. Mm-hmm. I think if you tap anything for 2 mana and use one of it on the spell, then you are doing that. Which I would think is actually right, because if you... So, okay, here's why I would think it would work the way I think.
Okay.
If you have a bounce... You want to cast Necropotence.
Yes.
You have a bounce land, swamp.
Yeah.
I think you can cast Necropotence. And I think that would be allowed, and you'd be floating blue off of that. Because blue-black bounce land, we'll say.
That does not convince me. That is just you saying the same thing.
So I'm trying to present a so yeah. I'm trying to present a situation where it's like this in my head. This is why it makes more sense to me.
That does not convince me at all, because you're just saying, oh, but if I have a thing that taps for multiple mana and I use one of that mana, then that works, which is the same thing. Like it's just a different example of a similar situation, but no part of that convinces me that is more correct.
Convince me.
Because let's talk about what happens in either scenario, though. Like I think we'll struggle to find the actual ruling on this, but if it works the way that you interpret, then this card is so busted in this deck, because you've set up all of these cards that add multiple mana per land, so you can go, great. I see you have a 5 mana spell in your hand. I will tap 5 of your lands and use 1 from each one, but I've amplified them all 3. So now you need to figure out what to do with the extra 10 mana that is sitting in your mana pool. And like, that is very cool if that is how this works. Because you can just sneakily force them to have a ton of floating mana, and if you're looking at their hand, you probably are just forcing them to take a massive amount of damage.
I would assume just with all the mana flare effects, that doesn't matter. That's just extra mana coming from somewhere else. So I don't know. I would think you could just float that mana. This is so cool.
Oh, okay. Hold on. This does work, because this I have no question about, actually. If you're using Mana Flare, or I think Overabundance, that totally works, because the wording for Word of Command says the player can activate mana abilities only if they're from lands the player controls, check, and if the mana they produce is spent for that spell, check, because the only mana produced by the lands is the Mana Flare and Overabundance are this mana is not coming from those lands. it's coming from this
that
activated or from this triggered ability, which is still a mana ability, but it's not coming from the land.
Right, let's read some Gatherer.
Yeah, that interaction totally functions and is to me already enough of a cool thing to include Word of Command for. If there was a replacement that was like, your land's tapped for 2, that is a different thing. But in this context, I don't question the way that this would work.
Hold on. This is really weird. Ruling.
Oh, I looked through all of these rulings already.
You do not choose which lands get tapped. You make them choose an optional mana generating ability of the lands that they tapped, such as making them tap and sacrifice the land instead of just tap it. I'm so confused. What does that mean? What is this card? Why is the rest of the stream we're just talking about Word of Command?
Yeah.
What is this?
All right.
You do not choose which lands get tapped. What is that? Come on.
Yeah, because it says you control that player until Word of Command finishes resolving. So the resolution of Word of Command is just you've chosen the card that they need to cast. Then so the resolution of Word of Command is you go, great, I've chosen that card, you must cast it. Then later, when you cast it, I will also control you while the spell is resolving. But there is an in-between time where they are casting the spell in which you don't control them. They just have to cast it.
But they get to choose. They get to choose the mana. So this actually does kind of solve what we were doing before. We can't make them float mana really, except for the stuff that comes from other. But even no, they tap. It says that they get to tap optimally, which is really weird. You choose an optimal way for them to tap. What?
Well, I get okay. So this is I think what you assume that you're picking something they can't optimally tap for, which is not hard to do if all of their lands are tapping for double or triple.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's weird. I think we have to leave it at this. Otherwise, we will be stuck on this all day.
I do like that. Your opponent can't counter Word of Command after letting you look at their hand, but they can attempt to counter the spell you force them to cast. Mm-hmm. This is so good. There's so much on. I gotta stop reading.
Yeah,
there's too much.
The card is fascinating, but we'll have to leave it for now at you can make them cast a spell, and most likely that leaves mana in their pool because they could not tap perfectly for it.
Oh, what is this magic card? What, like, I love old magic cards that just don't work anymore. Like, it's just they're so funny because look how many words have to be on that card, and it doesn't even really cover it.
Yeah, right.
We
immediately ran into but how does this work?
Yeah, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this?
Okay. So overall, I think they really nailed this. It's very for someone that has not built for tier 2 before, for bracket 2, I think this is a really good take. Yep. The only things that I'm like for sure take these out would be Mox Ember and Mox Opal. I do think that Sensei's Divining Top, especially since it has no synergy here, I would just take this out.
Yeah.
But everything else is really good. We found a good handful of cards that would help to lean into
the acceleration,
the acceleration,
and the slug,
and the slug. I looked and I could not find anything to satisfy their final request, which was cards that can help gain life off opponents losing life.
You
And I think the only instances of that are Exquisite Blood and Bloodthirsty Conqueror, which
yeah,
they've already
I
got.
think I have mixed. What I did was just mix them up in my head. I'm like, oh,
Mhm.
that has a lot, but it's the other one that has a lot.
Yeah.
It's the gain life, deal damage ones that are all over. Yeah, so just
Mhm.
just play those two.
Yeah.
You have two. That's really it's the best you can hope for because it's all that exists
Mm-hmm.
until next year when they print something else.
Yeah. The other, yeah, because your main challenge too is like a lot of the other effects that might do essentially what you want are in white.
Hmm.
Okay. And now we also have an additional one from Rob the Princess because of gifting some subs.
Yes. Yeah, if you want a deck tech and you're in chat, remember 10 gifted subs, or you can head over to Kofi and for $30 you can get your deck teched right now. Whoop! I'll make you guys a deal. You jump in right now, we'll do it before Rob.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to jump Rob in the line, 10 gift subs right now, or head over to Kofi. Pretty good deal.
All right. Let's see. We have this is Nezahal Primal Tide. Cool. I feel like I rarely see Nezahal in the command zone. Rob says it's a Voltron deck that buckles down on the commander's ability to exile themselves until the next end step, which is the ability on this card that is the least paid attention to. So I'm already on board. Because you can dodge removal, and then it is just a really good card draw engine. So you always have enough cards to be able to discard. We're looking to cut 5 cards. All right.
Yeah.
That we can do.
Yeah, we can do
So, yeah, let's start off. So Nezahal, 7 mana, 7/7. Can't be countered. You have no max hand size. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, period, you draw a card. And then the thing we're focused on to make this Voltron-y is discard 3 cards. You exile Nezahal and return it to the battlefield tapped at the beginning of the next end step.
Rock Candy Radio, it is literally a shirt. It's a Brandon Perna. It's his YouTube channel. It's his shirt. That is literally what it is. So yeah, it should make you think of Brandon Perna because it is his merch.
All right. I would go so far as this is for sure the only Nezahal Voltron deck that I have ever seen, and maybe that exists because that is just hyper specific.
You know what's funny? You said, "Oh yeah, I need help with cuts," and I immediately thought of an ad. Let me see what's in here before I tell him to edit. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Nope, it's in there. Okay.
Okay. We don't have many creatures, which worries me as mono blue. We will need a lot of ways to not get hit.
Do we have propaganda?
Nope.
I would put propaganda in. Easy ad. Yeah, now we need to cut 6 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to keep making this harder for us.
I know that you love Fog Bank, so we definitely keep that. All right, so we have like some generically good blue cards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, draw more cards when you do stuff. Homunculus Horde does help us to build an army of blockers.
It's also a cool card.
It also is a
cool ass card. Like I haven't found a deck that I've personally built where I want this, but God, do I love this card. Like it was okay and limited. If you can get it going, it was really good, but it was like tough to play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just never got a chance to do it.
Yeah. Have you tried building a Danny Pink deck?
Did you put this in Danny Pink?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because it's so easy to draw a second card on every turn, and having extra bodies are more creatures that draw you cards when you put counters on them. So
I'm gonna go turn on the AC again.
Yeah. Okay, so we have some copies making clones of Nezahal. Seems strong. And I guess the blink is also relevant for these because you can blink them and have them come back into something else. That's fun. Wonder. I guess you have a way to pitch it, and allows your Voltron Nezahal to swing in the air. Sure, and then Ixodron is our like pseudo board wipe, and we can pitch 3 cards, get Nezahal out of there, cast Ixodron, have this come back and be the only creature on the board that's not upside down. Yeah. I like that. Retraced image, the blue mage's cope ramp. This is the card that just doesn't work in Commander except for basic lands. So you're revealing your island and putting that into play. Steal some stuff. Bounce everything. Inspiring refrain. So you're drawing 2 and then getting time counters. This is one of the weaker like resuspend cards.
They're all weak.
I'm not even arguing that, but like as far as they go, this is one of the weakest. I guess we'll see if there's like some more ways that this works. All right, bounce everything. So we do have we have I guess board wipes to try and hold us off from getting attacked a bunch. It's like bounce everything, turn everything into a morph.
I mean, all is dust.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
What is this card?
Oh, you don't know Keep Watch? That's a...
I don't recognize Keep Watch. I know the card now that I'm seeing it, but
yeah.
it is not a card that I actively know the art of.
That's a little old school Commander tech.
It's a cool card. Yes, peanut butter cups.
Mm-hmm. I prefer to run this in decks that can also do it like proactively, because in our 13 creature deck, single creature Voltron, it's not particularly powerful if we're casting it on our turn. So this is hope an opponent has a big attack that makes it worth it. This is more return everything.
I don't think we need this. Our commander protects itself. We don't need another thing to protect it.
I agree. Also, as far as things go, we're in blue. That's one of the things they do really well anyway.
Yeah, it was putting counterspell. Literally counterspell is better than this.
Yeah. I'd also be fine with this being like any of the 1 mana like protect your stuff. Because then at least it has a little extra that it can do for these other things.
What happened to my Reese cup? Oh my god. Jeez. This thing's it's seen something.
And Ether Spells also stops us. Okay, so with a lot of artifacts, because one of the things that they said is you can use like Hero's Blade to make our Nezahal usually much bigger because it reattaches after you flicker it.
They were in the car for 5 minutes. I will tell you, still tastes great.
We have a couple other effects like this with Storm Rider Rig. Ronin War Club. So we have these also sort of the Chosen, which doesn't attach because it's not an equipment, but it's a buff that stays on the board.
I love old designs like this.
Yeah. They just didn't have equipment, but they're like, how do I make a thing that?
How do I make a sword? Like, what does a sword do? It
Mm-hmm.
pumps a creature. Okay, cool. So now we'll make it a tap ability.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool.
Yeah, they had a bunch of like for a little while, their design workaround for this was here's an artifact that you can tap to give an effect, and then it gives it as long as it stays tapped, and you can choose to keep it tapped during your untap step. That was a design for a while before equipment. But okay, what else?
The girl didn't just bring us chocolate. The chocolate she braving the heat. Oh, not the 80-degree weather. Oh.
let's see. So we have these things. I like them. The Monument to Endurance is very cute because you just automatically get all 3 modes.
Super thumbs up. Yeah, love that. I love a good card that is not made for the deck. It's like this, like they made this for the discard decks. Cool. Yeah, and the cycling decks. Cool. But what if we just threw it in our goddamn Nezahal deck?
Mm-hmm.
It is quite sick. I love that we got Buster Sword here. Oh man, I have not. This is the one card that I have not gotten. Like I have been, like
like haven't like literally opened and you don't
like
own the
that. I
card?
really wanted. Like
Yeah.
yeah. Like there's a couple cards I like. You gave me a couple today, but like I don't have. But it's like this is like the okay. I really need this for a deck. Please let me open it because I don't want to spend $50 goddamn dollars.
I can't wait to hit so many people with this at Vegas.
What deck you got in then?
Professor Hojo.
Oh, Hojo.
Yeah,
That's
where
what I don't know why he does it like that.
you can just go turn 2 Professor Hojo, turn 3 Buster Sword equip for free swing. Yeah, Nerd Girl pulled the fancy version.
I don't want
full art.
I don't want to even risk damaging your fancy ass version. Like it's just not worth it because the card's worth probably like what?
$2 billion.
Yeah, it's probably worth like 150, 200.
Yeah.
It's just not worth risking any damage to.
Okay, so what else do we get here?
Nobody's beating me in Vegas. Listen. You can think about the deck.
Yeah, just to be clear, none of you are beating Joe in Vegas because I'll probably be playing in the pod too, and I will beat them.
No, I'm winning every game in Vegas. I have put down the gauntlet, and I am going undefeated. There's not a chance I'm losing to any of you schmucks. Losers. Got any other insults from schmucks? So,
Jabronis.
That
feels like a very Joe.
Jabroni. Yeah. It also works well for me because it was a rock insult. So it works. It's a rustling insult. Yeah, jabronis. To quote The Rock, I'm gonna whoop all your candy asses in Vegas. So no one's got a chance at beating me. But
also, everybody already knows that every single one of your decks folds to 1 blind obedience. So
no, don't play blind obedience against me. That might actually make me lose.
Okay, so this, what else do we get out of Nezahal here? So we have some free equips, can't be blocked, sure. Converting off of discards, free equip. Okay.
What is that creature on that?
This?
What is that? Like, it's so weird.
So this was from Kamigawa.
Yeah, just like I don't recognize it from any other card.
Was this the ogre design in that set? That might be what this is.
Yeah, maybe. God, he's weird.
Yeah.
Mindslaver loop? I don't think we're Mindslaver looping, are we? Is Mindslaver even in here?
No, it's not in here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. Altar of the Goyf I like here because creature attacking alone, and it cares about cards in graveyards, which we're doing. Moonring Mirror. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Oh yeah, Mindslaver Joe, and make them beat themselves. Whenever you draw a card, remove so exile your top card. Beginning of your upkeep, remove your hand from the game and put all of the exiled cards.
Whenever you draw a card, remove the top card of your library from the game. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may remove your hand from the game, and if you do, you put the other card in your hand. So you can
so it's like almost doubling your draw. It's every time you draw, you put one away. Mm-hmm. And then at your upkeep, you can choose to say, I will take all the ones that I put away, and exile what I have left in my hand. So I see what you're going for here. I
unfortunately just think this card is too bad.
I I think if we're doing Nezahal Voltron,
Well, so my thing is like we're gonna do Nezahal Voltron, and I like embracing some silly. This just seems real bad. Like having to wait to your upkeep when it's just the problem with it is everyone gets to watch it become good, and they'll know when it's good, and it just draws this big target. It's bad, 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 bad. Then eventually it's good, and when it is good, it's a target. So it's just like it's this awkward card that like is going to draw interaction as soon as it gets to that point.
Yeah, because it's the tricky part is like, why don't you just play Teferi's my Ageless Insight? Like this is essentially a draw doubler. Yeah. For every card you draw, you're also getting a second card, but you're getting it later.
It's a pet card, then keep it.
But yeah,
that's as simple as that. I mean, yeah, I think the card is probably not good enough to really play, but if you like it, period, that's all you need. That's literally the whole reason you need to have it in the deck.
Now I'm interested though. I'll on my downtime I'll think about where I would want to put this card. Okay, so yeah, we have a bunch of equipment to put onto Nezahal to make it hit hard. Some of that equipment is particularly good because it attaches itself.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna try to make a word or command short. I'm gonna do a lot of research. Because there's a lot. I'm gonna literally just get in the judge chat and be like, okay, I got guys. I need so much help right now.
you want to take that one? Because I like.
If you want to do it, you can do it. But I think it's really fun, and I would enjoy doing it.
Go for it then. Because I forgot to bring up the. I'll tease it, I guess, because we passed the Killian deck already, but. I found a very funny interaction that only, as far as I can tell, only works with these two cards or the one card specifically. But anyway, we're on Dragon Wings, which is a card we mentioned earlier. Weirdly enough, so this is the blue one from the cycle of cards. They're all auras that attach themselves from the graveyard as long as the creature entering costs 6 or more.
Weird,
but like
perfect. No. Weird that this has come up twice in this episode. Like, wow, what a wild episode we're on with Dragon's Wings and Dragon Fart coming up together.
I used to use both of those all of the time because this was also when right around when I started playing. But
no, girl, I found the missing earpiece.
Hey. So you exile your Nezahal. This falls off, but then it just comes right back on as soon as it comes back in play. I love that.
What is Dragon's Breath? That doesn't sound like a real card. Dragon's Fart you're thinking of? You're thinking of Dragon's Fart. What does Candlekeep Sage do? I don't know what's up, man.
It's really good here.
Oh, it's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, draw 2 cards every time that you activate Nezahal, so you're discarding 3, but you're still giving 2.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. I absolutely love that. This deck is sweet. I love all like these. What is? Whenever a creature comes into play under your control, cool.
Yeah, it's just one of those reattachers.
You know the reattachers.
Yeah, you know the whole thing that we were discussing for a while on. I literally highlighted this.
Are you talking about when I walked out of the room because
No.
I was doing other things? Because yes,
not at that point. You were definitely here.
I was not in the room for
you
reattachers.
all thought, bro.
That is false. I was getting my candy.
Okay. So what do you cut from this? Because that's our big challenge here.
Well, to be a funny guy, because I always tell them these MDFCs suck. I love putting in MDFCs. I don't play these two. I think they are genuinely terrible. And it's sad, but they are so bad I do not put them in. They're both tap lands and spells that are not impactful enough on the game overall that I want them. I could see Bay and Veil. This one, 100% no. I can see Bay and Veil a little more, especially because we are a deck with a few creatures and going wide could be a huge bane to our existence. So I would definitely cut this one. I see the defense for this one. It always made me very mad just how bad they made the blue ones. They made them so blue Manatide.
All right, you got me on that line.
Joe mentally left the room. That's true. Veggie was talking. I checked out.
I think to me,
I mean, I don't think you need Crucible Worlds. I see the synergy. I just don't think you need it. Personally.
you're just drawing enough cards that you're not worried about missing your
Ooh,
land drops.
Actually, that said, are you playing?
But it is essential. It's like kind of drawing a card every turn.
I would.
Because
I
you
see,
need the cards in your hand to discard.
I see you're playing Terrain Generator. May I also offer you a UFO in Walking Atlas? I would put both of those in because then we could just get. We will always be. We're gonna be drawing an abundance of cards, and putting extra lands into play is actually powerful in this deck where we just we have so much to do with mana. We're gonna have so many cards that we're gonna getting the extra mana seems super worth it. So I think I would put in Walking Atlas and the UFO for the extra land drops.
I wonder though, because this is still a very low land count, and you cannot use those cards to put NBFCs onto the battlefield.
Yeah, so cut the two MDFCs and put real lands in. Easy peasy, right?
I mean, it's still only 2.
What MDFCs are in here?
The good ones.
Yeah,
so Sync and Hydroelectric Specimen and Seagate Restoration.
Yeah, I would actually cut the other 2, especially because I do think we should put in the other. I think this deck has legit Walking Atlas wants and UFO wants. I mean, it lets you discard your lands without consequence, but also you draw so many cards, the consequence doesn't matter because like you need to have 1 land by the time your turn comes back around. Seems fine.
Here, I think we also may be overestimating this a little bit
because he has 7 mana.
Or just like I think you can reliably draw like 2 to 3 cards in the bracket you're playing this deck in.
Okay.
Because it's only your opponent's casting, and it's non-creature spells. I don't think. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna work.
Maybe I think we're on the same flight. We're on the same flight back because I also got offered $20 from Alaska Airlines to change my flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking. I saw that here. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? $20 to move my flight? Not a chance in hell. Insulting.
I actually is Homunculus Horde not good here? Because if the way that we are drawing is our opponents doing things, and they need to cast 2 non-creature spells on their turn, with that clearly on board, then maybe that's not it.
Birds up. Oh, it's a Maulhound.
Oh, it's Maulhound.
I'll throw my birds up. Let's throw the birds up.
Hi everybody.
Tweet fuckers. Wow. Coming in strong from the raid. Welcome everybody. Yes, our co-host has sent in some birds up. W Shirt Show. Thank you. What does birds up mean besides flipping everyone off?
Birds up.
No, fuck the Eagles. Go Bills. L shirt.
I hope that's what it is. I hope it's just simply reaction to your shirt, and they didn't plan it. It's just
Chocobo Tribal. Birds up. Yeah,
birds only draft.
Birds up, baby. Welcome in, everybody. We are doing deck techs currently. We're almost done, actually.
Yes,
we're on the very last one, and if you would like to buy a deck tech, Kofi, $30, or you could 10 gift subs will get you a deck tech as well.
But also, hello everybody, and if you don't do that, we will be spending the rest of the time building a deck.
Yes,
this is our final one for right now.
What we're looking
at is a Nezahal commander deck, but it's Nezahal Voltron. Nezahal Voltron, which is super unique.
It's also Nezahal clones. I like that little sub theme we got going on of just copying our commander as much as we can too.
Yeah.
You can't do it a ton because it's not a lot of cards to do it, but we got them in here, the ones that do.
Yeah. We got to find 5 cuts for this though. So
is Nanogen in there? What's Nanogen?
Nanogene, I don't think you can't do that, right?
Let's see.
That doesn't work.
We got Maldhound shadows. We're gonna get some wild stuff here.
No, I like this card. This is a yeah, it's oh, it does work because it makes them not legendary, but it makes everything in Nezahal. I don't think you want to do that.
But that's so fun!
It is very fun, but I don't think you want to give your opponents, because our deck is only running 13 creatures. I think literally every deck that is in the pod will be running more creatures than you.
Come on, we don't want all Nezahals. Come on, what a game.
Is it my only thought would be, is this yeah, it's not optional. So you could Nanogene and then mill your opponents out by forcing them to draw.
Listen.
That's the only way I could think that this works.
No. Our fish is not on roids. That is all natural. All natural fish. He eats protein steaks every day.
Wild caught. Yeah.
Like the steaks he eats are coated in protein, and he eats those every day to get those muscles.
Mm-hmm.
So don't you call him unnatural, all right? He works out in the wild doing push-ups.
Oh, okay. So we cut Not of This World. There's a cut.
Yeah, that is a cut. Yeah,
that we don't need. I think this is too many equipment. What are the worst equipments here?
Let's see. What is this one? Yeah, there you go. I didn't even know what it did. I literally was just like, I don't recognize this art, and it is real bad.
Yeah, because like, what's the rate? So we're looking. It's just like it's a +4 boost. These both are the same rate. I think those are pretty weak because we do have to continue to pay to equip them.
What the hell is Natatant? I need to.
Shuko's certainly cuttable, but at least it's free.
Shuko is very cuttable, and we don't really use it, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
And like if we were using it for one of the combos, sure, but we're not doing that.
Now the other thing to consider though is the +4. Yeah, Rob's already on top of it. Is the +4 brings us to the break point of Nezahal two-shotting people.
Yeah, but this character sucks ass. Yeah,
but sometimes number important.
But not important enough for me to not go.
Yeah. I think Haunted Cloak is actually pretty cuttable because the haste is only going to matter the one time. Vigilance is not super important because like I don't know that we want to be blocking with this, and it is already like a decent blocker because you can blink it and have it ready to block for the next turn and then block and blink it. We
got some pumps. Look, we got the Buster Sword. Mald's favorite card ever. Game changer.
Super fair and balanced, yes.
What is this?
It's just, it's a boost that stays on board. But yeah. The Crucible here, I actually am, I think, on board with.
Cut it.
Because Nezahal, the main thing that we're doing is blinking it constantly, so we're pitching 3 cards every time.
Cut it. I'm on the cuts. I like keep the city, make our commander unblockable. Also,
this is like a better rate.
The concept. This is one of my the bat. I love the concept of we give our little fish a bat, and it makes him like almost double his strength. Like that bat is incredible. He's gonna just fucking. It's probably just fucking home run bat shit from like Smash, just hitting him with. Doink! Or what is the noise it makes?
Yeah, that's close.
Doink! Yeah, doink.
Yeah.
You guys know the wink, right?
Yeah. I think I'm on board with keeping Crucible. Even more like we have a couple lands that we can recycle. Fable Passage, Demolition Field.
I'm a big advocate of putting Strip Mine in every deck. Put it in.
Yeah, there you go. I think Magic Mirror is pretty cuttable. We only have we have 18 total instants and sorceries, so we are not reducing this by much.
Oh yeah, that's boots.
And we don't need. I like this is a very slow burn card draw.
Uh, I also think that we're talking about how slow the card draw kind of is. Omniscience isn't going to be quick enough. It's just it like let's assume one a turn. You have to wait 2 full go arounds before this card does anything. I understand it cycles, but it's just too slow. You're not getting those creatures nearly fast enough for them to be relevant.
Yeah, I don't think this deck draws cards fast enough unless you have like Teferis out.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I'm not even like a huge fan of like Omniscience overall.
I think it's good and fine in the decks that are like drawing massive amounts of cards.
No, we have we have some we have fun things that re-equip like this. And Hero's Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we have things that re-equip, and that's like the idea is like, okay, they come down, they re-equip, and we also play like silly thing that isn't equipment technically, but is kind of an equipment.
Yeah.
Like that's the idea. Like, how can we get around when we blink our commander out that we get to keep it on the field actually?
Yeah.
Have you considered any exalted? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, is there any? I don't think there is any good exalted stuff.
There's like a land.
Oh, that was the wrong button. Good. Eggs.
Uh, also, thank you, Souffle.
What do you mean? We got this guy. 4-mana 2/2.
Mm-hmm. I actually think you could totally play this though.
Cathedral of War.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other ones not so much.
Oh, we already shouted out Mauled. Don't give him 2 shout outs. He didn't earn that second one. You gotta work for that shit.
Yeah, okay. So I think for me, my cuts are not of this world. I'm not on board with this Haunted Cloak because we get no boost out of it, and I don't think these abilities are super relevant. Magic Mirror.
It wasn't an auto shout out. Girl did it. Somewhere.
I don't know.
Hold on. Up here. Well, it's just lost in the shuffle. I thought Girl did it. Maybe not.
No.
Auto shout out counts. I said it. Don't tell my mods how to mod.
Yeah.
They're our mods. I'm just being a dick.
It's
been a minute since I played Hunter Cloak for a good reason, because it's bad. Yeah, what does Mantle of the Tides do?
You need a second draw for it to equip, but it means that it means that it essentially has to happen on your turn.
Yeah.
Because or you have not Blanc Nezahal.
Blanc.
So I think I'm on board with that being cut.
Chad, am I a polarizing figure? I feel like I'm just so neutral. No one really cares what I say or do. Polarizing. I just feel like I'm not polarizing at all. Bet you work on the deck while we figure out. Blanc. I like the spelling of Blanc.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on. These are all fine.
I'm a pretty blunt person. I've lost I've lost content creator friends when they've asked for feedback and I gave it blunt.
I like though that the audience that Nerd Girl has built is like, Joe, you're kind of blunt. I don't know. It's just like
Yes, I know they haven't even had a ton of time to get to know me, and they're like, "Yeah, you're a blunt person." I do love everybody like when they're trying to say, "Joe, you're a divisive or polarizing person." They always go, "Which is fine." It reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where they're like, "Because he's gay." Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Right. uh,
Very used to your smaller personality.
I think I'm here also to cut Saravok's tome. It introduced the initiative, which is just generically fun, but we have so few ways to be able to hang on to this. I think we have a good shot at taking it back most turns, but I don't want to be giving my opponents the extra value on their turns, even though I'm able to take it back. If I'm playing with initiative or monarch, I want to have a good chance that I'm hanging on to it.
I'm cutting this. I get it. No, I can't do it. It's too bad. Like there is a line of like legit bad card that I cannot cross, and this is. I think this is the we found the exact line because this is it. I can't do this card. Well, we know he wasn't very sharp. Blunt is possibly more succinct. So funny, Schultz. So funny. Birds up.
Yeah. Oh, right. We had refrain on the chopping block for sure. Now, especially, I was like, let me go back to this and think if there was any extra synergy or something. And
I'm not a big like invoke fan, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's spell that does powerful thing, and that is better than a lot of the other things that we were cutting.
Just play what's the one that untaps your lands? That card's sick. It's mind control untap your lands. The treachery.
Oh,
treachery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Treachery. I have good suggestions. Treachery's sick. I think I know it's expensive, but like treachery is a card that is just what an awesome Magic card. I know people don't like their stuff being stolen, but God, it's a cool Magic card.
I mean, it's very strong, which I think generally not what this is doing. Oh, that's the other thing. Why is there a mind break trap in this? What is this doing here? Are people that you're playing this deck against casting 3 spells in a turn that you need to then exile the last of them?
I know, it's so funny. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Mind Break Trap belongs here very much. Anti-Storm.
Like,
are they bringing Storm decks to your Nezahal? Your Nezahal Voltron deck.
Also, Nezahal itself is anti-Storm.
That's very true.
They're like, cool, do you want to draw me a card every time that you do this?
That's a funny include. I mean, that's a good enough reason. I mean, if you like a card, keep it. That's always a good enough reason.
But yeah, I think for functionality, I would swap it for any other counterspell.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. I'm really just enjoying looking at these. I can tell you searched the term when a creature enters the battlefield, equip it, because you found all the nonsense that does this.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of your end step, if a equipped creature didn't deal damage, sacrifice it, they can just block it. We better hope we have one of our evasions or our Nezahal stat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think to me, if we're building a Nezahal Voltron, then you absolutely keep these, even though they are bad cards. They do a very specific thing that you cannot really get with anything else. It's just, here is a single card that puts you in 2-shot range.
Oh.
So.
Well, hold on. We can play. We just talked about this card earlier. Where is it? Oh, no. Hand effect now. You get to pump up your commander based on your hand size. We're drawing a decent amount of cards, and you can equip for two. This is way better than those. Way better.
Yeah, I would also run that.
No, not also in place of. There's got to be things like this that
Yeah,
are
we're not
better.
supposed to be adding cards to this.
It doesn't matter because I'm cutting one with it. Yeah, there has to be cards more like Hand of Vecna.
Yeah. Also, that now that I'm looking at it, Inspiring Statuary.
Oh,
We're running 36 artifacts. This helps us to cast very few things.
yeah. To pay life every turn to equip.
No, you have it. There's a secondary equip cost.
You can pay
for
two. You can pay two.
Yeah.
Yeah. It literally this has the same cost and equip cost as these shit cards over here.
War Club is good.
No, it's not.
It attaches for free.
Oh no, that's no. Okay, that's right. Okay,
Uh-huh.
sorry. It's where's the other? Where is the other pumper that gives +4/+0? No, maybe it's just this one. Get this one out of here.
I like that you literally moused over both of them, stayed on them, and they were like, "Wait, where are the two?"
Shut up. This is the one. This is the one that needs to go. Get it out of here. Yeah, the auto equippers are all fine. Yeah, I can. It is completely justified to play bad auto equippers because we are playing bad, silly Nezahal deck. Not this card. This card sucks butts.
I actively like it because it sucks. Like it sucks in exactly the way that you want it to.
See, there's a level of sucks that I can't do, and this is it.
See, to me, that's like this. It's like this card sucks and doesn't really like do a fun thing that you want. This is like, wow, this sucks, but it's exactly what I need.
So the difference for me
Mm-hmm.
between this and this
Mm-hmm.
is this only is number. And number is just number is boring to me, whereas this is like, oh, here's this cool little thing that goes around and we can work with my commander.
Yes, but see, we're looking at the game, you know, from a greater perspective. We understand that sometimes card that is just number is more than just number.
No, card is still just number.
Sometimes it is number that you add to other number to get to significant number.
Oops. Solve that problem. Not talking about it no more. You saw that coming down Broadway?
We have 23 cards that can give a +4, and this is not. Oh, I should do +4/.
Oh, you have to put it. Putting in quotes says that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it says, "Hey, only do something that's exactly this." All right. We can't really sack a creature. This is what? What's its face?
It's Batterskull.
Batterskull. Yeah. That's too much. Too much. Slayer's Plate. When a creature dies, it's not gonna die. Yeah, no. We had the best ones.
We do. It sucks, and still I don't play it. Maybe +5. Try +5.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we went over a good bit of cards that you could cut from this that I think still keeps the spirit of the deck that are just like not quite going to work with it or don't do enough.
Yeah, let's get back in here.
What?
I didn't realize you re-added it.
Yeah, when we went to look at the +4s, I was like,
you were sneaky.
I didn't think I was that sneaky. I thought you were looking right at the screen.
I was sneaky enough that I didn't see it. I'm watching you this time. Stupid.
Yeah.
It's like Rob's real deck.
This makes me very happy.
Yeah.
This is a one of a kind, like a one of a kind angle for a Nezahal deck.
I like it too. I'm a big fan. Big fan. I mean, I like defying an archetype. I like changing things up, or I like going all in on it. I like those are my two routes. It's can I go all in on what this card says to do, or can I go the opposite route and defy what it's telling me to do?
Yeah.
Because this card's not. I guess this card doesn't even tell you to do anything, right? It just says play it.
Yeah. Shall we build a
Oh,
deck?
jeez, what is that hair? Let's build a deck. What are we brewing today, Veggie?
Well, that's the thing. Because I think we are supposed to stick to themes that we are doing. The ones that we know are coming up are the Mana Value series, where there's a list. There's a spreadsheet. Are we getting oh yes, okay, yes. Which Tifa?
For Final Fantasy IX Heroes? Okay. So we're doing a Heroes episode of Final Fantasy?
Yeah. Okay. So the what this is, we know that we're gonna have a game that is Flubs, Tifa, Bria, and Gisa. Also, which Gisa? And then we know that we're going to do a game that is arch enemy with 3 members of Final Fantasy IX party versus Kuja.
Oh. Ooh. That sounds badass too.
Yeah. Maybe we don't even know which Tifa and Gisa. I mean, I know it's supposed to match an art. So, how about this, everybody? I mean, but maybe they're supposed to go with one or the other. I guess Tifa is essentially the same one, like either of them, but the Gisas I think have different outfits or something.
Who's Gisa?
Huh? Gisa? Like giraffes.
Oh.
Yeah, Gisa and giraffe.
Well, I'm like, why? Wait, why are we doing? I thought this was all Final Fantasy.
No. Do you see the how in the chat it explains it?
I have a list. I don't understand. No, I'm actually confused.
Yes,
I'm misreading somehow.
I have a list: Flubs, Tifa, Bria, Gisa, 4 Final Fantasy heroes, and then corrected to or Final Fantasy IX heroes.
The or was not correcting in my head, even though I was reading it. Yeah, that was completely missing that. Yes, but I now understand.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Flubs?
Who's Flubs?
Well, I just don't know off the top of my head. Oh, that's Flubs.
Mm-hmm.
Flubs the fool.
So, what's everybody feeling? So here's the what we can do is team general. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Let's look up Gisa and see if this art is supposed to be a particular one of them. So we have this one, and this one. So I was like, the Hellraiser one might have had like a hat because that's what they did here.
A hat?
You know, she might have had a cowboy hat because that's
it's me, Gisa, with a cowboy hat.
That was the whole set, right?
It's just Gisa's a weird character for a cowboy hat.
Did you see the set?
I know, but Gisa's a weird character for a cowboy hat.
Yeah. I can't identify any in any of these that matches. So what we're going to do is we're going to brew one of these decks right now with all of you. I think for now, we'll go with one of the 4 in that list: Flubs, Tifa, Bria, or Gisa. If any of you have strong feelings, let us know in the chat. Also, if you want to, I guess today's not a good one for choosing, since the choosing doesn't really work.
I mean, we'll just do. I mean, if somebody wants to pay to choose a commander to do, which you can do on Ko-fi, I believe, is some amount of money. If you want to head to Ko-fi and do that, it is not cheap. It's $100. It is a deck that will be played on the show. The commander of your choice. If you would like to do that, you can, and we will build that deck now. It will find its way into an episode. That is also an option.
I think that I had this that I don't think is true. Is a thing that I was informed of. It is specifically a thing that we would be building of the choices that we have. I was also mistaken about this.
I thought that we just that because it's $100.
That is
that they only choose the commander, but we build it.
A thing that I was mistaken of.
Okay, is that true, Nerd Girl? Tell how am I
I had this conversation with her earlier today. Exactly this. Yeah. So if you want to choose one, if you want to choose a commander that fits the theme. So if you wanted us to instead build a Final Fantasy IX hero, like one of the members of the protagonist party, then you could go to Ko-fi and do that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, apparently we both misunderstood that.
Yes.
Choose a theme.
Yes. So we don't have much for you to choose from for the themes for today, but in the future, it may just be as general as a commander that costs 8.
Yeah.
And then you can just go, I am choosing for you, and you can go to Ko-fi and do that thing. So if somebody feels really strongly about a specific, I guess, Tifa or a specific Gisa, or you want to make the decision of Flubs or Bria as well, or a Final Fantasy IX protagonist, then you have a brief moment now. But while we give that person a moment to figure it out, if you tell us what your votes are in chat, we will generally take we'll take a general count on it. Flubs, Tifa, Bria, or Gisa.
Also, if somebody wants to, if one of our mods would like to make a poll of that, that'd be nice. I don't know how to do it myself.
Oh,
but they can make a poll in chat, and people can actually vote.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people voted for trust Veggie over Jim Davis, and then you showed them the next day not to trust you over Jim Davis with your great drafting skills.
Yeah. I didn't realize though, because when you were saying that, I was like, oh, that's weird. He would say that for this set specifically. Like I didn't get that vibe from the set, and did not realize you were saying, oh, that's what he says in general for drafting on Arena.
Yeah, for drafting best of one specifically.
Yes.
It is a very specific to best of one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. It is not just this set. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for 12 CMC commanders. So many options. What is there? 4? 5? How many are there?
I think it's exactly 4.
There, yeah. Mana value equal to 12.
125. We have much fewer.
And then commander. Boop. Yeah, 4.
Mm-hmm.
One of those is much easier to cast than the rest. It's just so funny. Yeah, polls up.
All right, yeah.
Go ahead and vote for which deck you want us to build today.
Oh, I think one of them was just ignored. We are not building Bria today. It's okay. I felt that would be one of the I felt that would be a less popular option.
I mean, it's totally fine. We have
a Bria deck we never used. We don't have a Bria deck we never used.
Wait, where's this? Why does Nerd Girl think there's a Bria deck?
Because there is an Alania deck that we never used.
Ooh, Tifa out to the quick early lead.
Yeah, because there are. It's just 2, right? It's the commander precon one, and the mono green landfall.
Yeah, Tifa.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Nice.
Turns out Artifact has Tifa in it.
Yeah. It's double power on landfall and extra combats for hitting people with big creatures.
I like mono green more. Which one do you like more?
Not mono green.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because think about the dynamics for a content-based game. What does this deck want to do?
Go big punchies?
Yes.
But it's commander damage, so it can knock players out easily. Is that your thought?
Mm-hmm. I think the thing that it does best is I will make a lethal commander and I will kill a player very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have two people that are like, oh shit. Now we must shut that down. We cannot let that happen again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's certainly not a veto, but I think that mono green Tifa is worse for content than the other Tifa.
Tifa has one.
All right. Can we get one more poll then? Tifa Lockhart or Tifa Martial Artist?
Yeah. What do you guys want? Yeah. We need to know.
Yeah. Because then we could take the mono green Tifa as a challenge on, okay, is there a way that we can build this that isn't just, oh, commander damage one player out and then lose? Is there another angle that we can take? Like make giant Tifa and greater good or something?
That's what I was thinking. That's literally what I was thinking. But this is probably the safer Tifa, I mean, realistically.
Like, to me, also, this is a much more interesting Tifa.
Yeah, whenever.
But that's playstyle difference.
Well, I mean, this. Yeah. There's more to do with this. There's definitely more stuff to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or greater, deals combat damage to player. Untap all creatures you control. If it's the first combat of your turn, there's an additional combat.
Mm-hmm.
This work with double strike?
Yes. It's funny. This was not a card I expected a lot of people to not understand when I made a video on it. And so many people were like, you're wrong. It's not how it works. It's not how. And it was like multiple pieces of this card that people did not understand.
So I like this. So we want to give it double strike.
Yes.
But we have to give our creatures vigilance because the second thing doesn't have an untap on it. Because they untap during... They'll untap during the first main, right? Or no?
So there's one. So Joe has found one thing that the general public and Joe did not understand.
Just comment to a trader. Whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If it's your first, so that's part of dealing the damage trigger. What am I missing?
It is independent of the combat phase. All you have to do to untap all of your creatures is hit somebody with a power 7 or greater.
Cool. So all your 7s are going to untap either way.
Yes, as long as you hit somebody.
Okay.
As long as you hit somebody with big creature, untap everything. Then you get an extra combat if it's the first combat of your turn.
So the double strike works really well here. Okay, I gotcha.
Yes.
So we can get 2 extra combats, and we just have to keep hitting with our creatures, and one of our creatures, not even a lot of them, to do it. Yeah, great.
Yeah, how many extra combats can we get?
How many extra combats? 2? Whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player. Or is it 6?
It's 6.
Yeah.
Because this is whenever it's the wording, whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, that counts once per player. So if you have 3 creatures with double strike and each of them hits a player in your first combat, then that is 6 additional combats.
Okay, so yeah. I guess to be fair, you just don't even really need to give her double strike. It's good.
Yeah, it's super overkill.
It's way overkill to give a double strike. Yeah, at that point, you're already getting a bagillion combats as is.
The other thing that people really got caught up on was they're like, well, you only get the one combat. It says only if it's the first combat. I'm like,
That part didn't even. Yeah.
it's like you could only ever get one combat. I'm like, read the card. I know it is like I just did not anticipate it to be so complicated, but it's yes, this trigger happens only if it's the first combat phase of your turn, but it just sets up a queue. So you hit 3 people, and it goes great. After this, you get an extra combat. After this, you get an extra combat. After this, you get an extra combat. So you have 3 pending combats after the trigger resolves.
I don't. Yeah, no, read the fucking card shirts.
Yeah, like I think at this point, like my experience in talking about cards every day is that Magic is very complicated, and RTFC just doesn't apply anymore.
It's not only one untap all your creatures. It's multiple, because if you hit with 3 creatures, you have 3 untapped triggers from each player, and then if say you had some tap abilities, you could tap in between those to do it. Yeah, so you do get the triple in every combat. You can get an untap.
Yeah, because also that the first part of the trigger doesn't care if it's the first combat or not. So if you hit somebody, untap, then you go to your next combat. You hit people, you swing. If one of those 7 powers hits, you still untap everything. You don't get more combats because it's not your first one, but the untap doesn't care what combat that you're on.
Yeah, holy shit, what an absurd price. That's what I think of that price. All right, well.
All right, we're building this one, though.
Yeah, we are building this one. Tifa.
Martial artist for decked out gameplay. And we're going to Las Vegas soon. So Tifa Las Vegas.
Wow. Wow. I didn't expect Tifa Las Vegas. Tifa Las Vegas.
Okay. So let's go over generally how we do this. You are welcome to suggest cards in the chat, but you always have the option. I don't think we have this up right now. You always have the option if you donate 3 subs or $15 to Ko-fi. Then you can just say, put this card in your deck, and we must put it in, and we will put your name on the sleeve. So if it shows up in the episode, then you get to see your name on there, and either you helped somebody out or you screwed them over. As long as the card is a legal card to put into this deck, and we're like cool with it, then good. And we will do our best to, like, if it's a bad card, love it. The only things we would really veto are like problematic things or like that's about it.
Yeah, humility.
Yeah.
Something like that is we don't want to put in this deck.
Okay.
Delighted Halfling, that's your first suggestion.
Let's start off with how I like this is just what we do. So we go to EDH Rec, and while you should not be entirely building your deck using EDH Rec, you should use it as a tool, because sometimes it's just a waste of time to figure out the things that everybody else has already figured out. Your deck should be different, but it doesn't have to be 99 cards that are all different from what people are doing. So, like, let's take a look at high synergy. What is going to be a good time in this deck? Like, Onsrog, so good. Such a good time. It is already big enough power. It gives you extra combats as well. And you can even activate the ability to help to get your other 7 powers through.
Yeah, card's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I have become a huge fan of that card lately.
Boop.
Bloop.
This is a weird include because this is not an attack trigger. This is a combat damage trigger. So this is really only in here for melee.
Yeah, I don't even think we want melee. I don't even think melee's that good. I think people are just reading too much into it. It's like she has melee, put melee cards in.
I mean, I think in the deck we're usually attacking all players, so melee is just get +3/+3. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
I would
Mhm.
specifically I would play this because this card is good. Because it's
No,
actually
the rate for it is excellent.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like that one, the other one, like I don't like. I think Adrian's too expensive for the effect.
hmm
Like specifically this card deck. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in for this one.
Adriana, I'd run.
Yeah, no, I
I
wouldn't.
think. Huh?
I personally wouldn't. I think it's just a little too pricey. But you can put it in.
Well, we can hold on it for now. Facebreaker for sure.
Well, yeah,
We are attacking all players. Annie joins up. I think is very cool. It's like fine enough removal, but everything is legendary these days, and it does double Tifa triggers. So here's where things get even more crazy, because we said if you double strike, that triggers twice and it's still in your first combat, so you get an additional combat. But if you have a trigger doubler like Annie joins up out, you go great. First strike damage, 2 extra combats. Regular strike damage, 2 extra combats because they all resolved during your first combat.
that's not a lot.
Not a lot.
Are our
Yeah,
creatures all going to be big? Because Goreclaw is a great card. If our creatures are all just going to have big power.
I think the majority of them will have big power, and it also reduces Tifa, right?
Yes, it also gives trample too.
Yeah.
It reduces
Oh
Tifa
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
gives trample, which is a
Mm-hmm.
huge bonus.
Yeah. God, Iroas is already 7 power, and we can just be like some light evasion and swing and don't worry about it.
Give menace, yeah.
Good God.
I mean, Guruk's Uprising as well. I mean, again, our creatures all have huge power. It
Yep.
gives trample as well. Trample is a huge thing for this deck
Because
you
we
don't.
need to hit the player.
Yeah, you don't need to hit for 7. You just need to hit a player with a creature that has 7 power.
Yes. Okay. And then like we'll take a look at the other top cards. I'm not worried about adding like the basics in right now.
I was literally looking at that. Like the top cards for this deck are the most boring shit I've ever seen. What is that?
Yeah.
Usually there's like some cool synergy. Nah. This deck just said screw you.
And then we are building this. We're aiming at bracket 2, which is usually what's played on the show. But if there's if there's like a game changer that is like perfect for the deck, then we can we will happily make an exception. It just usually doesn't happen. You all know that those cards are good already. We'd rather highlight some other stuff. A quick look through here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Tosuke, I like Orin Frostfang. We want to be hitting players anyway. Might as well be drawing cards as we're doing it.
Yeah. Where's Frostfang?
Right there.
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, Galta seems pretty free.
I mean, he's always good, right? If you're playing big giant creatures, Golta good.
Right. And it's already like higher than 7 power and trample built in.
I mean, Fanatic Ronus is a great mana dork.
And it ramps us directly into Tifa, which then turns it on.
Here's a question for you. What do you think? Because I think this deck perfectly wants Savala.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that card? It's an interesting one because it's a really powerful card.
Yes. Okay. So it's a pod call because the card is very strong. But do we think the other 3 decks in the pod will be at a Savala as a normal card level? We know it will be Bria, like prowess spellslinger. We know it'll be one of the Geeses, so mono black zombies. And what was the third one? Flubs. Because you also consider that this is a symmetrical effect. How does that affect our pod in general? I don't think any of those are ever going to be close to using this ability. So that's also a consideration. Who is likely to be able to interact with this cleanly?
I imagine most decks will have a decent number of answers to it.
Yes, but no deck particularly has like will be running more of that than than average. I think like that's the thing I'm thinking about. Because like if one of the commanders was just like, oh yeah, enter and kill target Selvala, then you're like, oh, absolutely, I'll throw this in. But I think I think it's hard to not put this card in the deck, and then we take a look at the pod at the end and go, is this cool? Yeah. And so you all get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes on how the sauce is made, because we want decks that are good. We want decks that are balanced, and we want decks that are entertaining. And those are not always things that you consider when building just commander deck for yourself that you could be playing with anybody.
I do like haste enablers. I think one of the best haste enablers nowadays is Enduring Courage. I'm a big fan of the card,
and it's nice that it gives that natural pump at the beginning.
I like the card is just like I have realized that I think this might be the best haste enabler now. Like there's other than maybe what is the graveyard one? Anger. But that's you gotta have.
And we won't have that here. Galta and Mavrin cares about the greatest power or number of other, so we would be using that. Create a tapped and attacking XX with trample.
Yep. And it's got trample itself.
Yeah. And the card is cool as hell.
Yes.
That's also an important factor.
What if Vampire ride Dinosaur?
Right. What if 12/12 for 7 mana?
Oh man, I just want to put in Jumbo Cactar.
Okay.
God, I love Jumbo Cactar. I could put it in every deck.
Like this, you absolutely put this in. We're looking for big power. The card is like super entertaining, and it's Final Fantasy.
And if you get it with Selvala, you get to make 1,000 mana. 10,000
All right,
mana.
well, now we cut Selvala.
Sometimes you just go wild.
That actually is a consideration, because that is a combo. That is essentially infinite mana. And we have haste enablers, so it will be hard to interact with. So we're gonna put that up here. Can you type in check Cactar and Selvala? Cool. What else here?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid like the stapley stuff. Like that we can just add later as we go. Because like I think this is a deck you can make pretty creature heavy, so like a Beast Whisperer is probably good.
Yeah. Do you just include Tifa? I think you do.
Yeah, it's not really
for the flavor.
When it's not built around either.
Oh yeah.
I love Aurelia, the Law Above.
Attacks with 3, which we will be doing. You draw. Player attacks with 5. You Lightning Helix an opponent. Oh, each opponent too.
Yeah, I mean our goal 3 is what we're aiming for, which is the good part.
I think the struggle for me here is it's not big.
Yeah, that's true. It's only got 4 power.
It's only got 4 power.
Then maybe we do put all the melee cards in that give all of our stuff melee. And then like things like this become more consistently 7 power.
How many of them are there though? Because there's only one other option.
Yeah, maybe is it just this that gives all your creatures melee?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe because she's not big enough. That's an argument for it.
It doesn't put her on my auto include list.
Oh yeah, I don't think she's an auto include, but I think she's a perfect kind of card for me because she is card draw creature, and she is also hitting the 4 power, which we're gonna have. We've already got 4 power matter, like 2 cards. Like I think there will be more probably 4 power matters.
Yeah, I mean to me that seems like it's generic add. It's like, oh, I got to go back through and fill kind of card. Somebody mentioned Vincent, which I think is very good here. It's not 4 power, but it gets there because it has that magical when one or more creatures you control deal combat damage, you put a counter on it. So in one combat, you can put it up to a 6, and it will continue to grow. And it cares about 7 power. And with multiple combats, this may just kill people. So like it requires some setup, but Final Fantasy cool card and cares about number.
Yeah. I mean, if we're doing Final Fantasy cool card, I would also put in Bugenhagen.
Yeah.
Bugenhagen. You know he shouts his name just because it sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Bugenhagen, yeah. Hagen. Bugenhagen.
Yeah, you know, you say Hagen, I say Hagen. It's the old saying.
Classic.
Right?
I mean, I don't think we include it here because I think it's lame. But Jetmir is like it is really good.
But we're not going wide.
Even so, the card's so good. But yeah, maybe. But I don't want to add it anyway. Even if
right, I think there are a lot of cards that fill this role of make creatures big. But I think I don't think we'll have 6 creatures on board.
Fair. Oh, Bloodthirst is really good in this deck.
God. Yeah.
Because we get the untap from the other thing. Like the weakest part about this card is it's only combat for itself. We're gonna make it so it's not combat for itself.
Yeah. This deck is gonna have some heat.
Oh, this deck will be heat, but I think this deck will be.
Yeah, this
takes setup and it takes time to get going.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people have time to react to it.
Because if we make the other Gisa, if we make the Gisa deck the Crime Gisa, then it probably is running a little bit more removal than average.
And Gisa gets to go.
Yeah.
There's a snake in my boot. Classic Gisa line.
Classic Gisa line.
I have not seen this. This is
yeah.
amazing. Yeah, I didn't know this was a thing. Wow, yeah. I love that so much.
I'm gonna try and cosplay this at Vegas.
I
gotta find my dress though.
I have my SpongeBob cosplay. I decided it's too much. I would be sweating too. Like the potential sweat is too much for me to go for. Veggie will be the cosplayer.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna look like this, but it'll be the essence of that.
Yeah, you got it.
But okay, so we have like a core of creatures that I'm pretty okay with.
Mm-hmm.
What else are we running here?
I mean, our draw should be those cards.
Yes. New staple.
Yeah.
New staple.
Add in the Gathering while you're there.
What?
I was just gonna say.
Season of Gathering.
Season of Gathering, and maybe one more. Risk cares. Maybe only 2 or 3. 2 or 3s.
They're definitely gonna be.
Risk cares expertise is right there. People forgetting Season of Gathering. People just forgetting it.
People just forgetting it. We did talk about this on like it's better. It's better than this. Like
yeah, I could not agree more. The card is a pseudo board wipe that also gets this card draw. Like, what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. And it's the overrun effect. The card is amazing.
So the question. So when I made my video about this, I said if you cast Chromas, will you win the game?
Which you do most of the time.
I don't know that we include this card because it might make it too easy.
I mean,
because
the funniest thing is this card, Chroma's Will often reads that without this commander.
Yes, but
but this is like guaranteed,
right? Because normally a Chroma's Will needs somewhat of a setup. This just goes great. You have like 2 creatures, maybe win. Because it gives you
2 creatures, gives you 4 combats.
It gives you evasion, 4 combats. Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably win with you. I think you are guaranteed with Tifa and 2 creatures. Uh, 3 creatures. I did the
think
math on 3 creatures, and you absolutely win with 3 creatures.
I was gonna say Tifa. Well, I think Tifa and one creature does it because
You're dealing
it's
14
commander
Yeah,
damage.
Tifa kills somebody on the next combat. Tifa via combat damage can just kill 2 players,
And
and
the
then
other
the other
person gets hit
yeah.
for.
So Tifa and a creature wins with the Chroma's Will.
Yeah, so maybe it's too much. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably too much.
because what are it does allow a little counterplay of like remove in response, but it's yeah.
I would add something like Endless Restoration. I know it's kind of stapley, but it's just like 4 power. We have 4 power creatures. Cool. Right here. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, definitely our M Defas.
I wouldn't run board wipe protection, so I'd probably just run a new one.
I see the struggle I have with this, as far as content goes, and both like in both cases. So this is a foretell spell, right? I guess okay. It still protects everything if you don't foretell it. I have less problem with this because if you only have one foretell spell in your deck, then you know what it is, and
But we are
we are building this deck, so we have an advantage being in this.
we already have another one.
But that's it. That's the thing. This card is not like you. It will be easy to tell if it is this
Yeah.
or holy. But I think the fact that it still does the job not foretold, I'm okay with for the flavor.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
It's fitting.
But that's like that's one of the things that goes through my head when you're considering cards like this.
Mhm. Yeah, we already know what that is. We don't. Yeah, it can cause problems.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, y'all are playing way too much deflecting. Decks.
People love deflecting.
It is in so many decks. Like every time I look at a red white deck, it is suggested on the track. It is way too much of this card. It's a cool card, but I don't know. It's pretty bad.
Teamer Battle Rage is very good here.
It gives trample too.
It gives trample.
Yeah, I like putting in these fair ways of giving your double strike rather than the busted ways.
A Chrome as well.
I think what I would put in for the finisher, like that is fair and gives more interaction, is the 6-mana double strike lifelink card.
Oh, True Conviction.
Yeah, maybe that's a little too much life gain for other decks to overcome. Is the only issue I can think of. But I like that as like overcosted to get the effect, but it's like this is the game-winning spell.
I'm not terribly concerned about life gain because we will have Bria in the pod, which goes great. I can be unblockable, and I have prowess, so commander damage is a viable win con or player elimination. Also, it means that somebody played a True Conviction, and then
card.
It means they played it, and then were able to swing and still get all of that damage. Like, I think at that point I'm okay with it.
Okay, let's add our.
Oh yeah, MDF.
I mean, this one's actually great removal for our deck.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Also, while we're here, like some staples we know we're gonna be playing. Are there any board wipes that like work for this deck?
I don't think there's many board wipes that go in this. Like this style, Chandra's Ignition is like the only kind of thing that like makes sense, but like you still wipe out most of your creatures. Honestly, I think you don't need to play a board wipe in this deck, or you play an artifact and enchantment board, which we have in the form of
Season of Gathering.
Yeah, because this deck is not a wipe the board deck too often, but Maybe we find one to throw in here.
Yeah. We'll keep it in mind.
Yeah. This deck is the threat, right? Like that's what this kind of deck does.
Yes, but still
Sometimes you still need a
sometimes
board.
you need the thing that clears the way, but I guess this does do a really good job of going through most threats.
Yeah, we got Trumple. God, the Great Henge is so expensive. So expensive. Jesus.
Yeah, do we run stuff like, because we have the Iroas, but that also is a 7-powered creature, and gives menace.
No, I don't think we need that. I think our creatures are just big enough. Our attacks are going to be fine. Like you just don't got to worry about that. Embercleave's cool.
Embercleave is brutal. Yeah.
Nah.
So what? Because we are likely to be attacking with at least 3 creatures.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like we're trying to attack with at least 3. Boom, that's already down to 3. And if we tackle one more, it's boom.
Mm-hmm.
It's boom.
Yeah.
What does Power Fist do?
It just puts 2 counters when it hits. It's fine.
Not 2 counters. It's equal to its power, equal to the damage it's out.
Oh, put that many counters on it?
It's cool. I mean, I don't know how good it is. It's cool and it makes Tifa hit real hard.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be like a. This is a fine card that I don't need to include in the core of the deck, but certainly could make it in.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Hero's Blade is just really good here.
It automatically makes her commander go up to the thing by herself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, cool.
And lots of other things. Like
Tifa.
Like Tifa.
I mean, I'm always down for a Shadow Spear.
See, that seems like super generic-y to me. It does not do anything specific for the deck.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
It was more of a thought. I saw it and I thought, so I said.
Okay.
Not a, hey, this is core to the deck. Unnatural Growth might be cool.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. Cool. Yes. Is there one of these effects that's less pip intensive, like Zapandrel, right? Because this is 4 green pips in a 3-color deck.
Yeah, type in Zapandrel or whatever. I think he might only double power, but that's still
that I'm okay with. Yeah. Yeah, double power and toughness, and it's only 2 green pips, and takes you a little longer to hit. I like that better.
Yeah.
Also, big creature.
Big creature. It also legendary, which we have like a mini sub theme of. Mm-hmm. True Conviction. Over here.
Yeah.
I like those as the win cons. They cost a ton, but they're really cool and splashy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were gonna play any effect like the door, we'd play Reconnaissance, right?
Yeah. But I think this is like our game plan is have creature that beat other creature. Don't worry about
it. No, I agree. I'm with you. I'm saying if we were going to play instead of the gate, I would play Reconnaissance. Like that's where I would go if we had to make a choice there. Ooh, Duelist Heritage. That's another fun way to give double strike. That is, I love this card. It's such a political little fun card. We'll make Nurgirl play this deck because she'll love the politics of this card.
I mean, the fight rigging seems good.
I like fight rigging a lot. I actually didn't say because I thought it was like maybe a little too generic, but
no, because like
it does specifically care about 7 power.
Exactly. And this was one of the funky ones where it was in the precons, but not the 7 power matters precon. Because it was in the counters matter precon.
Is there really weird. Good ad. Good ad.
So now we get to play it with that. All right, and then this is down to
I mean,
normal stuff.
I think herd heirloom is a nice little.
Oh
works
yeah,
for what we're doing here.
We definitely will be casting creatures. We'll take creature ramp and draw a card.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I don't think we have to worry about much of any of this.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's like that's the EDH rec pass through where you're like, okay, what just like kind of generically fits.
Yeah, let's just look at the deck.
Yeah.
I want to see.
Also, do we just play the Tifa cards?
Oh sure, yeah. Tifa's limit break. It also can do a lot.
Yeah. All right, so we've started this core of creatures that are bigger power matters. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's more.
No, I don't want to suffer a star of extinction. No, then everyone's dying. No, it's too sad.
We have some basics here. Okay. So how do we lean into this game plan? Let's start with, because we've got 2 rampers. Let's start with ramp. Are there any other dorks or things that care about big creatures or become big creatures?
Dryad of Iliad
Cares about 4 or more?
cares about 4 or more. Makes 2 mana if you have a 4 or more.
It's something like this. That's not... No. This is not the right thing. This is your lands are all types.
Maybe it's Druid.
I think Dryad is right, but I don't remember exactly what the name of the thing is.
Let's hit search. Yeah, let's just... We can have a quick scroll and see if we see it. We know what this thing looks like. Tree person.
Nope, we're just wrong.
What is the thing called? Iliad? Oracle power 4.
It's also probably just helps for us to do this search anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. Flavor was from... Everyone loves a good trauma character.
Mm-hmm.
Do we? Do we all love a good trauma character?
Oh, Bolt Bend.
Fun card. I like it because of the blowouts.
Mm-hmm.
Makes for fun content.
And I'm
Dragonhawk Tempest. Nice card advantage. Cares about 4 or greater.
Oh yeah. And evasion helps to get in, and probably easy to get up to 7, just with a enduring courage or something. Yeah, I like that. Elysian Carotid. Thank you. We should be coming up on that soon.
I like how there's all these white cards that are destroying things 4 or greater.
Right.
Sneak it in here. It's like, you want this, right? Yeah, Iliad Carotid. What is Hunter's Talent do?
It's the level 3 that you draw a card at end step if you have power 4 or greater.
It
also
gives trample and removal spell. Cool. Perfect. Like, synergize with their deck.
Maybe Jolene here?
I hate that she only makes 1 treasure. But we can play it. It's a totally fine card. And it fits the theme. So I like it. I hate the design of the card. I don't hate playing it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I'd rather find something more interesting.
Oh, I like Leafkin Avenger.
You do?
He's a silly little guy. He makes a big mana.
Well, he costs 4.
He's not good.
I don't want the big mana at that point.
I fair, but I it's more of just like in my head. It's like he's a perfect 2 card. Like that's where my head is with him.
I agree, he's a perfect 2 card, but I don't know if he I don't know if at any point during this I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Like once I've got 4 mana to spend, I want to be playing creature that do good attack.
No, girl, put it in. Put it in. It's over. You lose 2-1 vote.
Ugh.
Cool. I'm veggie. If I'm not casting 17 spells a turn, that all cost 1 mana.
I just want one spell that do a good attack. That is the words that I said.
He do good attack.
He not do a good attack.
Yeah, he do good attack. He got 4 power. Oh, Outcast Trailblazer.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Why does he add 1 mana? He doesn't need that line of text. Like, why does he have that? All these white cards sneaking in here. Oh, Ronus is perfect. Ronus is always going to be turned on. And he can pump to give trample, and will be 7 power himself with his pump.
Oh yeah. You know, another target creature, but sure.
Does it say another?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
He can pump himself though.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Ruby Dart.
Oh yeah,
It just fits.
dork that cares about power.
Fits theme, yes.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna play a board wipe, Sarkhan's Unsealing is the board wipe.
See that's tricky because that is very oppressive.
Yeah, then that's fair. I it was a.
I'm thinking through. So here's the other thing. So we have a mono black deck, which will rarely be able to deal with this.
Only has 2 cards in the archetype that essentially deal with it.
Yeah. We have flubs, which probably decently equipped to deal with it.
Mm.
And we have Rhea, which also cannot deal with this.
Yeah. So yeah, just
so that is a reason not to play this. I think it goes really well in the deck. If you are not designing a pod to be entertaining.
Oh yeah, so let's put that in.
Yeah.
That's how I design pods.
Uh-huh.
What is this? What is this card? I don't know this one.
Oh, beasts.
Each other beast you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter, and whenever it or another creature with power 4 or greater enters, you may pay.
And then but the problem is it's that creature that fights. I wish it was the creature that entered fought.
That card's kind of lame. He cares about beast weirdly.
Mm-hmm. I like Smuggler's Surprise because we're probably cheating creatures onto the board at a good rate, but also it serves in a pinch as a protect our stuff.
Oh my god! I remember when this card was spoiled and people were like comparing it to. What is it called?
Coco?
No, they were comparing it to something it didn't have any business being compared to, which was 7 mana, search your creatures entwine, put them in play.
Tooth and Nail?
Yes, people mentioned it in the same sentence as Tooth and Nail.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
What?
That's not correct.
I mean,
what?
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
that's all I had.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of cool.
I like that card a lot. Like, I don't think it's good, but I like that card a lot. I would put it in.
I think that's pretty cool.
I like Voltborn Tyrant in this deck. So,
yeah, actually, I'm just like okay, right. We're assessing generically very powerful card. Is this? And I think this is totally cool in this deck.
Fits on theme.
Yeah. It is very strong, but it is not going to be like it's not going to cause problems.
Yeah, it's not. It is not a problematic card. It's just a very good card.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's power 4. I'm just curious. What does power 7 say? It won't be much, but.
Ooh, Bugenhagen. Ooh, Fight Rigging. 2 cards we already have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Sargon's Unsealing. Okay.
Bugenhagen. Bugenhagen.
I love that song.
I'm Bugenhagen.
do 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 do.
Bugenhagen.
Do, do.
And Bugenhagen. That is one of my old go-to jokes where song is just same word over and over again.
Oh, that's a classic. Yeah, slurping on a chili dog and slurping on a chili dog.
There was one of my old friend groups was Bermuda, Bermuda,
Yeah.
Bermuda. That was a classic.
Okay.
We got a good base here.
This is a good base, yeah, because we've got some stuff, some creatures that are relevant that ramp us into Commander.
Hold on, I want to see. I just want to see something. We have 3 white cards so far. I mean, this is a green-red archetype. It's just very funny that it's funny when an archetype is like, "Yes, we're in Naya," and I mean green-red.
Right. Yeah. Well, we've got some white pips here.
I wasn't counting the multicolored. Oh, we have 4. I did miss on ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't colored the multicolor cards.
All right. Okay, chat, what are you thinking now? I think we've got a really solid base for this. We may need a little more, like, what's our removal?
We're not super high in removal.
No, I don't think we need a ton, but
we have the stomp, we have the
fight, gathering. We can say for artifacts, enchantments.
Yeah, that's removal.
Do we have it attached to any creatures?
No, we only have player removal.
Yeah.
Subdecorum doesn't tap down their creatures.
I mean, it taps down their creatures because they swing with them.
Yeah, but instead of that, if we want to win kind of like that, we do taunt the rampart.
And also, I think our creatures just go through everybody else's creatures.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I would exactly. Yeah, and also we have the other ways. We have better ways to go through.
All right, I'm seeing multiple for Nibelheim of Flame, and we were saying we want board wipe, and this can be one-sided depending on how we use it.
If we have lots of big creatures,
right, and we choose the smaller of the big creatures, so yeah, and I do like that it helps to refresh your hand later in the game.
Also, a Final Fantasy VII card doesn't hurt. Such a weird card.
Oh, you know what? I do think I would put 1 damage-based board wipe in here. It is pretty brutal, but I think this deck would be playing it anyway. Let me see. Does that wreck the other decks too bad? It wipes the zombies from mono black. Bria is likely playing some smaller creatures. Does Bria die to this, or is Bria 4/4?
Were you doing that pun on purpose? That Nibelheim of Flame is fire, because it is literally fire.
Oh, that was not helpful. Bria is a 3/3 because I'm thinking like a 3 damage to everything,
like an Anger of the Gods type thing.
Yeah, I think Flubs also dies to this. It's a 5. It's a 5. Okay.
Yeah, he's a fool. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
That's tough.
Bria can cast the instance to get its butt up. That's true. That is something worth noting, is if it has any instant, they can't survive that board wipe.
And we will have two decks in the pod that can run counter spells. And mono black doesn't care too much about its zombies dying. So I think let's see, what good 3 damage to each thing. Is there anything that like has a little bit more utility? Ooh, Aurelia the Law Above. That'd be good. Yeah.
Brother's End has a bit more utility. I mean, the real answer is probably Deafening Clarion. Giving all of our
Oh.
creatures lifelink. That's probably actually the
That,
best one.
I think that, yeah, I'm okay to play this here.
Like, yeah, if we want a small board wipe, that's the way to go.
Yeah. Man, those other decks are gonna have to cook.
we can.
I believe that they can.
Well, I'm saying we're cooking them all, so we can cook. We're good. We're good cookers.
Yeah. Is there anything else here? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we're on the right track here. We got a lot of.
We should search the one or more creatures deal combat damage trigger.
Okay.
Because no, we should search myriad.
It's true. That gives us the attack and everything.
Yeah.
And this guy's like, yeah, get on, get on. I kind of like the survivors. They get the attacks on everyone. Their power gets big enough. They have trample. They can get themselves through.
Right, and they scale. Yeah, scale towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I like those.
That's cool. This card is messed up.
What is
it gives something. Give a non-legendary creature myriad if you control your commander. But it's only 4 mana, so it does it really early.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
I don't know if we have. I don't know if we have the creatures for it.
We also have a lot of legends.
That's what I mean.
A lot of legends.
I think we actually kind of jam the myriad creatures in here. They are just really good for what this wants. Like you go like Goldlust Triad, which is really good. You go Scion of Calamity, which is good. And this is starting to cover for removal.
Just comes image. Yep. Fun. As long as they fit the deck, yeah. What is Scurry of Squirrels?
When it hits
it's myriad.
Yeah. That is not quite what we want.
These don't. Yeah, most of these don't really do what we want.
I think this is fine because this ends up being super cheap. Because you can reliably reduce it by 3. It becomes a 3 mana 5/5 menace myriad.
That's fair. Do we have Terror of the Peaks? We don't have Terror of the Peaks. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think that's pretty generic for this.
Yeah. We're trying to we're trying to like
we usually
a little spice.
Yeah, because this is the like would Terror of the Peaks probably just be a really good card for this deck? Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you all already know that Terror of the Peaks is good? And do you want to see another game that is just won by Terror of the Peaks? Or would you rather see it be done in a different way? And that's a big part of the thought process for building these decks together.
Ooh. Terror of the Peaks?
Oh, that would be really good here.
Yeah, we should put that one in. It is a good card. I don't.
Oh, that's what was I also searching? The trigger. Whenever deal combat damage creatures.
Oh, that's true. If you want Terror of the Peaks in the deck,
you can
3 gift subs will put it in the deck, and we will not argue with that. It's not even too powerful for this pod. It's just like not a card that we find super interesting.
Yes.
3 gift subs right in the deck. What did you type in for this one?
Whenever one or more creatures, but I should have been. It's how many cards?
It's
35. That's fine.
But it's not any non-broken card. For 3 gift subs, you get to put a card in, borrowing like very, very few restrictions. Like This humility is a great example of like a card
Yeah.
it can just that can ruin games, actually ruin games, and will waste potentially 4 hours of our life recording.
Right.
It's like we won't put that in.
Yeah,
You're not.
but if you're like Terror of the Peaks, which is super broken, we're like,
Yeah,
hell yeah.
it's like this is broken. Like cool. This is one of the best cards at what it does. It's like, but that fits in the deck and it's cool. It's like we're gonna put that in. You can put a card that doesn't fit at all. If you want to put something that's terrible in this deck, that's also fine.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be on theme at all for our deck. Yeah, it can be the worst card you can think of. Yeah, basically it can't be a game that's going to ruin the game that we play at the table.
It can't ruin it either.
What did I say?
Yeah, I'm making fun of your pronunciation of rune.
I do say I only learned recently that I say that one wrong. Rune, I say ruin, not ruined.
I don't think it's wrong. I think it's the same as like Nerd Girl pronouncing the word horror.
Horror.
Where because you're in your brain, you're not saying, oh, I'm not pronouncing the word ROON. It has the ruin, but it's just the change in vowel is very, very subtle. So it's like, oh yeah, just ruin.
Rune. It's that Buffalonian accent.
Oh,
Harley Randy.
oh.
Make a note up top for Harley Randy.
All right, Randy, what are we adding?
Now, what is the ad?
It's gonna be humility.
It can't be humility. It can be, but we'll say no.
Yeah.
And what is the card? Is it Terror of the Peaks? Are we just doing it? And I like Terror. I love a Terror of the Peaks. I'm not going to be mad it's on the show. We will shout you out on the show if it comes up. Yes, your name will be written on the street. Add the dragon.
Terror of the Peaks.
Terror of the Peaks it is. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, to be fair, Terror of the Peaks does fit in this deck really well. And if I was building this deck at home, Terror of the Peaks would be in my list. So,
oh my god, Terror of the Peaks.
Put the note up. Make sure you put the note up top so we don't forget.
I'm gonna put it here.
Hashtag Harley Randy. Thank you so much for the 3 gift subs. We appreciate you a ton. And your name, yes, your name will be written on the card, and if it comes up, boom, we get to go. Oh, it's time.
I get to be like, oh my god, I just lost to Harley Randy.
No, Harley Randy did this to me.
I'll be playing Bria. Probably no, I'll be playing Flubs. Probably.
I imagine if I'm at this table, I will be playing Tifa.
I think you'd have to fight Nerd Girl for it though.
So she if she wants, she can play it. I won't fight for any deck because I enjoy playing any deck, but Tifa is very much my play style of big stompy.
See, the thing is, Nerd Girl, that's exactly what I want. Flubs should be playing bad cards.
Flubs is great.
Flubs actually loves bad cards.
Yeah, all the cards that discard your hand.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we're already at 57. Okay, so now what we should do, the two of us should be adding in the bread and butter here. So like I think we had the 3 visits, but not the nature's lore. Yeah. Because now we're using these final spaces to flesh out the functional deck.
Well, let's take the time and let's count things to see where we're at number wise, so we know like how much removal do we have actually.
I'll count board wipes in this.
Interaction.
1, 2,
I also do
3.5 because I'm not counting artifact and enchantment as something totally 3.5.
Annie is also
4.5.
Yeah.
5.5.
Yeah.
6 because we'll say this is another half of.
Yep.
6.
I want like 3 more.
There's not anything else. 6. 7. I mean, it is removal. It
I
is
know
also
it's
really good
it's
removal.
just funny. I don't ever think of that card when I put it in my
Yeah.
deck. I don't go, all right, there's another piece of interaction.
Oh well, I mean, Nerd Girl may be playing this deck, so
So it's the plowshares. Yeah, I mean, it could probably use one of the generic just beast within effects.
right. This also I think is cute with the deck because it allows you the
gain a
potential
lot of
play
life.
to gain life. Yeah.
Yeah, I like having a beast within or a generous gift in decks, but I know you're not fans of them.
Well, so here's the reason why is since we are designing these pods, I would put them in if we know that there are going to be lands we need to interact with. Otherwise, you just play Stroke of Midnight.
Okay, let's put Stroke of Midnight then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
Because I don't think any of those decks will have lands that are terribly significant.
mono
And
black,
the
mono
difference-
black Mind of Cabal offers. Especially
we have Sunder Eruption in here.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are there MDFCs that we're missing that are important? I don't think this needs a Pinnacle Monk.
no. What's the
Witch Enchanter?
What's the? I would put in a Witch Enchanter. Yes. What is the white, red, or white green one? That one's bad now.
Oh, it's equal number of creatures and enchantments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's how many enchantments are even in the deck? Probably not nearly enough, right? Do we have
6?
I
Yeah, I would not run it.
it's still close because it's just a dual land. God, but yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. Turn Timber.
Turn Timber Symbiosis. Yep. I don't think I'd run many more than that. Probably.
Yeah. Because the Turn Timber works with the deck.
Yeah, and also
I'm not concerned about Shatter Skull. And then Amaria's Call. I don't think I need for this either.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Yeah.
I think the main reason I don't want to play Amaria's Calls is we're not a white deck. We're just a Gruul deck mostly.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 ramps on 2. Oh, I will put this in here because it may not be you playing this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would put in I put in the Birds of Paradise just as a generic piece of ramp.
I'm also like, is there any one mana dork that is relevant here? But I don't think so. Birds.
Balagate Recovery as a suggestion. I've gone lower on Balagate Recovery since all these untapped ones have come into existence. I like Balagate Recovery. It's just
yeah. I think if we either had something that putting more cards in the graveyard or individual cards that our strategy was really reliant on, then I would. But yeah. What else does this?
We have Bridge in.
Need. What about our curve? So we have
Much
4s.
I mean, this is pretty typical Stompy curve.
Yeah, that seems fine. Let me do a check for this card. So we're looking at creature spells that inherently have 4 power or more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
It's a little low.
It's a little low. I think this is cute, but I do think I think I cut this.
Card is unfortunately really bad. As much as I love that card, it's not a good card. I can't believe we get to play the Cactar. Wow.
I'm curious. So we're looking for creatures with power
7, 4,
Greater than 6. No. Actually, just power 7. Power equal to 7. And I'm going to sort this by mana value. I want to see what's the best rate for a playable 7 power thing.
You have it done by name still.
Oh, okay. We're in this order.
Aroas, yep, that's good.
Yeah, right. Trax is actually not awful, but I don't know that it is good enough for us to care. Yeah, I don't think this is especially fruitful.
The 8/8 Dino for 5. Yeah, that card's bad though, isn't it?
It's
Summon Titan is cool. It only gets one chance to attack itself, but then it's like, buff.
I don't love it, but that may just be a playstyle thing.
And it seems like 5 to get a real one.
Yeah. Oh, did we include the other meleeer, Adriana?
Adriana, we did not.
Yeah, because I think considering the number of like not quite 7s that we included.
Adriana.
Oh, and especially what? Because like this, we just have to remember this does not work the way we want it to with Myriad.
Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1+ for each opponent you attacked this combat. Oh yeah, so that doesn't. The Myriad doesn't even work with Tifa.
What?
She's also melee.
Yeah, but the Myriad was more for the second ability, not the melee.
Okay, that's fair. I thought we were doing it for the melee. I have a suggestion for you, nerd girl. Get a second of the exact same dice bag so that you can use one of them, and then keep the one not to be ruined. There you go. Yeah. You would if you could. What is it? A one of a kind? One of a kind dice bag?
It's did you get your thing from doing the pre-release the second time? Because that's what.
Oh, that one. Christian got one.
Maybe we'll run Kogla and Yudaro here. This is very flexible. It's a hasty 7 with trample if we want it. It's removal and it can earlier destroy an artifact or enchantment.
I like the card.
To me, this seems very good, and I might even cut like I don't think we have anything that just destroys artifacts or enchantments that is clearable, but yeah. Actually, I might cut like Strict Midnight because I don't.
You and your anti-stroke of midnight propaganda.
I think the card is totally fine, but
I love having the 3 mana answer anything. I don't like Stroke of Midnight as much as I do Beast Within, but we're in
in this context, the Stroke is much better.
Yeah, we're in a cultivated pot. Yeah,
because trampling over a 1/1, a little bit better.
Yeah. 10-sided. What do you need 10-sided dice for? Ooh, World Gorger Dragon. That's pretty cool.
I was looking at Carnosaur.
It's a cool card. I like Carnosaur
because I think the more that we can change our interaction in like the 3 damage being a thing, we can start to drop the interaction that is only interaction. I don't know what we cut though.
Don't six-sided dice just work perfectly fine for counters? You're acting like dojo for counters. At least that's how I read it. That probably isn't how you intended it to read, but I read it that way.
Yeah, I don't.
No, we can't play a hoser like Daryl that's just gonna kill all the zombies that Giza makes. That's mean. I agree, it is good in this pod. Which is why we can't put in that weird specific hate card.
I think this is a really good start to this. I think we just clean it up a little bit. Drop in a basic land package. Are there? I guess let's look. Are there any lands that were like, oh, they must be in this?
Oh, you're going to Buffalo? That's my old home. I lived in Buffalo for 30 plus years of my life. Why Buffalo? Yeah, I mean I'm a Buffalonian, yeah. But why Buffalo for draft? Just no people there? Did you put in the Arena of Glory?
I put in Kessig.
I can't resist Arena of Glory.
Yeah, the card is very good.
It's so good. Moss Warp Bridge, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Friend's parents are from there and bought a lake house, so we're crashing. Wow, that sounds like a great weekend. Reggie, when are we gonna do that?
We'll just go and crash that same house.
Okay, yeah, okay. We'll meet you there.
Easy.
Yeah, looks like we got the deck.
Yeah.
That turned out pretty. That went weirdly perfect on timing because it's 8 o'clock right now.
Yes.
No, I'm not putting in deflecting palm. And I only say so. How do you say the word palm? Like
palm.
direct. You say the L.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deflecting palm.
I always say palm. I do not say the L. And I remember. I think it is more common to pronounce it palm, but I remember getting an argument with Beezy because he was very enunciative of poem. And it's like, no, palm. Deflecting L is correct. I don't know if it is correct.
Yeah, Joe, take the L.
I'm going to look up just because I'm curious. Pronunciation.
It's not palm like pomegranate. It's palm like palm.
No, you guys are incorrect. It is palm. PAAM is how it's just pronouncing it. Honestly, no L. Palm. Palm. See? I'm not crazy. It is just palm.
I'm not listening to AI.
It wasn't the AI. That was
Joe's over here on Chat GPT looking up how you pronounce palm.
It's not even AI. It's literally just
Joe's over here like, hey Grok, how do I pronounce palm wrong?
Grok. Grok, tell me about the great new website hacks. I love it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't judge. Like, I say words wrong all the time, but it's just like that one I'm right about. So, did I ever tell you how I used to say demon? I don't know why. Until I started playing Magic and started seeing the word written, I pronounced it demon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, demon. I don't know demon.
Yeah, like shine bright like a demon.
Yeah, not getting involved in English, but you shouldn't. English pronunciation is terrible. And doesn't follow any real rules. It pretends like it does. It's like, what do you mean? I before you accept the receipt, except for in all these cases where that's not the truth. It's just like, get out of here. The rules of English suck. That was a fun deck building stream, though.
Yeah, this is great. I think I'm really happy with this deck. I'm definitely going to lose to Randy's Terror of the Peaks.
Yeah, demon like it's a name. Yeah, Randy's Terror of the Peaks. I hope I get to play Randy's Terror of the Peaks.
Oh God.
Last chance before we go offline. 3 gift subs. You can add any card to this deck right now before we go offline. So, though any card except for something that will ruin our Magic fun times.
Ruin it.
Ruin. At least I got Palm. When I overthink about the word palm, I say palm. It seems like that's how it should be pronounced. We're looking for someone to raid.
Yeah, if we got a friend on.
Yeah,
here.
if you guys want to get into deflecting palm, you can go ahead and put in the 3 gift subs. Because there's no way I'm putting that card in. I'll fight Veggie on that one. Also, we would want the deck playing against this one to have it, right? Because it's like, this is the deck that's going to deal 150 damage.
Yeah, weird. I don't think I know anybody that's on right now.
Nobody in the Magic community?
We're the coolest ones on.
I mean, that's always true. Whenever we stream, we are the coolest online. And least divisive.
Yeah, I helped to balance it out. I don't know.
We can just end stream?
We can send to Magic Mike's, they're friends. Yeah, because that's Power Dragon and Nurgle used to be with them.
Yeah, Nurgle's former show.
Yeah.
I don't know Nibtropolis.
All right, everybody. Well, this has been great. Thanks. We got to see a lot of really cool decks. We got to build Tifa martial artist for the show, and we got a surprise deck tech from Rob the Princess. We have this absolute terror of the peaks from Harley Randy that I know will be the death of me.
I'm so excited for it. Even if I lose to it, I'll be happy because I do like the card a lot. Like, it's not a card I would actively put in my. Also, this is the version it chose to put in.
Yeah, I think it might be set to like lowest price.
That's not. This is cheaper. The non-foil.
Yeah, weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I have mine set to lowest price. I picked another promo.
Yeah,
why not?
All right. We'll see you all next time. Don't forget, we stream on this channel every day of the week, every single day, starting at 2 p.m. PST, and we will always be doing deck techs here on Wednesdays.
I like how you say that when we're worried about to leave for Vegas and not stream a couple days.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.